Give it to me. I like it. Give it to me. I love it. Give it to me. I like it. Give it to me. I love it. Give it to me. I like it. Give it to me. I love it. Give it to me. I like it. Give it to me. I love it.
Don't play with your karma. Don't do it with a kink in your armor. Don't do it. Don't fake like an actor. Don't do it. Tell a lie to your pastor. Don't do it. Focus like a laser. Focus when you leap from the rafters. When you leap, better off going harder. Going up. You don't wanna be a martyr. You don't want when you flirt with disaster. When you flirt with this.
Back here in the fan zone activation where we're standing in front of the meet and greet table. These are one of the activities that you could do when you come right here at the Care Center from Masters Toronto. Today, as you can see behind me, we have Team RRQ, and there are plenty of other teams that you try to come through and visit. And hopefully, you'll visit your favorite player or your favorite teams. For me, it's one of my favorite players. The first Vietnamese to make it here to a Masters, it's Crazy Guy. Crazy Guy, xin chào, xin chào, anh thương em. See you guys, let's go do this.
Don't steal from your brother. Don't do it. It might tear what you're after. It might tear. Prepare for the danger. Prepare when you call out your master. Call him out. Don't trust in a stranger. Don't do it. Get killed or get captured. Get killed. Sabotage in the parlor. You don't wanna be a martyr. When you flirt with disaster. 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 When you flirt with disaster.
This stream contains fast-flashing images that may affect viewers who are susceptible to photosensitive epilepsy and other photosensitivities. Viewer discretion is advised. Today, 4 teams are on the chopping block, and it's do or die if you want a shot at making playoffs. Hello, everyone, and welcome to day 4 of Masters Toronto, coming to you live from the NK Center. I am your host, Yingsu, on the desk with Ender and Mel once again for the first elimination day. And I'm going to carry on the themes of us kind of drawing from our own experiences in Valorant.
Okay.
What's the one, I guess, elimination that most heartbreaking that kind of sticks out to your mind?
Well, that's a close one for me. I don't know. I feel like for Teddy, it would have been like some main event where he played back-to-back versus like FlyQuest Red, and then oh no, I think we played Wadada and then got elim by FlyQuest Red in lowers because they like lost their first series for no reason. They were way too good to do it, and then made a huge lower bracket run. It was tough.
You haven't been through many
Oh
of
no, I've
many
been
of those.
through a very
You
tragic
have,
event.
really?
2022 GC champs lost to G2 goes in. We went into it talking so much shit, and then we also lost immediately after to, at the time, what was Shopify Rebellion, because my team was Cloud9 White. Horrific loss, genuinely changed my life. I've been up good ever since, so it's all about learning from your losses.
You came back the next year and won a title, you know? That's like you said, learning from your losses. So perhaps some of our teams could do that, especially the ones yesterday, because we did send Sen and Jen. So there's something in the waters about the Sens and the Gens straight into playoffs.
This is true. Yeah, honestly, I think really solid performances by both teams. Sentinels were looking very sharp up against Billy Gaming. And man on your screen, Zelsis, I think, was so influential in their game, both in sort of his own play, but also just keeping the morale of the team high throughout.
I can't help but highlight every time I see Zelsis play, like his comms, his energy, what he brings, those intangibles that you really don't see on the stats page at the end of the day. So, I mean, those matches were so interesting to watch, and Munchkin hitting the first ace of the tournament right after Texture's missed ace, his 4K the map before, is just the cherry on top.
Yeah, I feel like that makes Texture even more upset,
I'm
right?
so
It's
mad.
like, it was supposed to be mine. How could it happen? Brutal.
It was indeed, but it's not going to be as brutal as the stakes for our teams today, because there's no more second chances. If you lose today, you will be eliminated from Masters Toronto. Did you do your predictions before the event? Who did you think was going to go out first?
Getting elim first,
Yeah.
I think I said Wolves, but I don't even know if that's true anymore. Like, this team was so strong even in their loss versus Sen.
All I'm going to say is I don't think anybody, Mel, said Team Heretics.
Oh, no. I remember, like, just looking at the pick'ems on Valorant and being like, oh, instantly locking in Team Heretics, instant locking in Sentinels, and now we're here potentially seeing them maybe go out 0-2.
My only saving grace is that the EMEA teams are not playing against each other, so we could still...
Whoa, that might not be a saving grace, because either you get both teams through or you get no teams through.
Why would you do that to me?
I'm just saying it's a possibility.
I came to work today, you know, I was feeling good, the vibes are good, happy clappy, and now I'm going to be espresso depresso again. But it's time for our today's MasterCard fan poll, because we want to know which team you think will survive today's elimination matches. You got 4 choices here. Scan the QR code to cast your vote, and we'll have the results in just a bit. And make sure you use the hashtags Valorant Masters and VCT so we can feature you on the show. I really enjoyed our good take, bad takes yesterday, so maybe we can do that again with some fans as well. So make sure you send us your takes too. And if you've been with us in the arena over the last few days, you might have been lucky enough to run into Van Silly. In fact, he's currently chilling at the NK Center PC bar.
Back here in the fan zone, we're standing in front of the gaming lounge. As you could see, some fans just started trickling in to test out their skills on the PC in Valorant. But we also have it so you can test your fingers, your thumb skills, that's what it is, on the PS5 or the Xbox. We'll have that available throughout the whole week here at Masters Toronto. So make sure you get your 5 stacks, sign up, and come play.
Wait, 5 stacks? We could go. We
We need 2 more people.
Yeah, we need 2 more people. Anyone want to join our team?
We have Vans for sure.
Oh, yeah. He's
Okay, like he's on the team.
Yeah, but I feel like he would have more fun kind of, you know, hyping it up. whoever we play
No,
against?
how about you put Vans in and then find 2 more people because I'm trying to coach you guys. Like, let me be behind you looking like this, telling you what util to put down. Like, I want to be there
I like
to
it.
coach.
I like it. I want to get coached by Mel.
Okay, if anyone in the arena right now wants to join our team, let us know. Let Vans know. Yes, there's a few people waving at the back. Go find Van Silly and tell him that you're joining our team. Because you never know what's going to happen here at Masters. You might be coached by Mel one day. So, you know.
That's crazy.
Yeah, it's the perfect time to play. What happens next? That emote.
That was
goated.
the Phoenix.
That
I
was
love
so
Phoenix there.
goated. Here's how it's going to work. We are going to watch a round from a previous Masters match. The video will then pause, and we have to guess what happens next. And I want you guys at home and also the co-streamers to join in as well. Here is the first clip. It is from Team Liquid versus... no, it's not. It is from Team Liquid versus G2.
G2,
Even
okay.
at Bangkok. Yeah, so let's see what happens here first. And
This
then...
is going to be really embarrassing if I was casting this game and don't remember
I
what
mean,
happened.
and you did famously cast every single game at Bangkok, so you should
Did I
actually know
famously
this.
do that?
According to Reddit, yeah, so you should know this. We will pause the clip in just a moment. Oh my goodness, Kamek was there as well. The good old days. So Mel, you have any anything in the
Okay.
back of your mind?
I can't explicitly remember this round, so I'm gonna have to rely on like prediction here. I think they want you to think Camo's gonna get like an insane ace with the Neon ult, but my GOAT Valen is holding him, and I think
Okay.
Valen is gonna instantly get the kill.
I have like
and he's gonna snowball into like a 3K or a 4K.
I have a vague recollection of a round where Leaf walks upstairs and like is left on an embed lurk, and G2 like leave this site somehow. Which I
That would
don't
be
know
very
if that's this
G2-esque.
round, but like that's what I'm gonna go with.
I
Definitely.
like the details that you've both provided me. So let's take a look and see who is correct. Mel, it wasn't
trade
quite-
it out. Trade it out. I'll
It
take
wasn't
it.
quite Valen in that one to shut down Camo. It was Ren.
it's a Nats round.
I remember this. Oh wait, yeah. I remember this very vividly.
There we go.
Yeah.
And it makes sense because Nats is coming back today. That's why they would pick this. It should have been metagamed it, and we could have figured it out.
Hopefully you do better on the next one because we got another round here. And this one, I believe, is from Master Shanghai. And it features, once again, G2. Very popular around here. And Team Heretics. Please tell me you remember this. Please tell me you remember this.
I mean, nothing is coming to... Oh my god, okay, I mean, if we metagame it again here, then I think you would assume something great happens here from Team Heretics.
It's gotta be a Heretics
Gets a
highlight.
3K. I can't remember this round whatsoever.
I remember this. I do remember this. I'm intrigued to see what you guys are going to say once the clip pauses.
I have the memory of a goldfish. I can't remember things that were happening over a year ago.
Normally, I'm pretty good at remembering stuff like this. I think I have like a pressure now that I'm here on the desk trying to do
All right. Okay.
It's got to be a Woot
4v3.
Knives. Woot Knives.
Right?
Yeah?
It has
montage.
to. I mean, if we're going to do metagaming, it
Yeah.
has to be a Woot Knives. Has to.
Are you in agreement with this?
Yes. I'm
All
going
right.
to forego my G2 bias and just go for that.
All right, let's see if we do indeed get a Team Heretics round out of this and some Woot Jet Knives highlights. I think it's gonna become pretty familiar as the clip rolls.
Okay.
And I do wonder if anyone else that's watching right now also remember this.
Oh.
Yeah, that's one. We're off to a good start.
Start
The
of
prediction looking good. Wait.
Oh yeah.
Oh, it's
I
looking
mean,
real
I
good.
mean, yeah.
Okay, yeah,
Oh,
yeah,
that was
yeah.
insane. No, it came back to me. The last shot, it was like, yeah, I think I've seen that on
It's
Twitter.
Woot and Shanghai. You should just always expect a Woot clip from that
And
tournament.
I did. I
Yeah.
nailed it. It wasn't a wild
I'm proud
guess.
of you guys.
Good work out there. Let's go. Good shot. Good shot.
I will connect. I will.
That
do.
wasn't for you.
No, but
that was for Mel.
You can get one. You can get one for it
Physics.
being an EMEA champion too. You can get it.
There you go. There you go. Well done. Now you might be asking, what happens next on this show? And if you somehow guessed a cheeky food test with Ansili and Benji Fishy, then I need you to help me with my predictions as
You
well.
need all the help you can get.
I actually need all the
It's
help
so
I can
rough.
get. But for now, enjoy the taste of Toronto.
Welcome to A Taste of Toronto. I'm joined here by Benji Fishy of Team Heretics. Benji, I hope that you're hungry.
I'm very hungry, and
Perfect.
the food in front of me has made me more hungry, so it's perfect. It's
All right,
perfect.
so we'll go through it then. We're going to have a couple of foods, Canadian cuisine here for you to try. And at the same time, we have a little bit of a fun fact, true or false questions I'm going to ask. And then you answer true or false to the questions. So first off, I'm going to let you try the poutine first. So, and while you're going for your first pick, The question is, poutine used to be called mixed originally. Is that true or false? First off, how does it taste?
Oh my god, that's beautiful.
So, chat, if you don't know, poutine is basically gravy, or we call it brown sauce, with fries and cheese curds. So, in the past, it used to be called mixed. True or false, Benji Fishy?
Mixed?
Yeah.
I mean, it would make sense because it's kind of like fries mixed with cheese and gravy, but I'm going to say false.
You had it right. You got to trust
Really?
your gut. Like your gut is trusting this food right now.
So it was called mixed because it's just mixed? Oh, okay.
So the legend is, when fries first started, they used to call it 50-50 because it was just the cheese curds and the fries. And then legends say that somebody said, hey, add some sauce into that. And then the chef in pure Quebecer said in French, ça va faire une maudite mixed, which means this is going to be an awkward mix. And then there you go. It started with that, and then poutine came right after. And while you take, I mean,
I'm just going to get, you can,
I have another question actually around the poutine for you. There was actually a soda pop based as a flavor of poutine made in the past. True or false?
Okay. Hold on. Okay, now the thing is, this is
because you're tasting it. So what does it taste like here now?
Listen, this is really good, right?
Yeah.
But you're not putting this in a fizzy drink. No chance. There's no way. I don't believe that. If somebody's done that, they're crazy. So I'm gonna say false.
Okay. Well, actually, the answer is also true.
Oh my god!
Yeah,
man, what is wrong with people? Like, come on, just leave. You know, they've got to leave things that are food as foods. Like,
I mean, sometimes you try it. You got to try.
Was it popular?
Right? It was not popular because it was only done for 1 year.
Okay,
So
yeah,
I think
makes
it was
sense.
a company in Seattle that did it for 1 year in 2012 and then just finished it there. So yeah, it kind of made sense there. Is there actually a combination that a crazy combination that you think is like you have in terms of the food taste that others would judge you for?
For me, I love a crisp sandwich. Like literally, it's just like what I would have is you literally just get some breads, you whack some butter on there, you whack the crisps inside, put it together, cut it up. But the thing is, we have a brand in England called McCoy's.
Okay.
So you get the McCoy's sour and malt vinegar, and that's like a perfect sandwich right there.
So speaking of crisp, let's actually try that.
Yes,
okay, so
yes.
we have actually we'll start with the pea meal bacon as the second thing. So you have over here a little sandwich.
Yes.
We call this a PLT in Toronto because usually like a BLT is bacon, lettuce, tomato.
Yeah.
This time it's a pea meal bacon.
Okay.
Let me see what you think about the taste. It looks kind of thick there. It sounded very crunchy too.
Oh my.
Okay. And I don't know if you ever had all dressed chips. It's a Canadian thing.
I've never had it.
Okay, so let me know what you think.
Okay, wait. Do I have anything on my face?
You look lovely.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Okay.
So, true or false question over here too. All dressed chips is a combination of ketchup, barbecue, sour cream and onion, and salt and vinegar. Do you have all of that taste in your mouth as you're... I call this the Vansili taste test. So as you're going for the bite, you have to do the little... Do you taste the ketchup? Do you taste the sour cream?
I feel like I can taste the ketchup.
Yeah. So true or false then?
True.
It is true. It's a combination of all that. And fun fact too, they also have all those flavors on the side individually, and they're all fire. So you should try that as well.
This is really good actually.
So we'll go into the last question for your dessert then, and I'll let you eat off screen. So the butter tart over here.
Yeah.
So I'll let you try it. It's a little dessert. I actually had never had butter tart.
Do I eat it just with my hand? Like, can I just do
Why
this?
not? I don't judge here.
Okay, perfect.
And while you have the bite too, butter tarts are also called butter pies here in Canada. True or false? How does that taste, by the way?
Oh my
It's fire too?
I'm gonna destroy this thing.
Are you just saying everything is good because you're hungry? Or?
No, I mean no. I mean this is my favorite actually. This is insane. You know? Okay, I'm being dead honest.
Okay.
Visually, not that appealing. I'll be honest. I'm not a huge fan of what it looks like. But my God, it tastes good. What is it? Butter pie?
Yeah. You're familiar with butter pies, right?
Yeah, true.
It's true?
Yeah.
Unfortunately, it's false. It's similar, but it's just the difference is how you actually put the crust and how you bake the crust as well.
Oh, really?
So,
it's a different thing?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
But Benji, I appreciate you for your time. I'll let you keep eating. Thank you for enjoying the feast that we have here for Canadian meals, and hopefully you'll be able to feast on your opponents here at Masters Toronto.
Thank you.
I've never heard a bad take from Benji Fishy. Crisp sandwich is a lead, but we didn't see a lot of crisp gameplay, however.
Wow.
Mel coming out of them against Paper Rex.
That was clean from you. I
Thank
can't
you.
lie. Yeah, I mean, Paper Rex had such a dominant performance against them, and it felt like they really couldn't get anything going. There's been a couple matches so far this Masters Toronto where the matches have been really close, and we praised the other team for having it so close, but I feel like there's not a lot of positive takeaways here whatsoever for Team Heretics.
No, I mean, even just in terms of map pool, starting things out on Pearl, historically pretty rough map for EMEA to play on. I'm sure you can feel that one
If
soon.
I see that again today, and
It's grim. It's grim. But honestly, like, what surprised me so much was how much Heretics struggled to play defense against the double dive on Pearl especially. They only got a single round on that map. They were just completely overwhelmed on the defensive side of things and never fully recovered into that. Now, we do know Heretics are a much better team than they showed, so I'm still expecting this team to bounce back in a big way.
I think so too, and I think a big part of there is their approach really to their comp. You bring up Pearl, for example. If we were to see that, I think the comp philosophy needs to be adjusted. I think we talk about how much this team is based on confidence and momentum, and I think their double duelist comps lean really heavily into that. So when I saw the breach pick on Pearl, I was a little shocked because I feel like that didn't really set them up very much for success, ironically enough.
Do you feel like comp pivots are realistic mid-tournament with such a little like turnaround time for a team?
I think it depends on how many scrim maps you really have on the map and really how like desperate you are to get a win. I mean, after a 13-1, I think everything's kind of out the window at that point, and you can go back to a comp of comfort. We've seen other teams do it before, and I wouldn't put it past Team Heretics to do something like that here.
well, I'm sure you're all wondering what's been happening with Team Heretics. So we spoke to Heretics IGL Boo about their tough loss on day one in this Omen player moment.
So we finished our game against PaperX. We lost 0-2. I think the main thing I'm feeling is like the opposite of satisfaction. Like I think we did our maximum preparation-wise, but it was not really about the preparation at the end. On second map we played a bit, sure, but in general we didn't achieve much. We're gonna talk to our performance coach and like yeah, just find a way to reset so we are as fresh as possible for the next game.
Cameron one away from that Viper's pit, and there's Benji again. He's hitting. Push up.
He is hitting. Spammer trying to trade the C-toss, but Benji gets out of the way. Oh, this is stunning stuff.
Benji Fishy, that's 3?
The elimination ones are more like risky and like yeah, if you lose you're out, but at the same time it doesn't change the way I think about the game. We're still gonna do our usual preparation, and of course it's not only on us. We can win against anyone, and also we can lose to anyone. Anything can happen, but yeah, I just hope that whoever wins actually deserves it, and it's gonna be a great game.
We've heard the Heretics players speak about their own win condition, which has always been, we have the best firepower, we can shoot back harder than anyone else. And Ender, for a duelist like MIBR, he doesn't have a lot of time here to actually show how he shoots back.
No, and I think he really struggled in this opening game. Heretics is usually a team that can ride or die by the success of MIBR, and quite frankly, he never got the chance to play the game. Like, he got to play, what, like a attack round on that opening map of Pearl. This is a guy that is very strong on the attacking side of things, but when you look at it across the series, 2-6 in first kills, first deaths, he has to be able to show up in a much stronger way if Heretics are going to stay alive.
I think he really is their spearhead, and it sounds kind of corny to say, like, obviously the duelist is going to be doing that, but I mean that in terms of energy as well, and setting the example, because, you know, having a player in your team that can pop off, when they are doing well, and let's say the rest of the team isn't doing so much, then they all kind of look at that guy and they're like, hey, this guy's on my team, I can do it too, right? So him being there for the team and actually getting up on these entries and getting these kills in the defense is huge for the whole team,
And
not
you-
just him.
Yeah, and you can't come into a tournament with the mindset of our firepower is just so great. That's our win condition, because when it's not looking that great, despite Benji maybe having, you know, not a bad performance against Paper X, Mel, they got to bring something else if the firepower isn't working.
I agree. I think what normally that kind of turns into, and maybe it's my IGL bias, is the macro, right? You want to put your players up in the best positions possible, because sometimes you can have the best firepower in the world and nothing's clicking that day. And so I feel like the pressure really goes on Boo here to put them in the most favorable positions that don't heavily rely too much on mechanics, just like util and strategy-based win conditions instead.
Yeah, I do think, though, even while they might not be able to play that macro game or weren't really against Paper X, you still had a guy like Benji Fishy that was
was looking solid round to round. And I think that consistently throughout sort of his journey as a pro player, he has just been so solid, so consistent, I think, on this Heretics roster. And when things are getting tough, can be a guy you look up to.
Yeah, I completely agree. And a lot of these players, you know, they are still young and they tend to get pretty hard on themselves when they aren't doing too well. But that hasn't happened very often, you know. They've never lost 3 games in a row as this current roster. And if they do today, it will be the first time they face that kind of slump. But every single one of them, let's be honest, have what it takes to be able to help the team turn things around. And Jen Lee caught up with Woot ahead of today's game.
Hi everyone, Jen Lee here with Woot. Now Woot, I feel like the Paper X game was kind of a wake-up call for you guys. So have you guys mentally recovered? And you know, what were the feedbacks?
Yeah, it was a really tough game for us and it was really sad. But we just realized that we feel like we are playing as a team, but in reality we were not. It was really bad from us. So in 2 days we talk about it, we try to like fix at least like 50% of the problems. So we are stronger for sure today, but still there is like, you know, so many things to go through. So we will focus on that game and tomorrow's game, and we're gonna figure it out in the playoffs.
Thank you. Good luck.
Thank you.
Nothing we haven't heard before from these players, because Ender, talk about not recovering from that Paper X game. Have they even recovered from the grand finals of EMEA?
It doesn't seem like it. I know there's all these jokes made about Fnatic breaking teams and breaking Heretics, but this team was the best in EMEA up until they faced off against Fnatic. And that day one showing from the squad on the global stage was not what they should have had in them. It's not their full potential.
Completely agree, and I think if there is one saving grace here, it's that maybe there is some solace in the fact that they aren't really seen as a crazy overdog in this matchup versus Wolves.
Let's talk about that, because normally, you know, when you go to a CN versus EMEA matchup, it's overwhelmingly in favor.
Automatically.
Yeah, of EMEA, but Mel, Wolves, they could have potentially beaten Sentinels.
No, I'm a Wolves fan. I'm officially a Billy fan. I'm a Wolves fan, and I had Wolves. I mean, I'll say it. In my pick'ems, I had them going out 0-2, and I'm over here thinking they might even take this match. They look great. I'm really impressed with Siofat's calling and also his individual skill. Everyone on this team gels so well together, and I'm saying this after a loss.
Yeah, honestly, because it started off looking so good for Wolves, especially on Split. What impressed me so much is how effective their lurking was, right? I think they'd have a lot of these rounds where in the mid rounds they just freeze, deny information, and you would have, you know, the smokes player, you'd have Spring finding all these lurk timings. Juicy too on Duelist would constantly go for these walk-ups, and they were so consistently finding opening picks. It was very impressive to see from the team and put them in advantage states in a lot of rounds. Now at the same time, they only converted 56% of the rounds where they had a 5v4, and that has to be shored up going into today's match.
Yeah, and they're one of the teams that seemed like once they had the momentum, they could at least manage close out the first half with a lead. Something Heretics have actually struggled against, particularly. But there's one guy that everybody in VCTC and at least were extremely excited coming into this, and it is Spring.
Yeah, Spring, absolute demon in the server, can play just about every agent, but his lurks, again, he was the guy that was really shining consistently, finding holes in Sentinel's defensive half, and oftentimes just taking like full-on confident swings through his own like lurk smokes. Like, it was crazy how many times he was able to just win 50-50s there.
I was really impressed by how fearless he was. I mean, I feel like sometimes you come up to the global stage and if you're a lurker, you might be a little too timid to take the timings and go through the walls that you're normally so used to taking on your local stage. So seeing him take that, and I think it was a huge boon for them because establishing those lurks early in a half threatens the conditioning so much more and allows Siofat, the IGL, to actually make really productive calls off the back of them.
Yeah, let's talk about him as well. I've been following his story pretty closely, and the way that he's been talking about just his experience here in Toronto is so sweet. He's taking pictures, you know, with all of the players here, jersey swapping, very vocally speaking about how he's looked up to all these guys like Zelsis and some of the other players. He's met Valen as well.
Yeah.
As an IGL, he respects them a lot.
Ooh,
and you can
play.
tell Yeah, and you can just tell Mel that he's just so happy to be here and he's soaking up the experience and also showing his personality too.
Yeah, and I think he's very quickly becoming your favorite player's favorite player.
Yeah.
He has like a natural charisma. We see it here, you know, jesting up with Zelsis across the stage, and he's really fun to watch in game, out of game, and I hope to see some of that greatness here today. I kind of want to see who he's gonna point to and look at here on the stage against Team Heretics.
Yeah, I loved watching him up there. It was so cool to see his back and forth with Zelsis, but again, I am just very impressed with his macro calling and sort of those slow round states. I think he was consistently finding different ways to call his team into positions to exploit Sentinel setups.
Yeah, and even the maps, right? It looks pretty good for Wolves today, and the momentum too. And because that loss against Sentinel should give them some confidence.
Yeah, I mean, I honestly, out of all 4 teams that are playing today, they looked the strongest to me in the losses, right? Heretics had a tough showing later on. The teams definitely underperformed, didn't have full rosters. Wolves have a lot of strength.
Let's hear from another member of this squad. Here's what Juicy had to say to Genli.
Hello everyone, Jen Lee here with Juicy. Now Juicy, you guys have grinded so hard for this. What do you think is at stake in this fight today? You know, what are you guys fighting for other than the survival?
I think honestly there's nothing much we're fighting for because we came into the tournament as the underdogs. So I think no pressure. If we lose, we lose, and no one's gonna blame us because everyone thought we were gonna lose already, and if we win, we win, and we prove everyone wrong. Yeah.
Got nothing to lose. That's the mentality.
I love the way he summed that up because for Heretics, every single time they enter a tournament at this point, the narrative, Mel, is are they going to win a trophy? Are they going to come second again? But they don't even have maybe the luxury of making it to another grand final. And for Wolves, that's got to be in the back of their mind, right? Like they literally have nothing to lose.
Yeah, and I feel like that is such a scary team to play against when you are Team Heretics. That's why I was saying earlier, if I'm Team Heretics, I'm going to try and find some mental game here to assume the position of the underdog in some way, some shape or form, despite, you know, the accolades they have versus Wolves. But it's so scary playing a team like Wolves because they will just peek you. They're here for the experience. They're not visualizing too far ahead. They're playing in the present, and that is when a team is at its strongest.
And it also seems to me like these teams have very different styles, at least in how they approach their attacking sides. Like, again, Heretics have to be on guard versus the slower rounds, versus the lurking of Spring. This guy is absolutely on fire. And on the other side of things, Heretics play a lot of these like very explosive, quicker style rounds, especially on the maps where MIBR is going to be playing the Neon. So you've also got to balance sort of those play styles going into the series too.
The map, I'm so intrigued by the vetoes today too. And because I just don't want to see Pearl. I don't care where we go, I just don't want to see Pearl.
Yeah, you're wearing enough pearls for the broadcast. We need no more of those.
But it's just, you have to learn from your mistakes. I think the 1 and 0 of Pearl for Heretics is so, it's a false stat, it's so skewed because nobody else plays Pearl in EMEA.
It's true.
It's just like the one time we see it, unless it's BBL, but I don't think it's a good idea for them to, and considering that Wolves love Pearl.
Yeah, I mean, literally for like the history of the map Pearl, this has just been the kryptonite of EMEA teams. And even if you like win regionally, you come onto the international stage and it's just a thrashing going down. It's what we saw last time from Heretics. I'm in the same camp as you.
We will find out in just a moment, but for now, it's time for the results of our MasterCard fan poll. Earlier, we asked you which team was going to survive today's elimination matches. The results are in, and I'm extremely surprised that everybody's picked Team Heretics with Nat Smell back in the building.
That's true. I mean, that is crazy news to hear with Nats coming back in as well. But this is very skewed. I definitely wasn't expecting it to be so dominantly in Heretics' favor.
I think if you're looking at pre-tournament expectations, this graph makes a lot of sense. If you don't update your opinions after the first map, if you give that leeway in the history of Heretics to say they will bounce back, but based on one game and looking at current form, that is completely flipped on its head.
I don't think they watched Sen versus Wolves. I think it's just kind of like, oh, I skipped that game and they got O2'd,
typical
maybe.
EMEA fans, how can I say, avoiding the Americas matchup and China matchup.
Yeah, that's crazy. Damn.
Yeah.
I was here, right? There's literal footage of me watching this game. And looking at the prediction coming into this, I am so happy that I have the 6 and 0 Kilios, 6 and 0 Jen Lee, and 5 and 1 Mel.
Okay, hold on.
For once on my side because I am 1 and 5.
Hold on. Are Achilleos and Jen geniuses, or do they just come from the best West region.
Oh,
because
okay.
they keep predicting the Pacific teams, and the Pacific teams keep winning.
I just want to say that my Liquid prediction is I saw Fraud and Verno, and he basically said, please do not predict us. Like, do not predict us tomorrow. So this is a win-win, because I would have predicted Liquid anyway, but you know, with Verno and Fraud telling me not to do that, I thought I'll do them a favor. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I mean, as usual, you've just been the anti-jinx for us the past 3 days, it feels like. So thank you again for your service.
Oh, you're welcome. You're welcome. But some of you have joined me, you know? Before it would have been my only Soul Wolves prediction.
Yeah, I'm sorry. No, I'm not on the Wolves train. I'm still believing in Heretics, I fear.
Oh,
really?
That's crazy.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm totally on the Wolves train. You've influenced me. I'm 100% influenced by you.
We will see, indeed, what happens later. But because every team here came to win, of course, but today is about survival. If you're Team Heretics, Wolves, Liquid, or MIBR, you do not want to go home this early. It's time to kick off day 4 of Masters Toronto and see who has what it takes to stay alive.
Foxy will put them out of their misery, 13-1, a statement game from Gen G.
O mindset mais é realmente que a gente tenha de não desistir. Pode estar 2-1 como estava, pode estar 7-0 pra gente, 2-0 pra gente. A gente sempre vai estar muito focado para ganhar o jogo.
The road doesn't end here, but it certainly looks a hell of a lot rockier than we could have expected.
Seja o mais fácil possível e nos jogos mais difíceis, a gente deu o nosso máximo.
It's a lot to do with mental. It's a lot to do with confidence, how you approach individual decisions. And if you let the other team do what they want to do, then you're just going to get rolled over.
E voltar melhor pro jogo contra a Team Liquid. Vai ser um jogo que acho que provavelmente o Nets vai estar aqui já. Então vai ser um jogo mais difícil. Mas a gente tá bem confiante, acho que vai ser um jogão.
It's my second chance to prove myself again. Bangkok, it was really fun to play at, but I didn't do amazing how I expected myself to do.
Gotta be a sour moment stepping from that stage after what could have been.
I want to show myself on the international.
A gente vai continuar bem confiante contra a Team Liquid e a gente vai varrer essa LAR e ganhar 2 jogos para classificar pelos playoffs.
Good luck, and we'll see you on the server.
This would be one of the nastiest losses that Heretics have suffered in quite some time.
Nobody's guilty of the loss.
They immediately, utterly crush Team Heretics.
It's not on anyone's shoulders individually, it's on us as a team. We just need to keep doing our part, so the end result is good.
我们输给生腾老师是因为我们的经验不足，但是我们从失败中吸取经验，就是因为这有可能是我们最后一次机会了，可能我们可以继续走下去。
I mean, it's do or die. Nobody wants to leave the international event first. Every individual needs to show up in terms of their communication and teamwork. We have to remind ourselves we are not gods, but we are heretics.
Man, the Dwarfs come out swinging. No one expected this game to be that close.
我们就越想证明自己，我们可以打败这些世界的强队。下一把的对手你要小心一点，我们会非常的不一样。
I'm quite confident. I think we have high chances. I just hope that whoever wins actually deserves it, and it's going to be a great game.
Team Heretics versus Wolf.
The stakes are very, very simple today. You win, you survive, you lose, you will be the first team to be eliminated at Masters Toronto, and nobody wants that.
Yeah, it's an unenviable position to be on stage for this first game and have that hanging over your heads, especially for Team Heretics, which came in with so much expectations. Even as the #2 seed out of EMEA, a lot of people expected this team to be able to make a deep run in the tourney.
With Fnatic being the only team to really put them to rest in the past 6 weeks, I don't blame anyone for thinking that.
Sorry, Mel. Why? Why? I know I'm in-house and I don't want to disturb them, you know, doing the huddle on the stage, but I need a clear answer from Heretics as to why they are floating a Pearl out on a global stage.
It's a surprise. Look, Pearl, they left open in their first series versus Paperex. It was a 13-1 loss versus that team. I think if I am to look at this...
Sorry.
Yeah.
And Ascent is lost! Ascent!
EMEA fans must feel so
Yinsu, I know you come from EMEA. I know that it's doom and gloom right now. As someone from across the pond, I want to help you through this difficult time.
Okay.
Let's look at Pearl.
I'm gonna try and be calm real quick. But Ascent, Mel, I mean, you guys know this, but Ascent was at permaban all of last year. They never played it, not even one time, unless it was a grand final when they were forced to play it. And when they did, won the best.
Okay.
So map they don't play.
I see.
Pearl, a map they don't play.
I see.
And then Lotus.
Woo! So here I am as the coat merchant yet again. I feel like in the spirit of this tournament, right, the theme of redemption, I want to say maybe this is a bit of pride here from Heretics. They want to prove themselves again on Pearl, prove themselves on Ascent, a map that was their permaban. And there's no way they leave it in without having a clear game plan in mind. Yes. I think they're coming back with a vengeance.
I also think that this matchup, they're going to be playing against a very different style of team, a very different style of comp. They struggled a lot on the defensive side. They didn't get to play attack on Pearl, right? What they struggled against was the double dive. So Ray's Yoru was overwhelming their sights. Jing was all up in their business. They could not handle it. Now Wolves, on the other hand, play the older style G2 comp with a Yoru and a Chamber. So no double dive. It's much slower paced. It has a lot less explosive power, especially on its attacking side. So I think Heretics are going to be able to play a much more controlled style of defense. And while I'm still not a full believer in their Pearl, they will be light years ahead in terms of competitiveness to that first series versus PRX.
I appreciate you guys so much.
I'm here for you.
I appreciate you so much. Lotus, however, I love. I really, really love them being able to go there. Their Lotus have been good. I love what they do on there. It looks really, really formidable. But this Pearl is where I get worried because, again, you don't want to start somewhere slow. You need to start strong, you know, the way the Wolves did against Sentinels, for example. And if they go 0-1 down, this is where I get giga worried because Ascent is another place that I wouldn't want to see them go. And they chose to go there.
I'm fully expecting something like surprising here from Team Heretics. I mean, they're going to have to. Pearl, we saw how they played just a couple days ago. It looks like they are hovering the same comp as before. I'm not the biggest fan of the Breach on this map, but like I've been saying over and over, drilling it in, they need to have a different plan than the one I saw just 2 days ago.
Exactly. I think Heretics got run over in their previous map playing Pearl. This time,
yes!
Switch up.
Okay,
this is what I wanted to see out of Team Heretics.
I believe again. Yeah, I'm back. We're so back, baby.
Oh, and Priyan's on the Sova. We're so back.
We're so back. We're so back.
I actually love the Jet Yoru comp versus how Wolves like to play. Now, Heretics are starting on attack, but once they go to defense, you have two agents that are fantastic at playing forward lines and beating contact plays. What do Wolves love to do, especially with a comp like this? Play the entire map, let a lot of solo players look for different lurk timings. Jet and Yoru absolutely crush that style of play.
I'm really excited to see kind of like a bait and switch between the Yoru and the Chamber on Wolves' side. We've seen G2, a team that is very dominant this year so far, play a very similar comp on Pearl to great success. So I'm really excited to see what they implement, what they take away.
Yeah, the pressure seems to be for the side of Wolves here because this is a map they love to play. They have a lot of experience and a very high win rate too. Speaking of wins, let me give you another W. Here's Achilles and Paper Thin.
Thank you very much. Here we go. It is elimination time. One of these teams is going to be going home. The winner sticking around for at least a little bit longer, still with an opportunity to make it to the playoffs.
Yeah, this is a crazy high-stakes match for Team Heretics and for the Wolves. I mean, the Wolves said it, you know, hey,
we're coming in loose today. We don't feel like we have anything to prove. If we win, great. You know, nobody expected a lot out of us at this tournament, but for Heretics, it's the complete opposite story. Everybody expected a lot out of them. If you look at the tier list that fans and the analysts and everybody was putting together, Heretics were often at the top. So this needs to be a big game for Heretics if they're going to get themselves back into that position and maybe make a run.
Absolutely. Already, though. A bit of pace here from the side of Wolves. Juicy just storming out of mid doors. It's a quick check over towards Shop. Sees nothing. Should lead Wolves to the conclusion that this A site's about to be attacked. Moving forward here from MIBR gets himself situated on the site. Spike still needed to be brought forward. The wall holding them back for the moment. Lysor here backside dodging that concuss. Does get spotted out. Riens collects it through the smoke. Finds a kill. Smoke dropping. Juicy able to find one. Trades it back. Seems even. Trades it up.
One enemy
going to be
remaining.
getting involved. Final shot's going to go flying across. Two players from the side of Wolves still standing tall. The pistol is theirs.
Tremendous util here from Siufat. Just a really nice ability to get that haunt down. That really broke things open for the Wolves. That fade util, so powerful in his hands. The IGL does such a good job, not just with his util, but with his shooting as well. But Juicy, the one thing I was really impressed about with him, I mean, obviously you and I got to cast him all the way back at Ascension when he was on Bleed. An incredibly talented player. We know how good he is. But this is his first time at the international level. And he was unafraid. I saw him just going in. Whenever his team called for him to make that play, to be that guy, to go in and maybe even just die for the cause, he was ready, willing, and able. And he, once again, stepping in there. A little concerning with Lysor. Tried to make a sneaky play behind the box, but at the end of the day, didn't cost him too much.
Nope, full investment here. Outlaw in the hands for YU, just holding things down over by mid doors. Looks like once again, Heretics going to poke and prod a little bit. They get the orb take over on towards MIBR to try to get the Dimensional Drift online as quickly as possible, but in the end, this is likely going to be a 4-player push in through A main. Just try to death ball and overwhelm anyone who would be waiting for them on the site.
And you got a little bit extra Vice utility there to back up the Astra if this execute does come through this direction. So it is going to be a little bit tricky. You know, the Oru can get past it a bit, and you have a Jet as well. So you do have some options to bypass some of the stall, some of the delay that this double Sentinel Wolves comp brings at you. Along with that Astra, of course.
Looking for the flick attempt there, unable to find it. Just going to be a little bit of info gained. You see the Astra cutting across from Shops. That should tell you that the A site is about to get hit, especially as the Prowler sees nothing in link. Free fire shot, connect onto Woot, puts him down to half HP. So Wolves in position to try to go for the flood retake, or if not, just slam the door here in their faces. MIBR just come away with one. Juicy going to be taken down. Second shot there from YU, able to connect. Wants to push forward, denied. The plant money cannot do that, but still will be able to pick up a 3K. And that is going to be overall a very clean anti-eco win as Wolves start things off 2-0.
Yeah, looking really solid here. Maybe a little bit off with some of those outlaw shots for YU, but that's okay, because the game plan was good. You had a lot of stall at the front of the A site. You're able to get just about every flank position possible here. And you've got Dugout, you've got Secret, you've got Flowers. You have a great
enemy remaining.
position to just flood in there, knock them out of the round. And the quietest pop-off I've ever seen.
Do I stand?
You know, I had a chance to talk with Fade a little bit today before the match, and you know, asked him how he felt. They were super confident coming into today. The one player he mentioned was Lysor. He said, you know, this is the guy who has experience on the big stage. We need him to step up more.
Need that back. Need that back.
Only fair. Bucky in hand for Spring. He's holding close over at A. And Juicy hits the one tap.
Goodness.
Guardian just absolutely obliterate Boo. She'll send the cage to slowly drift across over towards Art. Spring pushes forward into the smoke. Does get flushed out eventually as Riens with the spray will be able to get it to connect. But this is still already so much damage dealt, and they haven't made their way into the site quite just yet. Wood's still tagged up. Only 65 health behind. Is thrown over the top. Will be able to get the spot out on the one. Doesn't get the dart though, so can't just try to go for the wallbang shots here. Tailwind now expires, flashes into their face. The spike still not brought forward here into the site. Benchy Fishy's thinking about this flank, but now has his eyes turned back into the site itself. YU arriving, doesn't hit the shot, but now they consistently have to have heads on swivels. As Lysor on the quick peek, finishes off Woot. Juicy, gets Benji Fishy. And Wolves are about to give themselves a bonus conversion. Rien's needing to pull off a miracle. 9 remaining here in the magazine. 3 swings out. It's Juicy's 3K. Go ahead and seal the deal on a 3-0 start.
Juicy, so deadly with this Guardian. Just winning an isolated battle there against Boom. Spring, who was tremendous throughout that match against the Sentinels. Him and Juicy both just really, really stellar. But Spring absolutely was a hero at times. I mean, he won so many rounds for the Wolves. Believe it or not, he's second in ADR right now in the tournament.
Give me a
Spring only behind Texture.
It's pretty insane considering coming out the loss. Very closely fought one. 3 Sheriffs, a Frenzy, Stinger here. Heretics looking to try to change up the pace a bit. Light Spray, gonna get a little touch of damage there, but Spring will be able to snap on for the headshot. Luke's gonna be taken down.
He's just so clean. He's doing a great job there. He's holding his angle, not overstaying his welcome. Not giving Team Heretics the ability to stack an extra man and trade. Very efficient stuff.
Basically trapped in here at the moment. Wall does get popped by Rien's.
But I like this from Wolves. They're just giving this up. They feel the pressure. They've only got 2 in position. They don't really have full information other than Rien's. They don't know if they stuck around inside a link. We're going to find out here real soon.
Mysore obviously here, hearing that. Does get pinged out. Does get taken down. MIBR with a very nice headshot. Brings it now into a 4v4. Spike getting planted. Safe spot here for Boo. No punish to come through. Still 2 players from Wolves needing to rotate all the way across the map. And now MIBR has a Phantom in hand, as well as the Dimensional Drift. Is he committed? That's the question. Maybe with 1 more kill, he'd certainly feel a bit more inclined to do so. Fishy though. Yeah, right through the corner. There at Alley, gonna be taken down low, and okay, push coming through. That's gonna be the transfer connecting. Rien's with another headshot though, now finds himself in a 1v2 situation, trying to clutch us out. Weapon recovered. The Nebula, however, dissipating, gets the spot out, finds the kill! But YU with the headshot keeps them off the board.
Similar scenes for the Wolves to what we saw against Sentinels. A hot start, but this time it's on the defender side, the side of the map where they struggled a bit. But here on Pearl, they look so in control, as you would maybe kind of expect with the comp that they're running, but they're still doing a great job of setting up for these post plans, being really, really patient, coming from a lot of different angles.
It's always that other side of the coin though, because for Heretics, they have that Jet Yor, they have that double duelist, and the impact hasn't really been coming through. Overall, a decent round there from MIBR. It doesn't lead to the win. It gets them close, but close is not going to be good enough.
Now you've got this ultimate to deal with. The tour de force available. Gonna try to hide from the drone.
No one here to clear this out for him, so we'll just go for a bit of a timing peek before the quick exit. It's back around the corner. Hunter's Fury going to be lobbed in to try to get the tracking here onto him. Dances around it. Bounces back the opposite side. Does manage to stay safe. MIBR now. Swaying towards upper. Exits the Dimensional Drift. It's going to be looking for a punish. Spring on the peek out. Able to find Woot. He goes back through. While you taken down. Value to be found there from the tour de force, and Spring's flushed out. We're still tuning around, gets himself in position to join in with Shupa Baby, but now they find themselves in a 2v4. Boo once again gets the spike planted.
Spike planted.
Be tough to go for this one. Really, the haunt and the seize.
Last player standing. No charges.
Now it may just be a save.
That basically makes it impossible. He's got plenty of money. He knows that Heretics don't. Playing for some damage. Gonna be the worst idea here for him. Let's see if he can actually get anything as Shock Dart does connect.
We'll catch them.
Looks like in the end, we'll just be a quick little repivot back over to the top. Spot out, but kill cannot be found. And now you've got Boo in pole position to go ahead and get this punish. Will be able to do so. So 4 players surviving. Team Heretics, that's the round win they've been looking for.
Yeah, this is just a really good aggressive round. You know, Janos has been talking about the way that this team likes to accelerate. This is a round where they just punish the solo chamber. No real good opportunities for that tour de force to do its thing. YU gets shut out of that round pretty nicely, using that Hunter's Fury as well to really clear open the site for themselves, along with, of course, the Dimensional Drift. So that's a really solid round there for Team Heretics to pick up. See if they can double down. There's going to be the operator, though, for YU. do have a Dimensional Drift and a Cosmic Divide of their own. Quick dash forward. A-main control established in a spot there. Onto Spring.
Spot with no punish, but that allows for MIBR to just go ahead, grab up another orb. And 2 charges towards the next Dimensional Drift. Juicy has his online. Cosmic Divide there for Wolves.
I wouldn't mind seeing the Heretics try to isolate YU again and try to punish him. Worked in the previous round. He looked a little shaky with the snipers. So maybe that's an angle that you can find to really start pushing the Wolves' buttons a bit. But instead, looks like they're going to set up for an A crunch. They're going to have a little bit of info on this. Here comes the Dimensional Drift from Juicy. Just saw the back.
Spotting out the 2 players. The others getting ready to strike in. Now advancing forward through hard. Juicy going to be exiting that, trying to make them constantly consider the flank in from behind. Cosmic Divide going to be invested as well here. Spring into the cubby. Looking just for a wallbang attempt as the plank gets ready to come through. Otherwise, it's just going to be providing audio here for the team and moved up and over the top. Ends up getting taken down. Shots on the Rien's not quite going to connect. He gets himself out alive as the spike does get planted. That does give a player advantage here to the side of Wolves. Full flash coming through, but Icewood just kind of pushed forward in front of the wall. It's all crumbling to pieces. Spring Fat Baby do manage to bring this into a 2v2. Hero Theft getting the reveal. Benji Fishy holding his own. Ducks back behind the enemy Cosmic Divide, using it against them. Pushes forward now into the 1v1, but time ticking away, dwindling down. Looking to try to close this one. Boo reading it perfectly that he's not sticking this at all. Backs away, now knows that he has to commit to it. And he will strike, takes the second tap. He gets the kill all the same. Narrow margins, but Heretics will pick up a 2nd round win.
Yeah, this looked like it was going to be a decent round here for Wolves. They've got good information. Spring's position in the dugout, really annoying to deal with. Tried to spam on towards the spike there as well. But then, yeah, exactly. But then they're able to just kind of flood past that Cosmic Divide and do some real damage real fast to the players of Wolves. Catches them out in the open just a little bit.
We're getting into the game. I like that we're fighting. I like that we're going forward, okay? Let's keep that up.
Absolutely.
Maintain that aggression.
And now you've got Wolves on their first eco. So you've got a real opportunity to get very close.
Pixel angle from Boo. Looking very clean. Fat Baby going to be taken down.
And now just a bit of a fallback to wait this out a little bit. I mean, I think they're waiting for their moments to accelerate. Got both of the duelists together, and that's a nice shot from MIBR.
A bit of an off angle. Up on top of that little ridge, not something that you typically see players do. You see now having to manually move over to try to re-clear this B site. Push not coming in though. Heretics looking to just be a bit flowy with this round. Don't want to over-aggress, don't want to put themselves in bad positions to get punished.
Yeah, they're just really being diligent.
Spike drop.
Very concerned about an aggressive Wolves play. You do see this from time to time from them, where they'll try to spread the map or just send some lurks. So you got to be real careful.
Take flight.
You never know when one of them's just going to start walking up mid on you. Rien's
30
go for the
seconds
check. Will get the spot there. Juicy identified.
Try to get the wallbang kill. Hasn't been able to do so, but flash out. MIBR just storms the site. And that is quickly going to be the remaining players of Wolves dealt with. Just YU still slowly creeping over to see if he can try to stop this from being a flawless round. Nebula dissipating. Boot's there. Boot is instantaneous with it. Flawless round. Team Heretics running this back, establishing a very strong economy.
Yeah, this is really nice for them. Starting to find their groove, starting to make some good reads. Yeah, against an eco there, but the previous 2 rounds starting to really come together. It's a tight angle there for Boo. No problem at all. MIBR set up with the Nova Pulse.
One enemy remaining.
Able to follow up nicely. Spamming through the smoke. Knows somebody's probably back there. Yeah, just a good round for Heretics. Starting to get the wind underneath their feet. Another op invested here for the Wolves. Trying to get YU going on that chamber.
A bit of a reposition, but it's a heavy stack towards this A side of the map for the Wolves, but everybody right now from Heretics storming their way down through B. Dimensional Drift will go ahead and ensure that this is cleared out for them. Is everyone now having to back away? Double stack going to be noted here in this position. Just a flash, quick exit. Looking to maintain control of this upper position. Tiny little licks of damage going to be taken here by MIBR, but widely Heretics in firm control of the site. YU still checking around, lingering to try to see if there's a lurk, but just don't have the information that every one of the others is here from the side of Wolves.
Yeah, I like that we're playing long here. Avoid this Nightfall, beautiful.
I mean, but Benji Fishy, okay, gonna be caught off guard a little bit there, point blank. Mysore able to come away with the kill, invests the ultimate, weapon's gonna be taken out of their hands. Brienne's now dead. Woot here inside of the smoke has a shorty. This time had shells loaded up, but only gets the one pump off. Looks like we're down to 55, and this retake from Wolves is looking damn clean. Re-swing out, nothing that Boo can do. Full fight facing. Wolves will keep Heretics at arm's length.
That's a brutal round to fall for Heretics. Great stuff again from Wolves. Retakes looking really solid overall. They've been converting pretty nicely on them. But I thought Heretics were going to have a really good idea here. You maybe leave one player close because you got the Nightfall and you got the Vice ult, and they just kind of try to play it up close, and they chew through some of those ults, and that really opens things up for the Wolves.
This is my new favorite thing. Just the silent, calm stand-up.
Yeah. Just letting them know that you're not flustered at all. 3 rounds in a row, no problem. We're punching right back. Similar scenes here, trying to cut off this A main access. Seems to be a real pain point that they want to identify.
Okay.
Oh boy.
Maybe we're just going to be trading some rounds out here. That's why you trying to go for the blind shot. It's going wide, but Juicy dead. That is a critical target found here for Heretics.
There's no full committal to this push. Spike's still down, back by Spawn, so for Heretics, they're looking for a reaction. One of the things that concerned me a little bit with Wolves against Sentinels was Sentinels was doing a great job baiting out their util when Wolves are on the defensive side and really giving themselves advantages in that department. So definitely need to see the Wolves maintain their discipline as this one goes along. Rien's, it's a little bit of info. Boo very close to another Cosmic Divide, and they're going to stack up for another A hit.
Nebulous popped. YU play out in front of this one here at Art, but it's getting fully flashed up. Has to make a quick exit with the rendezvous.
30 seconds left.
He's just here on the opposite side. He can hear their movements, hear their footsteps, but doesn't know when's going to be safe to try to go for the strike. Would just get taken down there mid-air. That's why YU tries to go out with the headhunter in hand, but just get taken down. 2v4 now. As Wolves try to stretch this lead a little bit further than before, though, and MIBR already lingering within the smoke. Finds the punish, and Lysor might just have to go for the save. Looks like that is going to be the call. Or at least a quick peek over in towards Secret. MIBR looking strong, looking deadly. Gets himself a 4K as Heretics once again just one round away from tying things up.
Just that early kill there onto Juicy. Things that much more difficult for the Wolves, and MIBR having a whale of a round. 4 kills for him on the Yoru. And that's really good discipline there from Team Heretics. Not overextending, not pushing past where their comfort would be. You know, anticipating that the Wolves are going to be pretty close quarters. You're not going to fall into that shorty. You're not going to give them any opportunities to kind of reestablish that retake. Just holding the line. Really, really nice stuff. And Wolves, I think, need to calm down a little bit. YU looks a little shaky on the chamber. Doesn't seem to be quite in control of some of those snipers, and the headhunter as well looking a little bit off. So probably a good time here for Fade to get in there and try to mentally recover the team a bit.
I'd say overall the patience here from the coaching staff of Heretics ends up paying off. They don't opt to go for a timeout after that 0-4 start. Now they're one away from tying things up here on Pearl, and it's Wolves who have to pull the trigger on this.
Yeah, I like that a lot from the Heretics coaching staff, because this is a team that has way more experience on the global stages than their opponents. So you can rely on MIBR to be that guy, to be the one to get the troops back under control, so you don't have to burn that precious time out to do it. So really, really showing some faith in their team, showing some trust. And it is paying off as the Heretics are back within 1 round again. We'll see what they want to do coming out of this. Woot has a Blade Storm, but not necessarily something you're going to pull out on rifle rounds unless things get a little bit wild. We'll see. Unless they have some kind of trickery up their sleeves.
Might be good for the entries when he's trying to clear out dugout.
Yeah.
Having the blades online.
Definitely usable. Look at all this Vice util. Shift in direction here for Lysor.
I mean, they're relying on him to basically be able to hold this down. Given the tendencies for Heretics to try to poke and prod around this A side, at least in the early stages of the rounds.
Well, and it's a shift back to what worked on the bonus for Wolves, and that's Juicy pushing up long B, holding down that main angle. And nobody has made any contact with him, so he's falling back. This is kind of making Wolves lean more towards the A side.
Just for the setup on the the gate crash here. It's going to end up taking him a hell of a lot further away than he might like, given that we look to see Heretics committing onto this site. Okay, just pop Spring though. Wow. Pre-firing, able to find Woot. Gets the elimination there. Benji Fishy similarly going to be taken down. Juicy holding back. Pillar now can make his exit. Woot does manage to find one as Spring will fall. So Fat Baby able to go ahead and tuck back into Hull. Self-protected. Riens and Boo now left to try to clutch this out. And there's the first step, but it's all down to Boo. Spike in hand, but position noted, knows that he is going to be surrounded. Dodges the C's, gets away from that, but as he pushes back forward, he will meet his demise. Wolves, timeout works a treat. They get themselves to 6.
Yeah, this is really into the Wolves' wheelhouse here. Finding these one and dones, finding these picks. Something they're really, really talented at. There's no doubt in my mind about the individual skill on this Wolves team. They are extremely fearsome. To get YU going there with the kill. Juicy, so good all the time. Siufat, tremendous outings for them against Sentinels. Some huge clutch plays. And IGLing to boot, but Spring will be their top fragger once again as Juicy trying to push this angle. He's got a little bit of help. Clears the drone.
YU just only has a headhunter and a shorty at the moment. Either way, plenty of presence noted here.
My ult is ready.
As Hunter's Fury now going to be online with that orb take. Cosmic Divide available, and that's going to be committed immediately. We've got Spring here playing forward in front of this one to try to find some kills, and kills he shall find. Rien's Wound, Benji Fishy, all just absolutely annihilated as Wolves lose one and guarantee a lead at the half.
Spring is so smart. He finds these angles against the Cosmic Divide where he's going to be good for at least one kill. We saw it earlier from the dugout position. Now he finds 3 big ones.
Incredible.
One enemy remaining.
Their own Cosmic Divide available here for Spring, as well as a Dimensional Drift for Juicy. Who's got one to match on the opposite side. That Hunter's Fury still available, and yet there is plenty to be happy about. Shoot that baby up, asleep at the wheel a little bit. Woot finally pulls the trigger on this Blade Storm. Finds very good results.
That's what I was looking for. A little bit of trickery there and up and over. Find that first kill. That's a huge one. Taking the fade out of the equation. It makes retakes way more difficult for the Wolves.
Gotta be more creative now that you only have one updraft. You can't go for the Meteor Classic. As Hunter's Fury gonna be able to find a tag. Lysor dodging the shots there. Does manage to stay alive, but Mini Boot right there on top of him. Tugs back. The Dimensional Drift is Juicy flashing himself. Trying to enter in towards Art. Just stomping around. 10. The spray out from Spring finds him while you falls, but it doesn't matter. Suddenly it's just Benji Fishy left. The Spike dropped here at the entrance to the A site, and he only has a stinger.
I think they're going to be able to suss this out pretty quick. Juicy just cleared Art.
The desk was talking about 4v5 conversions earlier on.
30 seconds left.
This is going to be a hell of one for Wolves to find to get themselves 8-4 at the half. Another multi-frag round here from Spring.
This is looking really good for the Wolves. A lot of good coordinations, good adjustments, and Spring is popping again.
Out in the lead, we're able to find the opening pistol. We'll see if they can get the second, or if Heretics can continue to try to run this back, make this a bit more contentious. We'll find out after halftime.
One enemy.
8-4 the score here at the half, with Wolves out in front on their map pick of Pearl.
Yeah, let's take a look at the Coinbase Econ report.
There's one number that sticks out.
Yeah, for sure. Spring is absolutely just cruising right now. I mean, he's had some peaks, but he just was a consistent force. So many multi-kill rounds there. So stalwart on that defense as the Astro. Whether he be on the B or the A side, he was finding his moments. Just unbelievably talented player for the Wolves.
It's at 17-7-3 at the moment, as far as the KDA is concerned. I mean, he's got YU and Juicy both covered as far as kills are concerned. The impact is being seen. It was seen in their opening series versus Sentinels as well. And he is not missing a beat at all. Heretics, though, down by 4 rounds, looking good, looking contentious in that first half. Looked like they were going to be able to maybe tie things up, make it a 6-6. But those last few rounds slipped away from them. They now need to have an explosive, strong start as they swap over onto the defending side.
No doubt about it. Now you're really looking for Juicy to accelerate for the Wolves. Start kicking indoors. Start finding ways to break through the Heretics' defensive lines. Kind of a 2-1-2 here. Benji Fishy going to be locking down mid with his U-tilt, putting a long cross right outside of Art with one of the trips. The camera right at doors, and a little bit of a push out from Boot. He is checking out towards A, but that's where the trademark is there for YU, so that doesn't seem to be the angle that Wolves are considering for their attack. They're lining up for a B hit all the way.
Prowler heard. An orb take here. Trying to get Juicy towards that dimensional drift.
Changing
Slow
thoughts.
creep away.
Yeah, no contact there. Maybe feeling like it might be a trap. And they didn't get any responses from their util. They still haven't. They're trying to figure out where the hell Team Heretics are.
Flash. Not gonna catch anything there. They clear out this cam. He's had connected, but Benji able to wait that one out. Waiting to try to see if he can find a moment to strike the power. However, will scout him out. Move for the Sheriff. Off screen, finding YU as shock darts get lobbed in, and Juicy falls down to 60. And right now, a little bit contained. MIBR goes up over the top of screens, finds that kill, but Juicy trades it back. 2 eliminations going to be found. Now it's just Juicy, Lysor. 130 health between the two of them. The plant now coming through. Moved down to 22. Any damage from the Ghost basically will be able to find an elimination there, but who was going to be the first target, the first point of contact, and Juicy is able to win it out.
Player standing.
Puts himself alone. Swings, somehow catches Benji Fishy! And now it's just the Jet with no HP to speak of. As he looks for the ace, and he will find it! Wolves get both pistols, Juicy gets the ace! 9-4.
Unbelievable. I said I wanted to see Juicy accelerate here on the attack side, and that is as good as it gets. Stellar stuff from the duelist.
And he does it with 60 health.
That is just nasty.
Player
The
standing.
long-range win. This one right here.
One enemy remaining.
The heartbreaker.
Whips on the Jet to kill Benji Fishy, and then gets the closer. That is devastating. Marshall going to be invested here from MIBR. Trying to hold down that B site. Slow approach from Wolves. Are working their way into position where he could potentially find some value with that sniper.
They're trying to fish it out. I mean, this is something you have to suspect with Wolves. They do love the Outlaw. You know, whether it's a very popular gun.
It's just a double push up here. They haven't confirmed or heard this Marshall at all. MIBR makes it sing. Great headshot. That's the Vandal on the floor. Spring in position to potentially recover it. And let's have it in hand now.
Damn. It's a crazy good shot. This is something that Heretics like to do. Buy up a little bit on these ecos. Marshall, Sheriff.
Right there.
Gun here.
Peek out. Not sure if Spring had been spotted, but other players
playing the Sylvan spot.
Not quite being noted here. You still have 4 from Heretics all the way across the map. A lot of pressure on MIBR. Try to find a bit more value here. Has to clear the Prowler. Know his spot, and that's going to be Spring taking him down. 4v4, but weaponry not really to their advantage whatsoever unless Woot can come up with some absolutely insane shots with that Sheriff. YU potentially in a poor spot. Pressure getting ready to fly through. And yeah, you're TPing right where you were standing already. Rian's not going to fall for that old trick. Clicks the kill. Outlaw not going to be the greatest weapon to try to get the retake going, but they're looking to overwhelm. And overwhelm they have.
Last player
As
standing.
it's back-to-back shots to the skull. Lives are down to 10. He will take it down to 2 remaining players, but Team Heretics, they will take the thrifty win.
Unbelievable. The MasterCard Thrifty coming through there for Heretics, punching right back after getting aced. And Woot, player who we got to see a lot on the duelist role back at Master Shanghai, has been playing Jet on this match. The one time they played it against Na'Vi, he comes up huge with the Sheriffs. Sometimes you might question a little bit these investments that Team Heretics likes to put in their eco rounds. Can be a little bit costly if they can't convert, but this one right here, that could be a game changer.
Yeah, if there's anything that can really get the players jazzed up, locked in, it's a round like that, especially off the back of an ace from Juicy. YU hearing the orb take, sees the trip set. Be able to find any kind of punish here, though.
Lysor with a frenzy here. Use that tripwire. It's going to have to be cleared. Hot flash on a timing there for Heretics. Didn't quite catch the Wolves, but right idea, wrong time.
They try to lock them in position there. It's straightforward, and YU unable to escape. He's dead far too quickly. It's Benji Fishy ready for these players to come drifting out of that smoke, and Mini Boot. He's connecting with the stray shot on the Lysor. Shuts down this push in every which way.
Juicy TP'd out of there and just trying to wait it out, see if anybody gets aggressive, and it could catch him with the right click. Interesting choice of classic there, Juicy.
Showing some support, but ultimately he's going to have to die. He's trying to assess his options, figure out what the best play is going to be. Had he just immediately sprinted over towards the B site, would have at least been able to get the plant down, get money from that. Instead, it's just going to drift into art and not be ready for Benji Fishy to be on a deeper angle. So kill comes in. That's flawless as Team Heretics continue to try to run this one back. 3 rounds still separating. Wolves still in a good position, but momentum is not on their side.
Now you're going to be able to afford an operator for Woot. Still going to be the judge for Woot. This one, a very important round for the Wolves to try to stop the bleeding here. Things have been going oh so well. You had gotten the second pistol, and all of a sudden, script has been flipped. So Juicy with the ult of his own could do a little bit of fact-finding. Heretics trying to play aggressive on this angle. But Wolves back for now. Smoke to obscure. Mini Boot.
Who's next?
Try to slide forward. Ult popped, and he knows they're probably somewhere near.
Plants a spike.
Sees them both. Gives them all the information here about the site that they could possibly want.
I'm back.
And as the clones go flying, Juicy gets his exit out of the dimensional drift. Both players now contained here into halls. Splash is going to be exchanged. Springs people behind one. Juicy looking to go ahead and get this second elimination. Sends it on the corner, and Mini Boo eats the whole damn thing. Site broken open. And then you have the op in tow. Heretics are going to have to just go for the save.
This is beautiful work from Juicy. Using that dimensional drift to great effect. Kind of understanding that Team Heretics were corralled in the back alley. And he just says, I'm going to pop out behind their cyber cage. They're going to have no idea I'm here. We're going to clear the site with one of our prowlers. The other prowler we're going to use to follow up after I get the first kill on a flash. Beautiful work and coordination there from the Wolves. And Juicy, when you need a duelist player on the attack side, he has answered the call. He has been ridiculous.
There's encroachment on his positions coming through. Spring maybe having a pretty solid idea about where a Jet with an operator would like to go, and well, he'll find out the hard way that he was correct. Ends up getting taken down. Op will be held. Boo similarly surviving. Money's going to be there, but Heretics now calling their first time out of the match.
Yeah, already an early timeout. We want to talk about ways that they can avoid some of the Yoru shenanigans there. kind of just in a spot where you're just smothered by the flashes. I mean, yeah, MIBR's just seeing stars.
Yeah. Bit of a rough one there. The util just goes to show how on point it was from Wolves on the exec. So timeout call for Heretics. Try to rally the troops, get that energy flowing once again.
Yeah, one thing I'm so impressed with the Wolves, watching some of the VODs, especially against Sentinels and here against Heretics, it sounds strange, but the way they play around smokes, the way that they don't just kind of sit inside of a smoke and try to hold an angle, like they'll use your smokes against you. They'll play in positions where a lot of people wouldn't necessarily try to challenge you from these little nooks and crannies, from these corners that are unexpected. Spring was the one that I saw doing it a ton, especially on split against Sentinels. But in that previous round, you saw Juicy do it a little bit there, using that cyber cage against his opponent, so they don't quite know how close he is off the back of his ultimate, and they're using tons of util to clear the site. So they pretty much know that they can isolate and lock down that position with their util.
On up, still retained. Woot, looking like it might be just a shallow little angle here on the A site, peek in towards A main. That's where the line share of the Wolves are going to be.
Blind is dead.
TP behind the box, Prowler cleared out by Rien, so the op shot hasn't sung out quite just yet. Looking for the quick little scope in there. He's trying to reposition. Wolves are soaring forward onto the site. Benji going to be taken down though is YU. Peeks down towards that B site through the connector. Comes away with the kill. Kill found, but more widely slammed shut here in their faces. Wolves are quickly going to pivot away.
Yeah, that kill from YU is huge because it opens up this angle to be more comfortable for this rotate. Now we can try to hold the line somewhere else, but the drone here, not sure if it saw him. He's going to reposition off the back of that. Try to just catch him off guard. I think they did see him. They pinged it out.
Probably not the spot that you would expect him to fall back into. Who still does get the check. Takes a double take, but comes away with the kill all the same. Cosmic Divide invested though, so they can safely get the plant down. Knives now going to be popped from Woot as they get ready to go 4v3 into the retake. MIBR just here, opposite side of the wall. Dimensional drifts going to be coming through, gets body blocked. They're actually locking them out for a brief little moment, but the players are still going to be spotted all the same. It's all the info here for his teammates. Trying to send the flashes, drops out of this one, but he's just trying to wide swing, and Baby says absolutely not, doesn't give the opportunity. Woot still does manage to go ahead and swing around the pillar, find the shot, remaining. Spring flushed out through the smoke. So it all comes down to Lysor, who will swiftly dispatch. Timeout works for Heretics. The gap once again, 3 rounds.
Yeah, just beautiful util usage here from the Heretics. Getting that identification onto YU's position over an Art, kind of being at least somewhat mentally prepared that he could be around that corner. Boo was checking it as he was swinging. YU, no chance. Nice attempt by MIBR, but the flash never really connected.
One enemy remaining.
And then they're able to just kind of understand, hey, there's only 2 more. They're both in alley.
Nice, guys.
Just lock that down.
Let's go.
3 rounds away from tying up the Wolves. Starting to look good. And let's see if they can keep it going. Still have that op. Still at A main.
One from a Nero, one from a Hunter's Fury. As narrow margin to try to find that shot. Lysor actually trying to hold this angle. Woot just disrespects it. Goes out, finds the kill. And Juicy's just gonna get sprayed down by Riens. The wheels are coming off now as Heretics. They are finding their groove. There's nothing more to be done here. Sufat and Spring than to just try to lock a position down and hold on to these weapons.
You gotta save here. You gotta keep these guns into the next round. Like that Woot changes up his play round to round with the operator. Previously, he had just fallen right back after taking that opening shot. This time, he dips back through and catches Lysor off guard, takes that kill. That starts putting the pressure on the Wolves. They're trying to spread the map, and it just does not go their way, and that's something that the Wolves can struggle with. They're a team that likes to try to send out multiple feelers, trying to figure out where the open space is, using a couple different players.
30 seconds
and
left.
if they can win those individual battles off that individual skill, looks great. If they can't, things just kind of fall apart, and they're left in a position like this where they have to hold on to their guns for an extended period of time in the round.
We'll be able to retain them. No one really storming out to try to hunt them down.
10 seconds left.
Heretics not wanting to take any risks whatsoever, but it will be a flawless as the gap closes one step at a time. 8 rounds now picked up for the side of Heretics. Wolves going to be scratching their heads as they find their economy down in the dumps.
Yeah, this is starting to look really nice for Heretics. That timeout had worked a treat for them, and now it's actually going to be a counter timeout. I was curious how much longer they were going to hold on to this, but the gap narrowed to 2. That seems to be the moment that Fade wants to get the ship back under control, get it steered in the right direction again. Don't want to let this Heretics team get hot. That is when they get scary.
They have been steadily becoming more and more alive. I mean, look at the recovery from Woot. He was bottom of the charts for quite some time now, finds himself 12, 13, and 2 over Riens and Benji Fishy. Run back on this Jet on this defending side overall has been quite good, but the two brothers, Minnie and Boo, have just been very good this whole way throughout. Key reasons why Heretics are playing this so very closely.
Yeah, really consistent. And if you can get some of those rounds from Benji Fishy where he just shuts you out with his tremendous rifling. Saw it on Icebox against Paper Rex where he was just able to single-handedly just claw a couple away from his opponents. We know what he can do when he's on fire with those rifles. He is so darn accurate. He can lock down that position over towards B-Link. Because that seems to be, I think, where the Wolves want to try. They've been really trying to brute force their way through A main. Haven't been able to find much success in that direction.
Obviously, economy not in a great position, but 2 decent ultimates to try to make a thrifty go of it. They have the Nightfall as well as the Steel Garden available, so they're in a position to clear out the site, take these guns out of the hands of Woot and Benji Fishy. There's a possibility here for Wolves.
Yeah, and they're trying to spread out a little bit. They're going to give up this space a little bit intentionally, and that's a good shot for Woot.
It is. Benji, of course, does have the shorty behind here, just ready to play off his own trip. Him going out, the rush coming through. Shabbat able to find it, but it's still going to be a good amount of damage. Delta's weapon gets recovered. Riens gets taken down. Suddenly, sights open up. Woot's still here, though. Basically shoulder to shoulder with him. The peek on the angle. No. Lysor instantaneous with a headshot. That Sheriff coming up huge. Miniboo drops down, finds one, gets out. Now, only has 30 HP. Barring a miracle, my God, I think Wolves have actually done it. Because Miniboo, yeah, he's going to back away. He doesn't want to try to go for this. The Thrifty to come through with just the 2 carried over weapons. The ult's working a treat. Wolves will be 2 round wins away from taking Pearl.
Now, once again, it seems like Heretics trying to avoid those ults as best as they can. And I think Benji Fishy has a decent idea there. Oh, you're gonna guess?
Seems like no. Oh, he got him! Spring is just too damn smart.
He is something else.
Wait until the last millisecond to make him think that he was safe, to think that he was gonna survive, to hold on to the weapon before he tears everything away from him.
Fat eating some of those shorty bullets for his teammate. Finds a double kill with 10 HP again. Did that against Sentinels with a Sheriff. The clutch around. This one just breaks the site open. Even Spring's a little bit surprised there that he got that last kill.
This is a full-blown guess, and that means that Heretics are going to be sending the final timeout of this map once again, down by 3 rounds. Need 5 in a row if they want to avoid OT.
Now you've got some tough decisions to make. How are you going to change up that defense on the B site? You're doing a great job locking out A. Now you've got to find ways to stall and react a little bit better. Of course, there aren't going to be those same ults in play just quite yet for the side of Wolves, but in general, giving up a lot of space at Link. really open things up for the Wolves to make that execute. And for now, looks like maybe they're just...
And somebody time.
Yeah, how much was left on that clock?
Absurd.
Oh,
pretty much all in on this one. Only a couple players on the side of Heretics with a decent economy.
You have to consider you dropped that op over as well. So you have to be a little bit extra careful because you know that's still going to be in their hands. It's in YU's hands for this round.
To utilize it still, though, is Woot. Hadrian's clear the haunt. YU swinging is going to be at a disadvantage. Woot is able to go ahead and come away with the kill. 4v5 now for Wolves. Needed if they want to get up to map point right here and now.
Seen some great positioning early in the rounds for Heretics, and that's a nice shot from MIBR.
Swing out, Juicy. Dead. Hunter Spirit from Rienz coming away absolutely monstrously. Baby going to be taken down. Lysor tagged to 70. And once again, I think Spring and Lysor just going to have to stay tucked together, find a safe place, and try to ride out these remaining 40 seconds.
This is just on a knife's edge. It feels like every time one of these teams might start to run away with things, everyone's able to punch back. The Wolves there going to scoop that op back up and try to fall back into some safety. Let's see if Heretics can maybe find some last-second gun steal of their own if they wanted to go hunting. Boo's got plenty of money, so he could be the one to make a go of it,
10
potentially.
seconds left.
But for now, it seems like they're content to stay, but just locking down mid there. I mean, this is, you were able to shut down Juicy from getting through towards B-Link, kind of one of those pain points from the previous round. So things are getting addressed here very quickly. Another nice timeout for Heretics. Absolutely effective.
Going down without a fight. It's a really nice vertical flick there from Woot. The necessary one, it feels like. But from there, the round just absolutely gets away from Wolves. Quickly turns to chaos. They end up drowning in it.
You're going to hang on to that op at the very least. Benji Fishy does have a neural theft. Another ult that's currently online. Boo went away from his, though. Could get a cosmic divide here in some fashion. I don't suspect the Tour de Force is going to be used this round, but you never know. Stranger things. Still holding on to all of his util. Just content to try to see if this time Heretics get a little bit more aggressive on that mid control, but it is very far back. These positions for Heretics are near their spot.
Clear on the Prowler. Just gonna go ahead and take the gate crash as Star gets set up there to block off the B access. Seems like that's going to be the call to rotate made here for Wolves. As they go stomping across towards this A site, Trip's gonna be set up on that art exit over towards stairs, and now you've got Woot on a line back by Flowers, staring into A main.
The Heretics are trying to make decisions off negative information, meaning they don't have much. They're going to get a rude awakening here in a second.
Woot on the push. Fake goes through, looking for him. Position on the off. C's going to be going in, and Benji Fishy pushes forward, mows down two. Neural Depth now going to get the ping reveal here. Spring is desperately trying to break through. The repeat here from Woot is able to find it. Rienz takes down Lysor, and that leaves just YU left standing now. The time is just not going to be there for him.
I have the spike.
Spike is
10
picked up,
seconds
but
left.
it's just too precarious a position to try to make a play. So instead, he'll just hold on to the operator, or try to. As he falls down to 59, the push coming through from Boo off the flank, and somehow YU does not read that at all. Up, lost. Tour de Force behind, yes, but Heretics are one round away from tying things up.
Dude, Woot with this operator is so fearsome right now. And then Benji Fishy steps in. Needed to see some of those big plays from him, and he's Johnny on the spot. Gets the neural theft to boot. And then that is easy pickings for the rest of Team Heretics. They've got all the info they need to cut Wolves apart.
You want to play? Let's play.
Now he's up on the box here. This is such a cheeky angle.
Just changing around the positions.
Good flash, though.
Able to confirm a bit. As a dimensional drift gets the spot out on one of the more critical players here to try to identify. Two back behind the pillar. Juicy now exiting, sees him. He's just lingering here within the cage. Benji on the opposite side. Smoke's obfuscating all. Luke finds the off-down onto one, pushes the smoke. Shorty out, Lightsword dead. Pops the Bladestorm immediately. Tails went back up through B long. Three peaks. Shot goes a little bit wide. Spring is able to collect one. Juicy back over at Halls.
Spike down B.
Finds the kills. It's just Mini Boo left, but Spring will deny. Chaos abound, but Wolves this time thrive in it as they get themselves up to map point.
That is absolute madness there. On a knife's edge. Some of those shots, if they just could have landed one way or another, you know, maybe Woot hits that op shot onto Spring and it could be a very different round. It looked like he was just going to take this round over, switching into that Bladestorm when the pressure was on. Juicy stuck in the cyber cage, and he still manages to outdo Benji Fishy there. Just another great round off the back of that dimensional drift for
They're
Juicy.
off to the races, it would seem. They're looking for a fight here! Over at A main! And YU comes alive and sits them down. Boo frantically backpedaling the Prowler on the chase. The spot out on Orien's over by Art. The Thorns at stairs, they hold him back, they spray him dead through the smoke. As the spike gets planted, Wolves absolutely crank up the pace here on the round. 2v4. As the Nightfall gets the connection. Everyone from the Wolves. Disconnected into main. Their own Cosmic Divide going to be used. Wrap around coming through. Fat Baby trying to arrive over towards Art. The push out coming through. And they're both shot dead. 13-10. Wolves take the opening map in this elimination series.
They came in with a lot of confidence to start. 4 rounds in a row. Since then, it was a lot of back and forth, but that start was good enough to get them over the line on their map pick of Pearl.
Big glow up though from Heretics compared to the last outing on Pearl. Now they have their map pick of Lotus coming up next. We'll see if we can get a tied up series when we come back.
Watch me win, then watch me do it again.
Hey.
Let me show you how the fuck does it. Oh man, I was just getting warmed up.
Spike defused.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Here in Massive Toronto at the Intercare Center. It's time to play another game with Vansilli. We actually have 2 groups behind me. We have Wolves fans on my left, and then we also have Team Heretics fans on my right. So Toronto, let's give them a hand. So we're gonna play a quick game of rock, paper, scissors just like before, but this time, since we have 2 5 stacks, I need them to choose their agent. So let me try to do the AI as a group. Select your agent. I'm gonna give you 2 seconds. 1, 2. I think there's shots going on at the same time here. Okay, who do we have? Who do we have? Jet? Your name's Jet. Are you selecting Jet? So you're Jet. Okay, that's awesome. So we have Jet on my left and
It's got to be Gecko. I don't know.
We have Gecko on my right. Okay, and what's your name? Your name is Gecko as well?
It is, yeah.
Okay, so we have Gecko and Jet getting ready for the rock, paper, scissors. And I know we're a smaller group today in Toronto, but I know that we could still get loud. So cheer at me, everybody. Let's get things going. Let's stand in the front, please, and get ready for the rock, paper, scissors, shoot. Dude, that is so slow. I literally just asked you guys, do you know the rules of rock, paper, scissors before we go live? Okay, you guys will go ahead and shoot. Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. Okay, that's a draw. Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. You guys are talking to each other to go rocks all the time, right? We don't have 2 minutes, chat. Let's hurry up, let's hurry up. Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. Okay, one more. This is a tiebreaker now. Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. So we do have Gecko winning, but you guys still both get good signs. Let's bring it out here. Austin, bring it out here. We still have signs, a signed sign from Wolves and one from Heretics. You guys can switch that around. Switch that around here, because this is Heretics, this is for you, and then we also have the Wolves. Thanks so much for participating, guys, and we'll catch you later.
Hello everyone, Jen Lee here with Coach Fade. Fade, congratulations on Pearl. Now Lotus is coming up next. Despite the loss against the Sentinels, you still let it through today. So what was the conversation that you had in order to play this map again?
We noticed the flaw in our own game plan against Sentinels, so we made some changes. Hopefully we'll do better today.
Thank you.
They gotta be feeling so confident right now because Wolves have just won their first map on the global stage. I am your host, Youngsun. I'm back here on the desk and joined by Ender and Mel. We had some questions with the map vetoes. Heretics, they did make it close, but Ender, I think they learned a lot at the side of Wolves after the Sentinels game. They managed to close one out.
Yeah, I mean, Wolves looked real strong, right? Whether it's winning both pistols or just consistently finding value. I just was so impressed with what Spring was bringing to the server again. This guy is quickly a rising star on the global stage and looking like one of the top players in the event.
Yeah, Spring, I think, is quite frankly sprung to the top of the player rankings here in terms of the statistics. And I mean, come on, I had to get one, right? I feel like I'm not very good.
I love it. I want to encourage this more. I love it.
But I mean, he brought exactly what we wanted to see again from him. His showing in the Sentinels match was just a glimpse into what we're going to see today. So I really hope to see him keep going forward into this match with that energy. And Juicy as well, joining him up there. Juicy had an incredible performance alongside him.
You could tell what that meant for them as well, you know. All match, they were so animated, and that winning moment was just so great to see. And that brings us to our Verizon high-speed moment. Mel, nothing gives you confidence in an ace on pistol round, let's be honest.
Yeah, and just knowing how much value you're going to get from it, I feel like it counts. It should count as like 10 kills, right? The economical advantage it gets you. It honestly almost counts for 2 rounds playing so well in the pistol and just so clean too. I mean, it's just pretty much a high-low peak, resetting for MIBR dropping off the screens, making this play into CT in the 2v3. Every part of this was just beautiful to watch.
Yeah, it kind of felt like it just buried Heretics in a way. This was a close game, right? But both pistols going to Wolves. That is a 0-4 now on the tournament for Heretics in pistols. In a close game for Juicy to have that ace, and as you said, get that momentum in the second half. It just kind of ends it there.
I guess the saving grace is the score line was much better this time around on Pearl.
Yeah, imagine if they win a pistol. They're winning that map.
It's a difference maker.
Imagine. But like you mentioned already, the pistol rate not looking very good. 4-team Heretics. Did you like the comp change, you know, and also the resurgence of MIBR?
Oh, for sure. The comp change seemed like it was going really well. I think Woot also was performing really nicely. The double duelists were showing up in a big way. But I think that really the difference in performance for MIBR compared to that opening day in the 13-1 loss to now was night and day.
Yeah, and I think Team Heretics, I'm starting to see a little bit in them remembering who they are, right? They are a team that has made countless finals, and a lot of teams can't even say the same. Some teams say they can't even make it to playoffs of an international. So I'm starting to see glimpses. I know they didn't necessarily win the map, but I'm seeing them kind of go back into the roots and get that confidence in themselves. And I know Woot as well was taking so many re-peaks and timings, and I'm really not getting the vibe that they're just playing not to lose. They're trying to play to win here, and that's the biggest difference maker for me.
It's so important to get their players online, get some confidence in them, having MIBR have the kind of performance from EMEA we've seen as well. And I'm glad you mentioned Woot too, because he doesn't op really ever, very, very rarely, but when he did have that op, it looked amazing. It makes you think why he doesn't op more often.
Yeah, we definitely want to see a little bit more of that. I don't know. For me, the tag team was just working. But again, like, it cannot be overstated here how important it is for MIBR to have this resurgence, because again, on opening day, he was struggling down in the dumpster. You look at the comparison on Pearl, like, it is absolute night and day, and I think a lot of that is also just the fact that he got to play an attack half that he did not get to play in that opening day.
That has to be the change there, and it's honestly so great to see him. I mean, going from 85 ACS to 210, going from a 13-1 loss to a 10-13 loss, I mean, that's just great to see, and I love the fact that they're in it, they're still here to win it, and I can tell that they've definitely taken the time to reset, and they're giving us some good Valorant. We're seeing a closer matchup, and I mean, no one's gonna complain about that.
Yeah, and Lotus should do well for them, so let's hear what Coach Neilzinho had to say ahead of Map 2.
Hey everyone, Jen Lee here with Coach Neilzinho. Now Coach, just a quick question about Pearl. Can you talk us through why you reverted back to your EMEA comp?
Yeah, the comp we played yesterday was something the boys wanted to try. They wanted to try something different for the event. We cooked some new stuff. Sometimes you just have to accept when it doesn't fit us and it didn't work, so we went back to the one we played in EMEA. Woot gets to play Julius, which he enjoys playing. So it was pretty simple, really. Yeah.
Thank you so much, and take it to Map 3, please.
Hopefully, yeah.
Thanks, Jen. That is exactly what I wanted to say to Neil as well. But Lotus will be interesting because do they then revert back, Mel, to the Fnatic comp, which was really successful for them before they decided to move MIBR to the Neon and bring in the Tejo?
I don't think necessarily. I think they can really just do like a quick, nice swap with Fade and Teo. I think the onus is more on Wolves and what their Lotus looks like more than Team Heretics. I think Team Heretics is more than comfortable, but Wolves need to be the one to re-examine their game plan, like their coach said.
Yeah, because Wolves were pretty struggling on this map versus Sentinels. They started on the attacking side, only got 3 rounds to their name. And again, this was a series where they were finding so many opening kills. I think in that game, Spring is 5-0 on the Viper, lurking, finding kills consistently. But on a macro sense, we're not able to exploit the sites and exploit Sen in the mid rounds. I think that has to be a point looked at to improve here now.
Yeah, I think they were playing a little too poppy, too fast for a comp that they were playing. The comp that they play relies so much on that slow play you're talking about. So I want to see Sufat really pull out all the mid rounds here. I want to see like a FNS cosplay of Optic where he's going C, then going back towards A, then mid rounding the B, and maybe putting in an extra mid round back to A off of like a tree lurk. Something crazy, I think. And I feel like that does fit in his calling style. So, and their coach did talk about a game plan change, so that's what I'm looking at mostly.
Yeah, maybe don't throw a 12-5. But other than that, everything else you said will be correct.
A third FNS stray. A third. No, this is so sad. Can we please get 10 gifted in the chat? Please.
Only 10? He deserves more than that.
50?
50 gifted in the chat.
Please.
But I almost want to see them do the Sen comp. I think they could, for Wolves, maybe they can move over the Vice on Pearl. Wasn't bad, you know, as we take a look at the live agent select.
I'm not thinking they're switching anything. And honestly, look, I'm kind of liking this. Heretics this time insta-locking. It will be back to the Fnatic comp like you were talking about, Sue. Again, previously they'd been playing double initiator with the Tejo Breach off of both of those agents. But this gives you a lot of options, I think, in the stall category, of course, and the info of Killjoy spreading across multiple sites to punish the lurks.
I'm so worried, Mel, because Heretics, there's no one else that has more experience playing against this comp and understanding them than Heretics.
Yeah, maybe Wolves should put an extra, or not an extra wrinkle, but maybe they shouldn't play exactly how I was describing earlier, because Team Heretics could very well be super prepared for that uber slow style.
Sorry, Woot, Fade, Rian's Viper? Sorry.
Well, that just completely went under the radar.
Just thought, that is, what, hold on, sorry, carry on.
Are you okay with this?
My brain is lagging, my brain is lagging.
Can you get us up to speed and have some faith in the swap?
Yes, we're Map 3, here we go, baby. Over to you, Achilleos on Favorson.
Thank you very much. Never a cleaner toss than that one, Yinsu. Let's go ahead and get into this second map here in our first elimination series of Masters Toronto. Wolves in the lead, 13-10 win on Pearl. As the disc was just talking about, paper thin, Heretics have a ton of experience playing against this comp.
No doubt about it. This should be right in the Heretics' wheelhouse. I mean, they were 2-0 on this map in EMEA in Stage 1, but they were playing very different comps like the desk was talking about. So they, they're going to come into something different, but it still should be familiar. It's still going to be mostly what you're seeing last year. So this should be very much in their wheelhouse. I don't have many doubts right now about Team Heretics with this comp. I think the real question is just the mental right now for them. They haven't won a pistol. They've been getting shellacked sometimes, in a lot of these different rounds where it looks like they have advantages and they can't capitalize. And the shooting for the Wolves is really on point today. Obviously Spring is a known quantity at this point. He's consistently just top fragging for this squad, but Juicy stepping up big time when they switched over to that attacker side.
Yeah, needs to maintain that performance if they're going to be looking for a 2-0. Did have a quick little crash in the lobby, but everybody's getting back in, loaded up, and we should have everything underway here in just a couple seconds, so bear with us, guys. Hate to tease and tantalize a little bit longer. We all want to get into the action here on Lotus. See if Heretics can, in fact, give us that map 3.
I feel like it's going to happen, but man, the Wolves are just so good. When they're kind of all on the same page, when they're playing together, this team can do some real damage. And you could see on that previous map, they have some great coordination. They have some great executes set up that are just absolutely smothering, so difficult to deal with. So for Heretics, this, again, mental game for me. That's all this really is right now, is you got to get angry or whatever, or hype, whatever it takes to get you back into this match. Whatever your team's, vibe needs to be, the players and the coaches need to find it, and they need to get it going right now, especially for this pistol.
Yeah, like I said, 0-6 in that regard. The pistols have not been in their favor. We'll see if they can start rewriting that script, as we are now ready to go ahead and hop into Lotus. Toronto, you guys ready? Alrighty, well, here we go. Barriers will drop. There's MIBR forward position out here on the mountain.
He's maybe going to get some pressure. They've got a lot of options to take this mound space with the fade, with the omen, with the raise. See what they got dialed up, or if they're just going to try to dry peek this corner.
Who's going to be ready with a paranoia, try to stave them off. On up and over the top, going to be a quick little clear there. Last pack exit. I believe Boo in a spot where he can try to catch somebody off guard, but
placing swarm grenade.
Instead it's going to be a pivot cross now
out.
Towards a lobby here for Wolves.
Yeah, in their last pistol round, Wolves spread the map and had Lysor solo plant on B and kind of crumbled underneath Sen. So let's see if they try to stick together a little bit more on this one.
There.
All it took was that blast pack, and that was enough to make them think that the other side of the map was going to be better. A bit of noise made here, door open.
Do you read and expect potential double stack? Looks like the push forward in towards Tree, not going to be coming through, so Spring maybe not going to be caught here in the trap, but does end up hearing two players in that position. Paranoia through. YU going to be held at bay here for the moment as paint shells go through, and now they're once again going to have to put the crossover on towards this A side. The vulnerable there, bounding forward. Lysor able to find the first. Juicy gets a second. Benji, Fishy, and Rienz have been flushed out. Weapons upgraded time ticking down, but still plenty.
10 seconds left.
To get the spike in play. 3v4 now for the retake with MIBR. Down to 22, back turn, and YU now striking on the flank. Spots out another one, goes unpunished. Boo desperately trying to get himself over towards the site to spray into the smoke. Not finding much, but Boo comes away with a second kill. Right clicks here, able to find them as Juicy gets himself a 3K, and Wolves continue to deny pistol wins from the Heretics.
Okay, now I'm concerned. Now I'm concerned for Heretics. Things are just not going their way on these pistols, and it is the Wolves looking so smart in this round. I think learning from their mistakes against Sentinels, making sure that they're sticking together, being really sure of the space that they've been given. And again, it comes off the back of CuFat, the way that he's using that fade util to clear a site, to call the reinforcements over to go for that plant.
They did drop the anti-eco at the second half of
Fair.
So still going to be a concern, as there is going to be a very heavy death ball coming their way, but high-low setup here. Wolves are anticipating this.
Just one Sheriff for Rienz. That's the only buy-up this time around for Heretics. Marshall
He's dead over at the A side of the map. Some noise to be made. Paranoia going to be sent. Prowler getting a catch onto one. Swing out. Spike here in the hands of this player. Going to get dropped, but Lysor swinging around the side. Gets a fadeaway shot onto Benji Fishy with the final bullet. Push forward, looks for a little bit more, but will be Spring to take it away. 2 casualties, a bit of damage going to be dealt here, but Wolves this time not dropping the anti-eco.
Yeah, all in all, you're not too fussed about that as the Wolves. A few kills there for Heretics, but the trap didn't really convert into any further damage. Let's see this. Wow,
Timing.
Spring, just a timing, yeah. The guy just is so dialed in.
And on his reads.
That's a nice readjustment there from Lysor, too, to find that headshot. He's got the fist pumping for Fade.
If he doesn't, I mean, you're looking at only 2 players surviving. Hell of a worse feeling going into this bonus as they look for a conversion. Turret set up for contact in B.
Here's a gun that gave Heretics a lot of problems.
Spots him out. You see good amount of damage going to be in there on the entry. Paint shell's lobbed in. Boombot similarly to try to scout. Doesn't want to try to push this angle towards Baby Door with the judge in hand. MIBR's able to find one, but Spring does get rid of Boot. So a trade on the fades at the end of it all. Spike now planted 4v4. Couple players though tagged up quite low on the side of Wolves.
This judge still in play. Right around the corner.
Smoke going to be cycled in. Spring going to be taken down. And Juicy does manage to find one. Lysor gets the other player, Baby Door. Now it's just the double approach. Get through the connector, Lysor. Oh, they're just getting spammed out through the smoke. The push forward. Benji going to be good for 2 as he does find YU, but Juicy with another 3K. 2 charges from having his showstopper online. And a bonus conversion as Wolves start things off 3-0 once again.
I'm loving what we're seeing from the Wolves today. I can feel the confidence that Fade was telling me about before the map even started. It is the way that they are working together, the way that they're holding these crossfire angles. They're putting the right guns in the right spot. They're spamming at the right time. They're understanding their opponents so well. They have such a good read. And it is just another hot start on the attacker side for Juicy. He has been a world.
Oh my goodness, Spring. Looking for a little bit more, does find some damage. They're still gonna try to just shove forward, overwhelm, and eventually they will be able to do so. YU is going to stop them from getting value off of his fallen comrade's weapon. Gets a kill onto one, gets a spot onto Woot, still swings out for the challenge, looking for the kill, will not be able to find it. Rienz trying to hold things down here at C, but it's just too much opposition. Once again, 4-0 start for Wolves.
His Wolves team is looking to make an upset. They are just fearsome. I mean, Spring. Mechanical God there. Got the dink and got the fadeaway as he was going back behind the toxic screen. And Lysor winning one on the other side. Sure, Spring ends up going down, but YU on the job to make sure that that gun's not recovered and there's no big problems behind it. Now you've got a showstopper for Juicy. Let's see if they're going to go for it right off a rip.
Season 8 avoided. Minor little slow up here on the approach.
Tremendous patience being shown.
Trying to figure out exactly what their angle of approach is going to be here. Fun little shot through the one-way. YU does get a connection onto MIBR. In the meantime, Spring a lurk forward towards the A orb.
That's so scary. And he's gonna not hear much, not see much. So they're gonna try to readjust into that direction. Try to open themselves up for a pivot, but I like the way Heretics is maneuvering to try to cut this off.
Showstopper up and over the top, dodging this out. And Rien's out into the open, just no way to escape. Juicy finds the kill. Benji Fishy, however, plays forward into the smoke. Gets a catch on the Lysor. Gets the spike on the floor for a brief little moment as the C's goes at him. But now the call can come through from YU. Pivot into B. The site is open. So Baby Door will get broken. So Fat Baby just going to stay tucked here at tree. Looking for the linger, looking for this backstab play. They're suspicious about it, but do they have the read? They're going to try to double clear him. They nearly line up. In the end, the trade is there, a 3v3. The health advantage in the hands of Wolves.
Not much util to speak of. A couple blast packs and a haunt.
find you.
Benji can find one that would give him a lockdown. Hate to have to commit that here. Won't get the opportunity. Builds up the ultimate in death. There's 2 players surviving. Wolves 5-0.
It's just tremendous patience being shown by the Wolves. Not at just the beginning of the round to avoid the C's nade, a little thing like that, but then the pivot over off of the space that Spring is taking. And when Heretics tries to collapse, Heretics has 2 on B, 2 on A. They're ready for this A hit to try to get some flanks going. They're able to find this showstopper and then realize, whoa, 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 there's way too much going on. Benji Fishy already here behind the pillar on site. Let's go over to B. We think that might be open now. And it is a beautiful call again. I mean, CUFAT is on point as the IGL here, as Heretics gonna rip a timeout. And you need to.
Juicy is 8-1-3 here at the moment. Once again, knocked back economically, but this has to be the moment for the timeout. You need to start getting some round wins. Yes, you're starting on the defending side. Typically, that's going to be the weaker. We do have some anomalous teams out there.
Sure.
Genji being one of them.
Sentinels.
But aside from that, you also are about to have 5 ultimates available. It's just a pit from Rienz that isn't online. Everything else is at their disposal. You need to make sure that when you commit them, you're going to get value. It's going to lead to a win, and you're not going to oversend it only to be faced with a round loss.
It's a really nice looking opportunity for a Thrifty for Heretics, and it would be a much needed one to say the least. But you're getting close to Spring's ult. That Viper's Pit would be a real thorn in the side. You know, you're running a bunch of Sheriffs and a Stinger. Not exactly what you would want to try to flood your way through, but you do have some ability to clear it with the lockdown, the Nightfall showstopper, so there's counter punches if Spring does get that ult available.
Bring them down.
For now, Benji clearing the util and spam at, but just gonna fall back. You got Rienz there with him, one away from his Viper's Pit as well. Let's see if they're just gonna commit.
Uncleared. Sees nade, and that is just Rienz dead to rights. No way to escape. Juicy, a bad spot. Does get vulnerable. Does not get away from that Nanoswarm. Benji Fishy now re-swinging around the back. The peel off a second kill, but eventually is going to be flushed out. Spinning was similarly going to be taken down. Spring still standing, still delivering. It's the commitment of the showstopper. Not going to be finding the value that was so desperately needed. Boo now alone with just this Sheriff in hand.
Gun here.
Turret set up over the top.
Cover going out.
Paranoia is not going to connect. And YU is instantaneous with a headshot. Puts him down nice and easy. 6-0. Wolves just looking absolutely electric.
I mean, other than a little bit of a body there by Liza.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
Yeah, I saw it and I was like, oh no.
He made up for it.
He did.
He killed the Rays.
I mean, the funny thing about this round is, you know, Benji Fishy gets those 2 kills, and that makes Heretics think they could pull the showstopper. They whiff on it, and then it still ends up being the Wolves round, and just a little bit.
A little bit more space. Still 4 ultimates here. As Wolves just never really at risk of getting caught by these C's nade combos. Seems like they always know where they're going to be coming from. They're always playing back, waiting for that util to get dumped early.
Yeah. You know, Team Heretics is trying to guess at the Wolves' tendencies, and they have not found any success on that.
Prowler going to be cleared. Up and over the top goes Juicy, and Benji Fishy will be able to sit him down. Entry power taken out of their hands here. So that is the best possible start to the round here for the side of Heretics.
Yeah, this is probably one of those rounds where Wolves are just feeling it, feel like they can do whatever they want on the map, but Juicy all on his own when he got into the site. Gonna try to pivot towards B a bit.
Miniboo, though, with the retuck, gets himself on the side. They're gonna try to go for the 90-degree clear outs. Can't find either of them. Miniboo standing tall.
30
Fat
seconds
Baby
left.
last one standing, so it seems like Heretics here will at long last get themselves a round win. There's a long road ahead of them, but being able to get this just on rifling, just on util, not on ultimates, that is a big boon for them.
Yeah, absolutely. And still, they could do a lot of
10
damage on this
seconds left.
defender side. Yes, Wolves already have 6, but you can run 4 or 5 in this one. You're going to be feeling okay going into your attacker side. So this is a good start. Good first foot forward for the Wolves. Or excuse me, for the Heretics. And the Wolves going to have to try to figure out a little bit of what they want to do. You're one away from the Nightfall, and then you've got a lockdown of your own. So Viper Spit as well. So you've got a lot of counter punches, and immediately a
Wolves,
timeout is ripped.
Yeah, Wolves are calling a timeout.
Wow.
Enemy remaining.
And
I mean, I
Round
think
by round, we have to build the castle, you know, brick by brick.
Absolutely. Absolutely. But I think, to me, this is just some of the things that I saw in the VODs when I was watching the Wolves is when they start getting these, like, individual plays, when they try to go for these big moments where they don't necessarily have the right information, they don't necessarily have their right setups or kind of understanding of where their opponents are, and they just try to make something, they just try to force a play.
yeah, I think this is just one of those things where it's like, okay, I can hear the players talking. I think they're getting a little bit antsy. They're not sticking to the structure that we had set up ahead of time coming into this series. So I want to intervene and make sure that we're sticking to the script. But it does also give the coaching staff from Heretics the opportunity to get back in the players' ears and, you know, feed them information based on what they've witnessed. So it does come at a risk. We'll see what happens coming in off the back of this one. There's plenty of ults available here to both sides. One charge away for a Nightfall.
Yeah, I mean, you're going to be looking at a very similar array of ultimates for both teams, potentially. Just depends on if they're able to get an orb or a plant over or CU Fat or even a kill. They're going back to this 4-1 setup that they love to run at the beginning of the rounds. Again, Seasonade combo attempted early. Rian's just waiting for the pit, and he's going to rip it. See what the response is going to be. Are they going to go
for
for
lockdown? I mean,
yeah,
could just be lockdown for lockdown stalemate here on the C site.
Calling my bot. Initiated.
And that is exactly what is going to happen. And if you're Wolves, you say, okay, we get 2 ults out of you, we can get 1 out of us, we back away. This is giving up a good amount of space and control over towards a site, though. Rubble firmly in the hands here of Heretics.
Not going to fall for the detain bait.
This has dropped the pit. Why you just hits it straight onto Rien, so even if the pit hadn't already fallen, certainly would have now.
Oh, and they dodged the Nightfall, too. They had backed out a mound.
But now that they've dodged that, that could force the pivot from Heretics. They might take this as false information. Blew up and over the top. Spike is going to be brought over towards this side, it would seem. As it's just going to be a TP into the site to get the plant down and Spring.
30 seconds left.
Flushes out Boo. Benji and Wu, in all likelihood, should just try to go for the save here. Looks like Wu will at least take a peek.
One enemy
He
remaining.
will be noted and dealt with at the door. Benji Fishy has to just walk away. Wolves, the timeout call. It ends up working a treat.
It's brilliant. I mean, just the way that they immediately are ready to counter that Viper's pit. And you said it, 2 for 1. That's just a wonderful timeout call there by Fade. Reading into Team Heretics very nicely. And then they're able to work to the other side of the map. That TP from Lysor really opens things up for them. Spring wins a big duel against Boo. He has just been so reliable. He is just an absolute menace over there on A, whether he's just creating attention or setting up for the lurks, getting information. And then on the other side here, just the timing. Just the timing. Rien's had knife out, he's just running forward. Got cut down. And there's Spring.
One enemy remaining.
Nettie's over there, YU holding the line. That's what you love to see from the Wolves, just smart play. We know they can shoot. And they're looking for some kind of maybe fast B hit here.
Toxins going up.
Find into the side, try to get a pinch on anybody who might be hit with a vulnerable. It's going to be the Boom bot chasing over towards Mini Boo.
If they get the Season 8 out again.
Ultimately, they're going to be happy with that. Smoke about to dissipate. Boo going to try to cycle this one back through. Is Nightfall going to be committed on to B? Quick little pick out. Boo comes away with 2. Spring and YU both going to be taken down. Fat Baby concerned about a potential push out from Mound.
Sent the Nightfall, tried to sell a fake. They do have a heavy rotation over to this A side. Now they may be challenging Benji.
And still full util setup, double nano in the alarm bot. Situated here on the entryway. Turret gets cleared though. That draws the attention of Benji Fishy back over towards B. Peek into the connector. Paranoia from Lysor at the ready, but will end up going wide.
You know
he's coming down, dodges the Haunt. Smoke going to be coming through. Juicy pressured here from multiple angles now. Fights back in, finds the first, tries to look for a little bit more. Was trying to go for a 180 flick, but does end up getting picked off there by Rienz. 2v3 now. Benji tagged to 72. This would be a back-breaking round loss for Heretics.
They don't have any util. Just gonna have to dry peek through.
Lysor should be dead on this angle if he swings out. Shots flying his way. It's the smoke set up to push into the smoke, and Fat Baby unable to find the shots, and they know exactly where the Omen is at. Push forward, Woot winning out the fight. 3 players surviving. Heretics find their second round win.
Yeah, just Boo this time, taking matters into his own hand over at A Rubble. Gets those 2 huge kills. Snappy shots from the IGL of Heretics.
Seconds left.
That really opens up a lot of space for them. Good work by the Wolves to find some open of their own, but numbers were not in their favor.
Nice! Let's go, guys. Let's go. 5 rounds and we're Gucci, okay?
Yep, absolutely. I would totally agree. If they can string 3 in a row now, you're going to feel good about it. Still sitting on the Viper's Pit for Spring, but plenty of money for the Rifles, for the side of Wolves. Another big A contest here.
Uh-oh, this time, Wolves not quite ready for it. Season 8 gets the catch. Spray down on the Juicy, 2 players dead off the rip of the round. Heretics very well poised to get that 3rd round win now.
Finally, it comes through for Heretics.
Even if you start making this close, Miniboo has the showstopper. So as long as he's not dead early, that is going to be a hefty concern. The high-low here on the corner. That Baby just trying to clear out this util. Prowler around the back. Not going to note anyone.
There's just nothing being given up here by the Heretics. They've got everything on lockdown. Complete map control in their favor. This one looks extremely difficult to do. Alarm bot right on the other side there for this double stack.
Alarm bot cleared. Spots them both out. Finds the first, finds the second. Showstopper going to be sent. And that's going to be Spring and YU dead simultaneously. Tuck around the corner here. See Fat Baby now in a 1v3.
No way.
1-7-3 here at the moment. Swings in, spots the first, tries to get the transition, cannot do so. Sees grabbing him, trying to pull him in a little bit deeper, but Spike just cannot be planted fast enough. Woot will arrive, they make a good run of it, they make it close, but Heretics will get the round win all the same. 3-7 now, still, that's 7-5, a possibility.
Yeah, if you can get these early advantages, Team Heretics are good for it. Just finally able to find that timing, find that moment. Wolves decided to try to turn up the tempo a little bit at the start of the round when the barriers drop. I mean, geez, YU. That is brilliant work through that angle. Showstopper was there.
Nice, good job.
And it's the one that takes him out.
Bro, that was unfortunate. Like.
So, I think I'd like to see Wolves pump the brakes a little bit here. Take things a little bit slower. See if they can find their open space on the map. Uh-oh.
They went from reading these to disrespecting them and being punished by it.
Shadows traveling.
Oh,
they
boy.
dead. Off the very start, YU getting spammed down through the Viper wall at B. It's another rocky start to the round here
And now you have no ability to gather info. You're just going to have to brute force your way through something. Taking their time.
Cover going out.
Benji's been a thorn in their side.
Here's the cross. Nano gonna be sent out. He's gonna be able to find lights at the same time. Benji Fishy holding down this C site. YU try to grab this orb and gets the ult, either with this or in death, but this way he can try to go for a save perhaps.
Absolutely would like to save.
So he's just gonna creep up, see if he can spot anything
30
out.
seconds left.
Challenge into the smoke. Well, it goes out deeper, but yeah, just nothing realistically to be done here in this position. Heretics, once again, coming alive, starting to run things back. A fourth round win.
You can't get
10
caught by
seconds
these
left.
C's nades anymore. Got to wait out the beginning of the round a little bit. You know, I know there that maybe you think you're safe. Oh, hold the phone.
We'll be able to find a little kill here onto Woot, but nobody else really in position to try to find a punish. So, well, you've got to be fine to go ahead and hold on to his weapon here. I mean, Lysor able to escape, but getting a bit too antsy here. It's too aggressive. It's costing him dearly.
Benji really, really good here on this C-side defense in a couple of these rounds. Able to find a ton of impact. Nano's in good spots. Positioning excellent. He has been really annoying to deal with for the Wolves. Do have a Nightfall, but for Woot on the side of Heretics. Showstopper though for Juicy. Lockdown as well. Of course, still that Viper's Pit for Spring. No C's nade this time. Patience being shown here by Heretics. They've dipped into that well enough. They've gotten their value.
Lockdown gonna be sent here off the rip. Brienne's gonna try to reposition, wants to take a more aggro position here. As it shows up now, going to be invested. Some damage going to be suffered, but Rienne's still able to find one before getting taken down. Nobody detained. Nightfall out in response. That's going to connect onto absolutely everyone here on the side of Wolves. As many people goes chasing forward, gets himself here on the site, and they don't know what's hitting him. A blink and you miss it retake. Heretics deny the plant and they rescue the half.
And that is exactly what the Heretics needed. That is what the doctor ordered. They are right back in this thing.
The Wolves are going to be kicking themselves given the lead that they had established. 6-0 at a point. We'll see though, Pistols have been on their side. We'll see if that continues when we come back after halftime.
Down C. One enemy remaining.
I don't really like committing to things. I'm scared. But when Verizon announced that I could lock in a low price for 3 years, I mean, yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Can you hear me now?
You've got secrets I wanna keep. You can give them all to me. You can give them all to me. Demons. Demons.
We are back 7-5, the half with Wolves narrowly out in front. Heretics, so monstrous efforts to recover this half, running back 4 rounds in a row.
Yeah, this is just really impressive stuff from the Heretics. Our Coinbase Econ report, kind of a smattering there. CU Fat having a bit of a rough go of things, but
yes,
both of our Killjoys having a really strong run there. You know, YU doing a great job on the backside, finding some of that value. Benji Fishy comes out big there and just kind of cruises through the rest of the way. Was really impactful on that C site, made it nearly unassailable for a lot of that half for the Wolves. And then they started to take that rubble control a bit, found some connections with their util, and looked really, really strong. A bit of a dip there, but you can see he bounced back nicely. YU picking up where he left off on Pearl, having a ton of impact on that Killjoy, looking really comfortable in the back lines.
And the stage has been set as far as KJ impact thus far here on the map. Benji Fishy has been getting value in pretty much every regard. Rifling as well as his util placement. Really likes to cluster things together, get that kind of overlap between the nano swarms.
Yeah.
And if you get the alarm bot ball out as well, then, well, you just basically guarantee the kill. We'll see what happens, though. Heretics have not been able to find any pistol wins so far in the tournament. Can this be their first? As they look to take this all the way to Ascent.
Just the alarm bot at the front of the door, the turret over at B. 3 players over at A, but there's a smoke there slowing them down.
And I'm going to be lobbed in here as they try to go for the entry. Prowler just block out some of these bullets, though. YU forced to reposition. He'll get taken down. Woot there through the wall. Cuts him down to size. 3v5 now, looking for the retake. And overall, players on Heretic still pretty damn healthy. It's just MIBR down to 54.
This has to be crazy from the side of Wolves. Still have the paranoia. Still have the haunt.
Wall will fall. Paranoia to try to clear out the close angles here, but no one gonna get blinded up by that. A paint shell available for Juicy. Sends that around the bend. MIBR gonna eat even more damage, now down to 18. The kills still not yet being found. Lineup is there though. Juicy finding 2. Pushes forward into the smoke. Who able to flush him out. Lysor now all alone. Gets the reload off the smoke. Gone. Tries to line it up. Finds the headshot. But needs to go for the stick here. Tries to go for the turn. Benji Fishy is gonna try to just jump shot him here with a ghost. He's just able to make it happen. Benji Fishy barely gets them over the line. As Heretics will find their first pistol win of the tournament.
It's as close as it gets. It's a great opener here off the back of the fade util. MIBR just hold a W. Takes Spring with him. And then Woot through the wall. They know they've got YU pinned on the stairs. Just barely gets the wallbang headshot. And that is an absolute nail by Neil Zeno.
Yeah, they're just stressing out, and I cannot blame them.
Trying to find some grounding. Oh, man. Huge, huge for Heretics.
I mean, it's very necessary to instill some hope. Some pressure over towards C. Lysor going to be caught. Bounces out of the snake bite, but eats so much damage, down to 22.
Really wants to do everything he can to keep that hidden position, but I don't think
spotted.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
I mean, Renz maybe now thinks that it's clear, but given the smoke, you have to assume that he could still be in that spot.
Toxins going up.
He's definitely wary of it.
Door chipped away at. Prowler not going to be able to go deep enough to actually fully clear it out, but if MIBR sends a paint shell, he'll almost certainly have the Omen dead.
Yeah, now you know.
Well, yep, got the re-reveal. There's the old C's nade, and Lysor's dead. Overkill? Maybe, but still able to go ahead and lock that one in. Root on entry, right click to the face, not going to be able to find the elimination. As it's just going to be Juicy left alone. Let's see if he's going to be able to find any kind of damage here. Is that MIBR likely going to be sent out on the hunt? Yep, does get the swap on the Ghost. 3 charges from having a showstopper online. And jiggle out. He'll get 1 charge no matter what. And he'll get it in a kill as he keeps himself alive. Flawless round here in the anti-eco. Heretics have now tied us up at 7-7.
Yeah, the methodology here for Heretics is A+, no notes. That is just so diligent. Making sure that that trick position never comes to fruition. mean, maybe there was a chance there for Spring, but Woot able to crouch down, hold it down. Mini Boot finds the final.
Juicy.
A little tap of the monitor. See you back and find some energy there.
2-12-3. It's been a brutal run for him.
I mean, a guy who is so impactful in the fragging department. Deep Nano being set up, but right at the door is the Nano and the alarm bot here for Wolves.
He's going to be avoided as YU and Spring able to find one apiece. Solid starting trying to shut down a bonus conversion, but they're not ready for Boo to be here. Paranoia not going to connect though, and Spring will mow down the remainders. Gets himself a 4K and saves the round from being catastrophic. Just the one casualty as Wolves regain the lead.
Yeah, just a nice classic C setup here. Some of that util at the front door to stall things up. One player up on the platform, another at the stairs. Set up that crossfire. Spring, given those opportunities, will collect most of the time. And let's get on your feet, see if you can get the energy going. Right now, feels like it is all Heretics. They have really come alive. Miniboo is the showstopper as well. And they want to use that C's nade to try to see if they could catch it early, but Team Heretics not even thinking that direction.
But it does buy them space for Juicy to grab the Orbit A, so now he himself is one away from having a showstopper online. So things could get a bit chaotic here if he's able to find it. Same Nano lineup up and over the top. Looking for the setup here as the showstopper gets pulled and Miniboo's immediately dealt with. Response, however, from his big brother, still looking good. Gets himself a double kill as Rienz finds another. 1 HP, but this plant can come through.
Spike planted.
Spamming, looking to try to find any kind of straight kill, but it's able to be avoided. Rewrap needed as Lysor rotates around towards the back. You see trying to entry here from the front. Alarm bot giving away at least one position. Moves forward into the smoke. Paranoia gonna be good for two players. Bounce around the corner. Showstopper now gonna be sent. Knows that he's gonna be close. Finds the kill. Another paint shell built up. Sent, thrown here at his feet. And Juicy absolutely demolishes.
That is unreal. Unreal from Juicy. For a moment, I thought they might consider a save. But Juicy's having none of it. And that Paranoia, absolutely perfect. It doesn't get any better than that from Lysor. The opener here, a little bit of a misguess at the beginning of the round. The Killjoy util, a lot of it was actually at the front of B site here for the Wolves. So that actually opened up this extra space, and Heretics are able to just flood through and get that man advantage, but man advantage be damned. Juicy comes through again.
And immediately, the timeout call here. Sent from Heretics. Down by 2 rounds, wanting to try to pull off a recovery. They know how costly that round is going to be. They know how much that's going to impact them. Having that immediate shutdown on the showstopper, losing that critical ultimate.
And then losing a man advantage in the post plant. And yeah, Juicy's able to get the showstopper, off of that kill. Like you talked about, that orb that he picked up, critical in that round. Just little things. These little things kind of snowball.
Had he been one charge further away, like you
Doesn't
said,
happen.
Going for a save might even be the call for him.
Yeah.
When you're that close.
Why not?
Juicy decides to roll the dice.
He had like 200 or 300 credits. I was looking at the economy to see if they really were going to heavily commit to it, but Wolves are very aggressive. You see it a lot, even in 2v4s. They'll try to go for pickoffs. They'll try to get into positions where they can do damage even when the round is basically over. And they find their moments and they catch you off guard.
A little bit of a force here. Half armors for everyone. Stinger, Sheriff, a Phantom, and a Vandal in hand here for Heretics. TP forward, Boo. Noted and dealt with. Lysor able to just go ahead, TP out towards safety.
These are these rounds for the Heretics where they commit a little bit of extra of their economy. Something that can cost them if they can't convert. But they have so much confidence in their own ability. Let's see if they can get it done.
Your lone flash now gone. An escorting utility of the paranoia taken out of their hands. Potential pivot into B, given that they do have Benji Fishy kind of lingering his way in. If he's able to hit a heater of a Sheriff shot here, will just be the clear on the KJ turret instead as he backs off.
And now you've got a hell of a pinch set up. This does turn into an A hit. The Wolves are just trying to keep it hidden. Still have the C's in CU Fat's hands. Just trying to wait this out. Let maybe Benji Fishy try to create a little bit of attention on the other side of the map.
Spotted out though.
30 seconds left.
Manages to hold him back. This flank not going to be able to come to fruition. Taps the door. We still have Spring hovering nearby to try to watch that. Benji re-wrapping his life sword. Able to find one. Does eventually get flushed out. The Vandal finding value. Hands comes away with a kill. Mini boot up and over the top of rope. Finds a kill there. Is Spike plant going to be interrupted, and now it's on the floor. Spring going absolutely monstrous. A tap of the plant. The time. It's just not there. It's already over. YU has to do nothing else. Wolves get to double digits.
None of my stuff has not.
Spring is unbelievable. The game sense that he has. His mechanics are gorgeous, but his ability to just pivot on a dime here. And this opening kill for Lysor. Very nice. He gets a second. And then I was a bit worried the forces were pulled over. Look at this from Spring. One. Oh my God. That is otherworldly.
Yeah.
I feel ya.
Just turned around and shot the other guy. And now, to add insult to injury, there's an Odin in the mix here from Lysor. Wanting to just tell them, nope, not this site.
Heavy investment, though, for the Wolves. Heretics can get this round.
Placing swarm grenade.
They might be able to start turning the economy advantage into their favor. Sending out some smokes. Again, trying to buy as much attention as they can on this C site. It worked a bit, actually. They pulled some players off of A. It opened up a little bit of space for them. They just got shut down by Spring and Lysor.
Nano to clear some nanos there at C. Alarm bot's going to be set up. Staring at each other. As the Odin continuously ringing out. However, 52 rounds remaining for Lysor. Cover going out. It's a little bit of damage there on the Miniboo, but certainly not the big value that he wanted to get from this Odin as he continues to run lower and lower on bullets. Push forward towards the door. Juicy going to try to hold things down here.
Oh, what a paranoia.
The paranoia locks him in position. Hasn't seen anything though. The gun barrel just on the side. The swing in. Miniboo wins the fight. The B site here almost for the taking, but YU on the repeat. Catches the enemy raise there in midair. Fight not going to go deep enough to be able to get the hit there on the Woots of the Spike plant can be committed to. Hit now, blocking off Baby Door. As Lysor says, all right, I'll just reposition. TP's towards upper, joins in alongside Shoot That Baby. Spring finds one. Benji Fishy going to be taken down. Two of the remaining players here inside of the pit. Push around in from behind, looking to try to find the Viper, and they found him. Just Boo now to try to clutch it out. Push on the smoke, and he cannot find it. YU with covering fire.
My ultimate is ready.
Allows them to get the defuse. Wolves 2 rounds away from sending Heretics home.
They are so cool, calm, and collected in this retake. A nice opener there, but then a response from YU. The pit is down, and who else but Spring to knock the first player out. And then he realizes where that Viper is. His other teammates are dying for the cause. They're trading along the way. And he knows exactly where Rienz was to get that kill. And then boom. I thought maybe he might get the timing there. They weren't guessing initially in the right direction, but YU spins on a dime.
And Miniboo's dead off the rip. The C8 combo doing wonders. Lysor will get caught as Boo. Able to trade it back, find some revenge here for his brother. Again, it's such a critical pick. The entry power gone. Now ults may have to be committed, where previously they could be saved.
Now you can let C be a little more open. It's so much harder to take C without a raise. you could commit these forces to this A side. Obviously, you know they're there. Obviously, they've been making a bunch of noise. You can lean a little bit further in that direction. Get that lockdown ready. YU going to be sitting on that ultimate, just waiting for his opportunity. With this turret being cleared. A little bit of another kind of fake here from Benji.
Here the Prowler, good spam out. Reading that spot behind the tree. Juicy does fall. Player advantage now here for the side of Heretics.
Face your fear!
So Nightfall will go across. It's going to connect on the two. Spring, shoot that baby both. Getting their audio taken away from them, holding on a wider angle. The C's not quite going to be able to connect. Woot desperately trying to get a breakthrough. YU at the same time has arrived, has a lockdown, but might not want to commit it into the round quite just yet. Plant coming in, Spring trying to run this down, trying to get the interrupt, is unable to do so. Looks to try to isolate, but it's just too many targets. 4 players alive. Heretics, a very solid bounce back. They break the win streak from Wolves. They slow the pace a bit.
They're just sort of able to outguess some of these positions. Sees nade early. A nice TP from Boo. Through the smoke, catches his opponent, his other Omen counterpart off guard, and Lysor. And then they're just swarming the site. That Nightfall brilliant gives them all the information they need to calmly move their way forward. Get in there. It's going to be an eco here for the side of Wolves. Just one Bulldog for YU. MIBR going to grab an Outlaw then, knowing the economic situation that his opponents are in, and it will be one shot onto every player of Wolves.
Turret going to be cleared out. I mean, a 5-man death ball push out towards Mound, forcing Penchy Fishy away and back in with the rest of the team. Trying to get a retake going from here. Going to prove to be rather difficult. See if they're going to be able to make a go of this. It's just YU back through the defender's spawn. Everybody else pushing forward in towards A lobby. Penchy Fishy going to be good for one. The Paranoid connecting, holding down M1, runs out of bullets. Swaps over onto the Classic, gets a right-click kill. Juicy will be able to put him down. Weapon now scooped up. This Prowler will go on the chase, but with the drop down, MIBR finds the kill, spots out the other. And it's going to be 2 easily delivered eliminations. So YU is going to try to drift out of this poison orb, but doesn't quite have vision. Rienz cleans it up. 1 casualty, another round win. Heretics 2 away from tying it up. This map is not done yet.
This has been another solid comeback for the Heretics. Are they going to be able to find a little bit more, just like they did in the first half? See if they can catch up, close it out, force overtime. Who knows? Benji playing that angle very, very nicely, and this Outlaw is such a powerful spot. Just gets tons of value. Nothing YU can do there. So no, thought maybe there'd be a timeout considered. Back into the Odin. Spring, along with YU.
Holding wide. It's tucked back over in towards the site though. Not taking any risks, nor are Heretics, given the pre-fire on the box.
Some early rotations though from the Wolves. Double stacking the front of B door just in case. Boo is sitting with the spike, but he plops it down by pillars. That kind of is the direction they're thinking about. Turret on the other side there. I mean, that has been the consistent position. I've seen Heretics clear it with a nano before with Benji. So they pinged it out again, so I suspect that that's something that they're going to be diligent about here, but you can see YU ready and waiting with his ult. Wants to try to shut them out of a sight, and here goes a Nightfall.
Just on a timing. Bit of information going to be gathered there. This does allow for Heretics to just pump the brakes a little bit. Slow down the approach. This is going to be a showstopper. Sent out here from MIBR. There's answering showstopper going to be set, but MIBR, he's ahead of the curve on this one. Juicy taken down. Lockdown's going to be exchanged here on both sides. Fed Baby able to find 1. The spray on the Odin, only going to be good for a singular kill. Root dead, but Spring still playing forward here. Rotates around the back and catches Boo unaware.
The time!
The detain is there, but the time is certainly not. Benji Fishy just now picks it up, but the round was already done and dusted once again. The clock betrays Heretics, and Wolves now find themselves at match point.
That is just wild. I mean, tremendous patience being shown by Wolves, but they're playing B so much of this round. I mean, Juicy and CU Fat are just ready the whole time at the connector. And then the cross lockdown. Spring is able to spring forward. And the infinitely sharp knife of time cuts the Heretics again.
Shadows traveling. The Chinese third seed looking to take down EMEA second. Heretics need 3 rounds in a row to force this into overtime. For the opportunity, the chance to try to then take us to Ascent. Nanoswarm's coming through. MIBR going to be getting cooked as Yuko is able to find 2. Too Baby finds Rienz. It's just MIBR and Benji Fishy against the world. Juicy in the corner. Reload necessary. Spike in hand here. Where do they try to go? Tap on the door to try to instill some doubt. Is smoke going to be cycled over?
Seems like Wolves are going to give them the opportunity to get the plant potentially. But when are they going to make their move? They're not giving them the opportunity to find any freebies.
Either side with much util, but MIBR dead. Benji Fishy, 10 HP versus 3. 30 seconds. Even with a pivot onto the B side, they're going to be able to rewrap. He's going to try to fake it out, but they have a numbers advantage. Juicy scaling forward, makes some noise. Benji Fishy hears it, and he cannot make it happen. 13-9, 2-0 fashion here in the Great White North. Wolves are the apex predator as they eliminate Heretics from Masters Toronto.
Unbelievable. The performance that this team put on today, absolutely incredible. And CU Fat almost falling to his knees. Who would have thought that the number 3 seed from China would take down the number 2 seed from EMEA in 2-0 fashion? Incredible stuff. Hot starts on both maps, and they are able to close it out. This team looks damn good, and they are looking to see if they can find their way into the playoffs.
Commiserations for Heretics, but elation here for the Wolves. What an incredible showing from playing Sen close to getting the 2-0 here today. Unbelievable scenes, an unbelievable team. They persevere, they're not done yet. They still have to fight and dig a little bit deeper to make it to the playoffs, but that's a damn good showing. We're gonna send it down to Jen though for the Verizon post-match interview.
And give it up for the Wolves! Okay, Juicy, I'm gonna need you over here. Let's talk about this win. All right.
Okay.
Thank you. Do you know what just happened? It's your first win in the international stage. I mean, I feel like that's gotta unlock a lot of confidence for the team.
Yeah, I guess at least we won 1 game. And we sent Team Heretics home.
I mean, yeah, let's talk about that too, right? Because I felt like Heretics, they were crawling their way back into the game. Everything was just a nail biter. And, you know, it's easy for a team with relatively less experience to kind of crumble under that kind of pressure, especially against Heretics, a team with so much experience in the global stage, right? So how did you guys remain calm? How'd you close it out? What was going on in the comms?
I guess it was just like a lot of communication between the team and like especially our IJ and our coach really just encouraging each other to keep calm. And like Heretics is really good, but I think my team is better.
Oh, all right, getting a lot of spice here. Now, you said you guys are coming into this with a we got nothing to lose mentality. I mean, you're only 1 game away from the playoffs now, right? So are we keeping that underdog mentality, or do you think it's time to upgrade to a new one?
I think definitely we'll keep the underdog mentality because we play well with it because there's no pressure. If we lose, we lose. But if we win, we win.
Right, no pressure at all.
Yep.
Right, congratulations once again, ladies and gentlemen, the Wolves.
An update is required. Financial system updating. System updated.
We will dance together.
The future of money is here. Feels good.
Red Bull gives you wings.
He said, she said. I'm the target, the bullet and the gun. It is now like an electric dance between sharks and black mambas. Don't fool them twice. If you still wanna be part of the members. I embrace you, dear, 'cause I embrace you, friend of the sun. I cherish you till the new beginning comes along. Evil
Wolves have survived another round here at Masters Toronto. It's time to see who is going to be joining them between Team Liquid and MIBR. I'm your host, and I'm back here with Ender and with Mel and Nats. He's there.
Is he up on the stage? Let's go.
Yes. Back.
Tragically, we didn't have him in the first round, but Nats is back up there on stage, rejoining Team Liquid, and this is a huge breath of fresh air, a sigh of release for all the Team Liquid fans out there. We had the constant updates with him getting on the plane, arriving at the hotel, but we finally see him in the flesh.
Whether you're a fan of Nats or a fan of Team Liquid or you're a hate
not a fan
watcher.
of Nats?
Oh, that's what I was about to say. Really, I mean, how can you not like this guy? But let's say if you're a Team Liquid hate watcher, wherever you are, it doesn't matter who you are. I think everyone can agree this is an amazing boon to the event, and everyone's so excited to see him up there.
What's he missed, Mel? You know, what's been going on since we last saw Nats?
Okay, if I was Nats, if I was Team Liquid, I would just pretend it never happened, and I would pretend this was our first opening match. But if I had to be realistic, he has missed a little bit. They are down in the lower bracket, down 0-1, and they are facing elimination today. So he has missed quite a lot of pressure on him to return and bring a lot of prowess in the macro stage of things.
Yeah, for sure. You can't forget, on top of just his impeccable individual skill, this guy is also doing the calling, so influential in their round calling to the team, and that was missing, right? They played a very close series against BLG, but this guy is going to come in as the leader that his team needs now that they're on the brink of elimination.
I don't think EMEA as a region has ever needed a hero more than we do right now, with Heretics being eliminated already, Liquid not looking so hot. Nats could quite literally save an entire region,
Yeah,
depending on what happens.
If not, this becomes the worst day for EMEA, with both teams in the Swiss stage getting elimed first. That would be brutal.
I don't think anyone have expected that either.
I actually don't think, somebody could correct me on this, but I don't think that's ever even happened, Mel. Usually,
Really?
I don't remember a time where, you know, both of our Cs get eliminated this early on, especially on the first round of elimination. But does that then put too much pressure, do you think, Mel, on somebody like Nats? Because for the people that don't know, he's not just the IGL. He's the lurker. He gives his famous speeches. There's like a million things that he has to do.
This could be my Nats bias totally coming out here. He's been one of my favorite players, lurkers, for years now. But I think if it was anyone other than Nats, I would say yes. That is so much pressure. And I think a lot of people would crack. But this is Nats we're talking about. This guy has been a mainstay to the international stage and to such high levels of play for years now. So many players still look up to him and steal his technology to this day. So I think he is the perfect person for this situation. And I don't think he'll flop.
Well, we've seen him. He's sitting on stage. Let's hear from him because Jen Lee managed to catch up with Nats a little bit earlier.
Hello everyone, Jen here with Nats. Nats, we're super excited to have you here, but that makes it the 6 of you. So who is losing in the musical chair?
No one. We go as 6 on the stage.
Oh, all of you?
Yeah, he will be one person will be on the back, and he will play from time to time.
Okay, thank you very much.
Well, that is very interesting that you heard that from Nats here. Liquid have also themselves come out and confirm it will be a 6-man roster from now on. But I look behind me, it is Penny on stage instead of Serial. What do you guys make of this move?
I mean, this is a shocking move to say the very least, right? Penny coming in as a last-second sub, it seemed, for Nats, now taking the place of Serial. But his individual play shined brilliantly in his opener here. That second map of Haven, when he was playing the Phoenix, he was absolutely dominating. So from an individual performance, I can get behind that, but they've been playing with the other 5 players all year, Mel.
It's kind of a scary thought. I mean, to be a player, to come up to this tournament and then be told you are now a 6-man, this is now a 6-man roster, I mean, it must feel a little bit awkward, no? I mean, Penny is a great player and I'm all for him. I mean, watching him play in Challengers, I'm a huge fan, but it does rub me a little weird here that they're turning this into like a 6-man roster.
Yeah. But at the same time, it is now do or die, so you don't really have any more breathing room because of not being able to have Nats here for game 1. So they're just trying everything they have, and it seems they think that Penny's the guy to get it done on this first map.
I guess the role also makes a little bit of sense, but surely, we talk about the 6-man roster, but there is no situation where you swap out Nats. That's just silly.
No.
That's just not a good idea whatsoever. So I assume it's going to be a swap between Penny and Serial, maybe a 1-for-1. However, do you know what this means with Nats being back on the global stage with Liquid?
Oh, wait.
Do you know what this
thing
means?
you were telling me, because he has like some guy he likes to, it's a good duo on the team.
Yeah.
Kiko was performing well.
Yes, as you know, all good things.
Dogs, you're calling them the good dogs,
How
right?
dare you? How dare you? All good things come in, you know, twos.
Cats!
Comes in twos. We've seen Verno and Aspas. We've seen that already. Back in EMEA, we've got Boaster and Crashies, but I don't think there's anything more iconic than Cats Nation. Of course, the duo of Kiko and Nats, the two players that played together even before this year. This is amazing.
Oh my god. Oh,
this is the
those were
greatest
real.
thing I've ever seen.
Are those real? Did they actually
We
wear
need
those?
to screenshot this, you know, get a phone like vertical version, backgrounds. But the reason that Cats Nation, you know, very popular, a lot of new recruits as well, is that these two are always consistent. They seem to kind of have this telepathic way of communicating with each other. They're always winning clutches together, fragging together. They do everything together, and this is probably their biggest win condition.
100%. We saw Kiko on his own was good in that opener. He was really solid for the team, but now with Nats back by his side, Yinsu, you're convincing me here in this duo.
Cats. Wait, Cats Nation? You joining?
I'm a member. I have my citizenship application underway. Hoping that it'll get approved.
Wait, oh my god, I just realized what they're doing with their 6-man roster. It's like the cat adoption policy, right? They found a 6th player and they just have to now adopt. It's like finding a cat on the street. It just becomes yours. You know, Penny is now theirs.
That's like me when I went to Mel's house and I wanted to steal your cats, you know?
That just totally reminded me of when Penny was on a team with Buin at Reykjavik and Vanity was wearing the cat ears.
Yes.
It all comes
It's all
full
connected.
circle.
Wait, can Penny
actually
be an
connected.
honorary member of Cats?
Cats Nation? He could be the currency, you know?
All right.
Yeah,
I like
be
it.
the currency.
I mean,
Yeah.
look, with how he was playing in that series versus BLG, I kind of respect it. It was really nice. Honestly, his Phoenix single-handedly, not single-handedly, but almost single-handedly won them the map they actually were able to get.
I mean, I think you have all credibility to say single-handedly if he's dropping 30. Feel free, honestly. Let it loose. But yeah, it was so impressive to see him. I mean, Phoenix is such a crazy pick out of nowhere, and to be able to drop at 30 on an international stage in front of the first time in front of a crowd for him, so phenomenal. And I'm so excited to see what they'll play and how he'll incorporate into the team now that there might be more sensible roles now that they are running the 6-man team.
You would think so, right? That would make sense, but I walked past their team manager, Eamon, famously doesn't do much for Liquid, but he did give me a he did give me a little like eyebrow raise, like, you know, we're gonna have some fun. Like, he's kind of like, we're here to have some fun, and I don't know what that means, but looking at some of the comms they ran, Mel, it certainly looked like some fun stuff already.
Yeah, it's always funny watching Team Liquid. They really come in with these quirky comps and manage to make it work, but so far the international stage, haven't seen it work enough for a series win. But Yinsu, I just want to say I love that you just have a love-hate relationship with EMEA. You are like very much a tough love supporter.
Yeah, but
you just want to
have you met Eamon? Have you met Eamon?
I'm not familiar with his game.
There we go then. But yeah, the cheesy stuff, and they could certainly carry on with all of this.
Well, that's what I'm wondering is like how much of this is something that they were actually practicing and wanting to implement, because the triple smokes comp on Icebox, well, it had been played before. I can't imagine that's a comp that like they've been practicing with Nats and just made the quick pivot over to. You don't play a comp like that without your IGL if that's something you've really been working on.
That's what I was thinking too, but I'm also thinking we did see MIBR struggle to adapt versus the Deadlock and the Viper that Gen G was pulling out yesterday. So I wonder that even if it's not like a perfect fit, if it's a little funny, these comps might be the difference maker when they go against MIBR.
Well, they're going to be, yeah, like you said, going up against MIBR. So let's check in on the competition and hear from the man with a few words. It's Verno with Genly.
Hello everyone, Genly here with Verno. Elimination match, Verno. Now we have Nats on the other side. What are your plans?
I think we're just gonna show up and have fun. That's about it.
Have fun.
That's our plan.
Okay.
I hope he does have some fun today, because the game against Gen G was not fun.
No, that was the opposite of fun.
Yeah.
Actually watching it was not fun either. As someone from America is like, that was brutal. They got absolutely destroyed, but I'm really hoping that it is just that opening day jitters. Again, 4 players on this team that had never been on a global stage before, and it definitely looked like it. They were out of their element now.
I'm rooting for a recovery because we saw that, you know, Team Heretics got 13-1 by Paper Racks and they weren't able to bounce back today as we saw. So I am rooting for like a redemption story here. I want to see a team be at their lowest and come back. I think it would be phenomenal to watch. I think it'd be great for everyone. And I mean, I am an MIBR fan, so obviously I'm going to hope to see that happen.
Yeah, I think the thing that worried me the most, because if it was just like their individual play and, you know, maybe looking a little shaky on the aim or things like this, I could get behind them again, because I know that this team has the raw talent, but it also seems like their game plan, they were just not responding to the things Gen G were bringing them.
Yeah, and we could be narrative Nancy's about this because, we have seen this film before with the rookies, their performance in the past, and we did like that ending.
Well, that's the thing is back during kickoff, right? They came in. Shannon Cortez are supposed to be insane. Map 1 versus 100 Thieves. Ooh, I was like, well, maybe these guys have been overhyped. It didn't look so hot, but that MIBR team did go on to get a 3rd place finish in kickoff. They only narrowly missed out on actually making it to Bangkok. So I'm hoping that they can sort of channel some of that similar energy now and bounce back on their 2nd showing.
And we've got so much content for you guys today because we got a Melistrator here in Toronto. So Mel, take it away.
Shall I? I mean, I wanted to highlight Texture's op prowess, but I also want to highlight here too that I think MIBR gave him a lot of opportunities, and this is something I'm looking for them to improve on going into this match. And I have some cope at the end, as usual, as the local cope merchant here on the desk. So if we wanted to take a look here.
Hold on, we don't have the round yet for you, Mel.
No worries.
Hold your horses. Let's pull the round. Yeah, come on, give us the round. Set us the stage first, okay?
Yeah, so
because you're talking about the op, right?
Right, and I feel like yesterday, I mean, we talked about how prominent Texture's op is. He is one of the best, if not the best opera at this tournament, he said himself. But I want to really take a look at how he was able to get these and what mistakes MIBR had to make for him to let that happen. So if you look here, we are on round 9 of the defense. We have Texture with the operator. I'm going to let this play out. And the op money has been present for a couple rounds here. Normally, you'll see teams, when they default C, they'll wait for this flash and this dart to come through, and he gets scanned, but that just half-second timing is just not enough. They have to wait a little bit longer for that op. And I want you guys to look here at Texture. He is immediately taking this rotate to B, because MIBR is making that read to go in contact where the opera isn't, because they just saw him see. And I think this is honestly a great play from here from Texture, but also a mistake from MIBR. You want to see the round play out here. You'll see that he actually repositions on the A-Link side, which is something that is great because a lot of teams, they'll smoke C-Link when they see the opera on C, and he gets a free pick here. So the anti-op protocol is not looking too great here, and I wanted to bring up one more round to illustrate this point on Haven. Look, I want you guys all to pay close attention to Texture here. Look at his POV. No smoke bricks. He's able to get a lot of opportunities. He misses a shot, but that's one opportunity. There's a scan, a second opportunity. They know he's here. He shot 2 op bullets so far, a 3rd opportunity, and we have flashes and a drone. But here's the cope I wanted to present. I want to say that this is purely first match jitters and nerves and Gen G's pressure on him. Because if you look back into America's lower final against G2, one of the favorites to win this tournament, you'll see, take a look at the radar, look at where this util is landing. You might say, it's just a Teo, like it's just completely different comp, but look, we're gonna see that Omen smoke come out. We see a Breach Stun. We see Xenon being very vigilant about the short peek and not giving free kills. And you're gonna see that they're able to just walk up for free, and they're gonna be able to execute the site. So I'm seeing good stuff out of them when I see them in Americas, and I want to see that today.
Yeah, it's like we know they have that ability because they've demonstrated before, just like you're talking about. But it also is just a very quick turnaround now, and it is not just the game plan too, but also the individual performance. They were getting outshot just basically across the board. They need big changes. They need a big morale booster coming into today.
We have 2 huge Bonafide legends, trophy winners, champions in Nats and Aspas, but only one of them can stay in this tournament. Let's send it down to the stage and bring out the players.
Team Liquid versus MIBR.
Things have been absolutely brutal so far on this stage for Team Liquid and MIBR, but they will get a chance for redemption today. A win will see them survive another round.
That they will. Both these teams need a savior. For Team Liquid, it is Nats coming in back to IGL this team, but for MIBR, my eyes go to Ospas. I think he played the worst series of his career in that opening match, and this guy never has a bad game. Today, he has to be there to lead his team through this tourney.
And he gets to start Mel on Icebox. I don't think you could ask for a better start for Aspas or Nats than this map.
Yeah, I mean, this is his playground for both of them, but in such different ways. Aspas on the Duelist, his op pressure, his entry, his knives, so many iconic moments we've seen him thrive. And Nats on the other side, he practically invented the lurking meta on this map, taking crazy timings, and now everyone looks to those days back in 2022 and how he played.
This is going to be one of the most fun maps to watch, I think, because for different reasons, right? You highlighted the op versus the IGL. This is going to be a map where Nats is going to have to call around that op pressure of Ospas so beautifully. So it's going to be individual play out of MIBR, out of their star, and Nats to lead his team.
And just to iterate how important it is for Nats to be back for Liquid and the fans, if you're not in the venue right now, there's a group of ultras just standing behind the stage, singing, cheering, screaming their heads off. I can understand why they're excited. We're very excited. More importantly, Team Liquid, thank God for banning the Pearl. Thank God
you're happy to
won
see
the
that,
MEA
Yinsu.
team. But the map choice is also them picking the Sunset. There's some interesting things going on.
Yeah, I'm very curious to see how that pans out, but honestly, for me, I really am just so interested in this Icebox because of what we saw Team Liquid play on it the last time, with the triple smokes comp, playing no Duelist, right? Like, is there going to be some element of that they're locking in? Was that a one-off? How does Penny fit into the roster? There are so many questions left to be answered from Team Liquid.
I'm gonna bet on the fact that there's gonna be a bit of a return to normalcy with Nats coming in, right? It's like the teacher coming back in after the substitute teacher was in before. He's gonna come in, okay, we're gonna run what we were usually running before and bring everyone back into a normal state.
So you don't want to see Nats play Clove? Is that what you're saying?
I did not say that. But I mean, when you think Nats, who do you think? You think Cypher?
Yeah.
You think Viper. And I've always been such a huge fan of that, so I would love to see it again here.
And the Viper Harbor, that could be pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, that's probably what we're seeing from MIBR. I think, like, looking at this coming in, it's like, all of a sudden, you have so many opportunities for Nats to come in and hard anti-MIBR, because you've seen so many times this team playing the map, Ospas loving this map historically, whereas on the other side, you don't really know what you're going to get from TL.
And it's honestly, I wonder what you can really do in terms of game planning from Fraud here. I think a lot of it is going to be reliant on the players in the server and how they react and how versatile they can be. And here we are with the live agent select.
Yeah, you can't come in and wear a Leo shirt and expect me not to have that kind of reaction. But like we said, live agent select, we have a Reyna hover. I will never say no to an IGL Reyna.
I'll say no to that. Nope.
Wait, Boostio Reyna? You're not a fan of the Boostio Reyna? The audacity.
Yeah, and I'm going to stand by that one. All right. Honestly, MIBR, there's no way they're switching anything up. Team Liquid, though, that is where my eyes are going to. How they're going to find answers to deal with Ospas's Jet. The Jet is locked in.
The 3 Viper hover is amazing. But Kiko, we should expect him to not be the one to flex off of anything. Right here, with Penny in the line, you can't, unfortunately,
5 hovers. Give it up.
Yeah, unfortunately, we can't have 5 Vipers. That would make me very happy, though. I'm a big Viper fan. So if we could do a 5 Vipers on the stage, that'd be great.
Just run a replication here on the Matches Toronto stage. Why not?
Crazy work.
All right.
They're taking their time, though.
They are taking their time. And
this is what I want to see. Penny's on that comfort.
Is that a chamber? It's a chamber.
And
it's a chamber.
Does this mean, I mean, with Harbor locked in, does that mean no Killjoy on this map? Because that would leave a ton of holes.
That's a huge gap in mid that I think MIBR is 100% going to abuse. I understand that Artzine, he's a great IGL. He is going to be utilizing that mid part of the map 100% against this comp.
Very interesting from Team Liquid. I mean, we probably wouldn't have been able to guess this out of all the things they could run.
Yeah, no, the chamber is a huge shocker, but I think just wanting to be able to hold more forward lines and deal with Ospas early in rounds.
Well, we got 2 bonafide legends on stage. Why not bring you guys 2 more in the casting booth? Here's Uber and Wyatt.
Flattery will get you here, Yinsu, that is for sure. tons on the line here. I mean, the stakes don't get higher for both Liquid and MIBR respectively. Liquid finally have their all-star IGL in the fold, and in an unprecedented move, they folded in their super sub for this tournament. Penny's come in. Not only that, he's taken pride of place in the Jet role.
We have never seen anything like this at a Masters or Champions tournament before. We've had subs, but then the starter will come back. This is absolute madness. But on the MIBR side, can they get their head back in the game after being destroyed by Gen G? This is a team that Aspas handcrafted, put together. They've become the hope of Brazil, and it's because he's brought in some of those very talented Challengers players. Shenum and Cortesia have been lighting teams up throughout their Americas run, but you can see, you could see against Gen G, confidence was low. They were getting nervous. This is the first time that they've been on the international stage, and it's time to bounce back, or they're going to have an early exit.
And what's crazy is that these rookies on this MIBR side, they made their debut on the stage in Americas, and, you know, Cortesia, for example, said, I didn't feel nervous at all. I felt confident, I felt right at home, and he was. It showed in his play. Here in Toronto, it's been a different situation. In the press conference, it was pretty low energy. Aspas says, we just ran around the map for an hour and a half. We didn't show anything. Now it's time to show up and show out for MIBR. They're on the attack side of this pistol.
And there's no better map for them to potentially start on. Their icebox has been unbelievable. 5-0 in VCT Americas.
Kiko going to be challenged early, and Cortesia actually looks a little worse for wear. Backing up, giving some space. There's Penny already in front of a home crowd, delivering. Patatek through the walls, able to find two. That leaves Verno and Shannon with it all to do.
Verno getting up top right now with the shift. They're going to kind of always want to press forward. They need to get a kill before they can even try to plant. But Verno's just going to get caught on the side.
Nats is just a little too clever for that. Patatek exits the round with 3. And EMEA's number 3 seed are off to the races.
Switching up the comp, but getting Penny on his original role. The jet that he was playing when he was with version 1 at Reykjavik years ago. And we have not seen him at a tier 1 level since then. It was a slow decline. He eventually joined up with G2 in Challengers in Americas, had a role swap, went away from the Duelist. They failed to ascend that year. And then after that, you know, just posting, I want to go back to the Duelist. I need to prove myself again. And for 2 years since has been competing in Challengers, has been one of the underrated best duelists there, in my opinion. And it's so cool to see him get this opportunity again. He has been grinding for something like this.
Playing under such a reliable champion IGL. It'll be Penny and Nats over here on the B site early. Nats has a feel for this timing, so going to cut off access to that far side of yellow, but Aspas has already dubbed Nats out. It's an IGL down. And behind this controller, Util, they're going to go for a plant, but Penny tries to stand his ground. He's overrun. Kiko, at least, through this gap, found a second through the wall as well. And that gives Team Liquid a real staging ground for a retake. Aspas will be allowed to plant.
A couple guns actually recovered for MIBR, giving them additional opportunity. Guardian for Aspas.
They're lining up. Oh, it doesn't matter. Patatek a little sharper in that instance. And Genom, one of the quietest rookies on this MIBR squad in their debut here in Toronto, has to solve this problem. Camo's waiting for him to come around the corner. That's an anti-eco converted for Liquid.
Listen, that is, of course, just an eco run from MIBR, but I'd like to see, and perhaps I don't want to read this as an early indicator, oversell it, but I like that they've scaled into that site together so fast. Artson was getting really proactive, swinging deep so people could trade off of him. Again, early days, but I do find that juxtaposed to the game against Gen G, where they were slow to go for trades, so fearful to swing for each other.
Penny is taking a very sort of conservative approach to this round, perhaps wanting to get that op in hand as soon as possible, get rolling on this defense side. Orb denied here by the snake bite, so Team Liquid have to respect it. Aspas has already started to inch forward in the jail direction.
That's your very standard util early. There we go from Cortesia. Patatek punished for the jump up, and now Jern going to get additional info towards the site. Would love to force Camo off this angle with the Outlaw.
Camo giving another option just to fall off those op lines. Outlaw in hand in this round though. Snakebite here to try and canvas the point, but it's Camo down already. It's the Outlaw. Now the game, Code thrown up by Kiko, hoping to make some use of it, but Aspas is ready to fight him in this side. Team Liquid have been denied, and all their good guns have been knocked out of their hands.
The critical reason of why MIBR have had so much success on this Icebox map is how well they play around the harbor.
Aspas blindsided by Nats's emergence from the Cove, but all things considered, a pretty clean play against the bonus round by MIBR.
In addition to the round win, that's going to get Artzin just one orb away from a very early reckoning, which could be absolutely pivotal. Winning against Team Liquid, who are about to be on their first buy. Send him on to
We saw BLG's Rushia on this exact map not long ago, being able to chain multiple of those reckonings together in one half.
Already look at this, the energy is different for MIBR right now. Standing up is Artzin, their IGL, having a lot more life than he did against Genji.
He felt like he was countered entirely by that Genji roster, could not show what he was capable of either. It's a clean slate, it's a new day for MIBR. And of course, survival here in Toronto is on the line. Can't afford to make any more mistakes.
There it is. Behind that high tide, Artzin is able to get the orb safely. Drone going deep. Penny wants to reach inside. Doubled up with panic attack. Here comes that ultimate.
Aspas goes up to 410 as well, looking for a bit of an angle around it, but Penny dealt with Kotazia pretty comfortably. Through the wall, wrap around the corner, it's going to be Verno Artazine, and Aspas have a crossfire, and that was clinical deconstruction of Liquid's defense here. Camo's on the outside looking in, and he'll be pursued by young Verno. And brought down.
That is a Team Liquid who opt to try to anchor the site, fully stack it up with as many players as they can, but they're staring down the reckoning. It disrupts their position, and the executes from MIBR on this map are way too clean. Look at Aspas, they're getting top left on screens, able to punish the swinging players towards Gen. I love that. So well played.
And what a timely round to have that reckoning available. Energy much higher here. We had a press conference, like, it was the most glum display I've seen from this MIBR team. Felt like they weren't able to, I think the most disappointing part for them outside the losses, they couldn't show what they'd already been able to do over in Americas. These guys blew our mind when they first hit the stage out there.
Again, another round win. Artzin is out of his chair. IGL is getting hyped, trying to keep everybody excited, confident, and they need that. Artzin is an IGL. Also, look, he had that first year with MIBR, and they failed to get much of anything done. He was the one player from that roster that actually remained going into this year because you could see his potential the entire time. And then as kickoff began, he wasn't even the IGL for this team. But when he picked up that role, that's when the team started playing more cohesively. That's when they were able to make that lower final in kickoff, nearly make it to Bangkok, but here, able to qualify for Toronto. He has been pivotal to the success of this squad, and if they want to continue the run here, he's going to need to be IGLing at his absolute best.
And it's worth talking about this Icebox, and in fact, the entire map pool for MIBR, it's in theory quite favorable. They have not conceded more than 8 rounds to any team in Americas on their run here on Icebox. And we had a conversation with Frog the other day, and he said he's very pleased that Sunset's made its way back into the map pool. It feels like that's like a top 2 map for them, one they can really showcase the things that make MIBR, MIBR.
And then after that, if it needs to go to the decider, Split has been in their wheelhouse all year as well, running that double duelist look, even when it was off meta and finding success. That's where Artzin isn't just IGLing, he picks up the Raze and he plays like a demon.
Seeing Frod there as well. In the past, Frod's coaching style has been one where he imposes the structure on the team. He really sets the parameters and has them play his way, but he sort of confided and he said, with Aspas on this team, I can't really go for that. I want to unleash the GOAT, as he put it. I want to let this player show what he's capable of. So now, even he's evolved as a coach to work a little bit more around him. Of course, we had a chance to check in with Penny about subbing in for Nats and what that was like, playing in front of a home crowd in his Omen player moment.
I think I played really well, obviously map 2, and that was a surreal feeling, honestly, to have that performance and come out to the home crowd and just see the stage and everything like that. So that felt good, obviously because of Canada, but I feel like the majority of newer gen esports players or like Valorant fans aren't as familiar with me. So I think after the map 2 is when I really felt the love and all that stuff, like getting off that stage, everyone was going crazy. It was like a surreal feeling. And yeah, I'm grateful for that.
Keep Liquid afloat to give them the opportunity. It's been a while since he's been on a master stage like this. A curveball in hand, but he doesn't need it!
Especially here, the coaching staff on Liquid is great, honestly. The game plans are really clear. I think that was a big part in why the games were so close, because obviously we have had no practice, but we had good game plans and everyone knew what to expect. And I think, like you said, there's no general feeling in the public that I can replace Nats and do what he does, you know? So I think I'd have to come in and do my own thing. And that's what I'm gonna do as long as they need me to play.
And of course, Penny's fit in so well that he's been put exactly where he wants to be. We had a minor audio issue down on the stage, which has now been rectified. So round 5 of Icebox beckons for Team Liquid on a bit of an awkward one.
And this team respects Penny so much that they've got him on the duelist, on his primary role over Camo right now.
Frees up Camo to play the more aggressive, sort of util-focused agents. Just like in theory, the Chamber. But MIBR, look at how they dissect, break up this A side. Yes, it's against Jerms and Pistols, but we saw that in the gun round as well.
One enemy remaining.
Keiko lit up there. All too easy. This one should pass to that event. Nat's hoping for something on the backside here. Cortezia, one of the highest rated players in Americas after his first couple of weeks of play. This guy can shoot heads.
His headshot percentage is always outrageous. That's what people were looking at when he was coming into Americas for the first time this year. He is never getting spray kills, always tapping players down. But Team Liquid on this round, they're going to have some quality ultimates to potentially play for the retake with that Hunter's Fury, Reckoning being one orb away. MIBR are so good at slamming this A site. Their executes are world-class, as good as it gets. Anchoring is an absolute nightmare. So Team Liquid could certainly just want to get out and wait for that spike to be tapped, then get back in with this, Hunter's Fury, disrupt the plant.
Haspas has an encounter with Penny earlier there. The latter sort of respects it, ducks out of the range of those knives, and Shannon has already managed to get so far forward. And bear in mind, not a Killjoy setup for Liquid, so they can't just stick a turret here and watch for this push-up kitchen. This could be a problem for the defenders.
Shannon has got into a great position, and MIBR are going to peel away from that A site, given that he's all the way up here. But Nats, oh, he catches Shannon. Will he expect Cortezia, though, who has also worked up tube? Double lurk going through, timing just a bit off.
Spotted out. This hasn't really dissuaded MIBR from drifting over in the B direction to play behind his Viper wall.
Team Liquid, however, they are aware the wall is going to come up. Recon clears out back yellow, so Aspas knows he's safe to move forward. High Tide there, rather, is going to cut things off. Hunter's Fury disrupting.
Encounter and tube definitely brewing. Without the Viper, of course, MIBR can still make use of the harbor wall to get in here. Kiko is down. Nats fighting in the side. Glancing blow from that Blade Storm. Still wants to challenge Aspas and rips him a new one. Artesian a little on the lower side as Penny's been able to pluck Verno out of formation. So MIBR down to the youngsters. That's Cortezia in a 1 versus 4. Panatek spotted playing out in the open. Penny has the space in to swing off of it. And TL, keep this one at a simmer. Early encounter over at A. But the play out mid for MIBR doesn't play off. There's just such insane game sense there for Nats to go hunting.
Yeah, that's well done by him to get this opening. And then they use the Hunter's Fury exactly as you want to be using it on this map. Disrupting when the spike was going down. The players have already been rotating towards B. Gives opportunity to find kills. And Cortezia at the end can only isolate one. Has to swing into a high-low while the spike is being diffused. MIBR, obviously at this point though, their economy is so strong, winning a number of near-flawless rounds in a row before that prior. And now Lockdown plus a Reckoning to try and keep this momentum going. Break the Team Liquid economy. Verno one tag.
And attack in danger. Verno converts it. Had to be a rendezvous there from Camo up to Rafter. He's able to avoid that third shot of damage, but now the Reckoning comes in because Artesian's had them rolling, and that's forced TL out of the site.
This site should be taken for free. This spike should be going down for free, and then they have the lockdown after the fact. Counter Reckoning. Team Liquid, they want to go in fast at the moment, but they're denied by that Molly temporarily.
They respect it. Now going to make the win through Rafters. MIBR have the hot foot. They've got to keep moving. Aspas just can't connect a shot as Artesian on 410 now. Nats will show himself in theory. Just in time, Artesian can connect. Verno and Shedham now. Have to lock it down. Camo low in the back corner. And it's on Verno, newest addition to MIBR. Keiko got it to half. One bullet in the chamber, it's not enough! Keiko able to finish him off. Complete the defuse, and that's 2 in a row for TL.
That looked damn close, that one bullet tap. Barely for TL. I like the haste that they were able to get back into the site with the Reckoning. Again, using it at the right time, these ultimates to flood and disrupt, rather than trying to anchor against the tsunami of utility that MIBR are going to throw at you. Unfortunately, I believe Cortesia just got entrenched pretty deep in the site there. There was a multi-kill from Camo off that drop down, so there wasn't a real opportunity to get the lockdown in on the post plant.
But the retakes look interesting for TL because they don't have flashes in this comp. The Reckoning is a great way to get in, unsettle the team currently holding the site, but after that, you've got a contact.
Yeah, and they're basically going to have to hope that the cascades coming out from their harbor will cover up the angles. That'll allow them to get out without having to flash through. MIBR, 5-stack today again. They just love hitting this site, and why not? They are very good at it, and they've got the lockdown to free things up. What a shot from Kiko. Able to drop off, get man advantage to play for retake again.
And MIBR, well, they've got the lockdown in, that's fine. Once more, TL respect it. Look at a retake now with a player advantage. Flashes or no, they're going to be favored.
Pretty unique plant spot from Ardzin. Doesn't actually have to use the code for any level of safety. Cascade to assist Shenum, who's playing so far forward.
Covered off the push into screens. Here comes a Viper's Pit from the back of the site. In theory to give TL a way in. Ardzin, he's got Camo dead to rights. That was Shenum. Able to find him, and Kiko now needs to find a timing to get out of this pit, but it has been rough. You can see TL don't necessarily have the tools to break in now without the Reckoning.
MIBR desperately needed this Shenum. He couldn't get anything started against Gen G, was not able to win out duels, but here in that pressed up position, being supported by additional utility from his Harbor IGL, capitalizes. That's just a great multi-kill. You have Cortesia aware of that play, kind of beat on pay right there. Catches him out with a lovely headshot too. This is the rookies of MIBR hitting mechanically. We knew they could. Were they going to under the pressure, under the bright lights? And so far they're stepping up.
Whatever's happened in the last couple of days has allowed MIBR to be more themselves here. TL, a Viper's Pit to try and get into that A side was uncomfortable. Now already they're looking to stack this B side. They've been knocked down to just a hero rifle for Kiko. Cascade up to give MIBR a little bit of a base of operations on the B side, but they're not convinced.
Team Liquid have got 4 players here, plus Kiko, deep down mid. So MIBR, they are pretty straightforward when it comes to this attack map, so why not stack? Recon instantly broken. Obviously, Team Liquid, not the greatest weapons, actually spam through.
And they're inside the side. This is exactly what MIBR wanted. Trap them in with a high tide. Reckoning for Kiko. No plant yet, 48 seconds in the round though. Pen's going to drop down and get the better of Verno. Kiko, swing, it's good. Shenum dealt with. Cortesia can't hold. And a MasterCard thrifty here for TL. Behind that Reckoning. It's an ultimate that's really dictated this game so far.
That is flattening for MIBR. Kiko is turning up right now. Such a small angle. I love this from MIBR. Look at this proactivity, the swinging together. But it's CO players, specifically Kiko, even then getting that opening kill, wrapping around sight, catches the Shenum.
Woo! That hero rifle in Kiko's hands ultimately unraffles MIBR, but Penny in midair dropping down from Crows. That's pretty nice too.
Commitment from TL to fully stack. Investment into the operator for Penny, one of the OG great offers of the NA Valorant scene.
Verno plays off of that dart yet again. Another Hunter's Fury deals with the Harbor. That's some stall util now. Taken off the table for Liquid.
If MIBR have one rookie that has had no fear, even against Gen G, it has been Verno. He is stepping up at the moment. These Hunter's Furies have been absolutely lethal, and it's allowing MIBR to slow the game down with that early man advantage, keeping Shenum posted up towards A, inserted, while the rest of the team can pivot towards B. Team Liquid, they have an idea that this is likely happening right now after the noise cut. You can see multiple players at the top of the minimap on their way. They want to get to B early.
The alarm bot placement suggests they might not be staying here. Yeah. Send a Cascade, pull out, make use of the inserted Shenum over at the A side of the map. Working the map a lot, but we're running low on time.
The real hope here for TL is that Penny will be able to catch a player, perhaps on the cross.
How's he going to get in though with this high tide?
30 seconds left.
Yeah, there's just no way. I mean, does he try to go in front of it? He's
in.
going to get stunned up by the Reckoning.
How's he supposed to hold an up line in the Reckoning? It's not possible.
Welcome to my
Just has to play safe. Spike is going to go down.
Oh no! Off screens. Asmas had an opportunity. Camo chunked low, but no finish. Back into the pit he goes. MIBR taking a more defensive stance now inside this Viper ult. Panatek has found Verno right at the back at Belts. Camo's going in. He's low enough as it is. It's all the same to him if he decays someone to try and take this fight. Nanoswarm on the spike location itself. Camo down, but he was low. Artazine being pressured now. Another one from Panatek from long range, and there's Nats. He's in the thick of it. Decay down, and now the pin is gone. Genum's able to find Panatek, but that's not nearly enough. A brilliant retake from TL. Again, multiple controller ultimates to fight through. They get their 6th.
Their retakes on A have gotten them in this 6-4 lead. They have been so good in those situations. That felt, frankly, unwinnable and should have been. The Reckoning into the Viper's pit to get the site for free. Spike down. They're in a 5 versus 4. That was a great first kill. MIBR was playing some pretty passive positions, and that does allow Team Liquid to get forward, get up top, and then drop into the pit together. But even still,
we cannot retake that ult ever. And we come now, we retake that.
I mean, absolutely. The fact that TL have just been able to unravel a very, very complex situation on a retake where they don't have flashes. They do have the Sova to try and spot out what's happening in the Viper's pit. Penny was forced off the side entirely by that Reckoning, and still they managed to figure it out. This is a retooled Team Liquid roster with Penny sort of just fitting in here. But you can see that IGL prowess from Nats, leading his team to a victory in an extremely difficult scenario.
that round as well would have had Team Liquid economically in a terrible situation. Very crucial for them that they won that. I mean, being up 6-4, already having 6 at this juncture on your icebox defense, you will take that all day long.
And they convert a 4 versus 5. Verno hits a fantastic Owl Drone dart. He follows up on it with the Hunter's Fury. And MIBR still can't stick the landing.
The success that MIBR have had on these post plants on A is when they've been able to fight deep in the site together. They gave up so much there that even despite having the pit, which is why they felt they could give it up, Team Liquid were able to take advantage of that. Operator still in the hands of Penny, and interestingly, it's with 3 other players towards A. I mean, it's super typical. You'll have the op here do something like watch B main while there's an A stack. So they want to just get proactive behind it, post up with multiple players who, yeah, they do. They've got Camo watching Belt, but Osboss, top tube. Nats could be under a lot of pressure.
Got Dizzy as well, might swing at the same time. Nats is overwhelmed. There's not much you can do. It's a verified high-low setup thrown out there by MIBR, and Kiko lingers too long in mid. Genum's starting to gobble them up now.
That's a beautiful bait and switch. Look at the attention that Osboss drew up there. Crosshairs so high up, and then the swing from Shannon through window. That was beautiful.
Overloading mid. Now MIBR just retract. Get on out of that part of the map. This will allow Camo to re-clear, but he can only do it via raw contact. Not a great position to be in when you are down 2 versus 4. But he will confirm that MIBR have absconded off to B.
With both the Harbor and the Viper alive heading towards this B site, you know, even if Penny were playing a position like back Snowman perhaps, there's just never going to be an angle to actually get a kill here with the Operator.
Camo made the right choice coming to this site. Penny now going to make his rotate through as they've confirmed it, but Artazine sticks to plant. Now MIBR arrange themselves over around green and yellow. Camo hopes to show him the red light, but there's not a lot to see.
Ultimately, this is just a must-save situation for Team Liquid. They've been taking a bit too much damage on these rounds, still losing 3 on the prior, so they want to carry that op over for the final one.
And despite these back and forth rounds, MIBR's economy has largely remained intact. They've been able to continue to buy full loadouts, whereas Liquid have had to mix in a thrifty round to win that out. A couple of these weaker buys, and they're game planning for a similar situation now with this 2-gun save. Not yet. MIBR have made this a real competitive half on their best map, making it difficult for TL to put them down.
Getting the 6th round feels more important for MIBR here than it does for Team Liquid when you're on this attack half. This was so well played. Look at this from Shen. Those players just entirely occupied with Osboss. Look at the crosshair there.
That needs like those free solo forearms to make that kind of correction from low to high. It's not happening.
Last opportunity for a round. Only one ultimate likely going to be used in this round, which is Patatek. So we've seen Team Liquid be really excellent in the situations where they have ults to disrupt the plants, get back in.
Penny wants to play forward with the op again. Cascade. He actually pushes it. Aspas up to jail, which is normally where he heads early in these rounds. Penny wants to linger, at least for the duration of that tailwind. Penny now is going to be here for the long haul as it stands, and Arzine walks into his line.
Spike down.
That's a spike drop too.
That information is crucial. MIBR, they like going for this double lurk with both their Viper and the KJ. Working mid. Oh, Patatek aware.
Oh, man. Cortezia was hoping at least to be able to help from window should it be required, but didn't expect Kiko to be in kitchen as well. Big mid presence this round for TL. Maybe a response to what we just saw from MIBR. But a stunning start for the EMEA squad.
They really are aware as to how MIBR love to play this area of the map. There's multiple lurks. Kiko is on one right now. The aim is just stunning in this first half.
Will you look at that? We're all still alive.
He's laying it on thick, folks. Great mid presence there for TL. Thwarts another attempt of MIBR to thrust into that part of the map. And 7 defense side rounds. It starts here with Penny pushing up, taking that shot on Arzine, getting the spike loose.
Penny has done a nice job so far. First game on the chat with this team is classic agent, and he's showing up. Kiko has been fantastic as well.
Quick break here at halftime, and Icebox has been competitive so far, but Liquid have the lead by 2. We'll see you in just a moment.
Face your death, cause you play a roulette with each step. I progress, no less. Go ahead and place your bets, cause we know where we at, we know we top tier. Cause all the hate that you bring, we know it stops here. I'm taking off like a rocket here and stopping here. It's strange how they cannot see the future, but see profit here. Wait up, we gon' always win. Promise that that's not a promise, yeah, that is a threat. You know that I promise to bring the team commas. When the whole team win, that's when you flex. Win, and I'ma do it again. Watch me win, then watch me do it again.
Coming back into the second half with your Coinbase Econ report. Obviously a measure of just the amount of value you're able to get in terms of damage out of the credits that you spend in a round. And I think that Chamber provides an interesting example of this in this case, because obviously Headhunter is a very deadly weapon you could sort of get filled up for pretty cheap.
Yeah, you can get the tour de force as well. So it's interesting to see Camo didn't have an amazing first half, but also just doesn't need to invest as much into the rounds as the other players. But you know at any point, Camo is the kind of guy that individually can turn up. You know, as for Penny, he on the opposite side, you have the guy investing the most money, but still able to find value with the op as the game went on. So still maintaining a solid econ rating throughout. Now, as we get into this second half, Team Liquid able to get that 7-5 advantage on defense, winning the pistol there. So MIBR, they would love to make that 1-1 as far as pistol rounds goes to open things up.
Been Kiko's individual play, and Nats' mid-rounding that has really gotten TL ahead of MIBR so far, but on the pistol, second half. This will see MIBR defend. And TL have that characteristic B-side group early. With a quick ping on Artazine via the Aldrone.
Aspas still has that dash available, wants to take a duel back yellow, be able to escape and then double up, maybe play a little cross with Artazine right now.
But if Artazine gets overwhelmed, Aspas doesn't have a safe retreat angle. He'll have to stay. Off the line, he gets pushed into the cloudburst. Aspas, okay, realizes Penny's there. One shot is good, but Penny emerges with a headshot immediately with a ghost. Cortezia has to get in here. But Panatek has slapped him back down to a paltry 8 points of health, and Kiko gets the plant.
These players are so weak right now for TL. Having to wade through a lot of that Viper utility. They were in some serious danger.
Here.
Recon available for Verno, going to go back yellow. Can it be played off of effectively?
Shannon is walking up on this. He'll have two angles to watch, but Camo's made some noise, and it's an easy finish now to wrap around. He's going to try and do it all. Here's Verno, young gun. Not enough. Kiko continues his streak of dominance.
That has been a reign of terror from him on Icebox. His aim today, as sharp as ever. One of the most talented mechanical shooters coming from Europe. Putting on a show, both pistol rounds right now converted for the side of TL on MIBR's map pick, putting them in a really tough position. We know one of the keys to an MIBR victory when they're playing this map is defense, get the economy rolling, get the op in the hands of Aspas. That is always a win call.
So far, this has not played out. Artazine just flies a little bit too close to the sun there, and that's sends him out of the round early. The only player over at B, fairly far extended, so MIBR have to quickly get their ducks in a row for this underbought attempt and thwarting TL.
Walls going up, Cove getting thrown down for safety, and a very easy plant. Only one Sheriff right now for Shenham, so should be a fairly simple cleanup for TL, who have heavily invested into this round. Look at the array of weaponry they have on a round 2 anti-eco. It's very important that they carry this all over for sure. But when they do, if they do, the bonus round is going to be looking deadly.
Yeah, they're in such a good spot and pretty confident that they're not about to lose these weapons. MIBR may well agree with them because there's been no further attempt from them to get into the game. Perhaps they don't really want to be feeding Kiko further because he's already over halfway towards that reckoning. Something that's going to make it ultra hard for MIBR, even on a rifle round, to adequately defend any of these sites. So they'll play the pacifist approach to the rest of this round. And this is now the most rounds that MIBR have conceded on this map compared to what they had in Americas.
In any VCT game, prior was only 8. It never happens where we need to see MIBR in a comeback position on Icebox. TL are looking fantastic with their IGL and one of the best players of all time, Nat, back in the game with them. Goes without saying that this round is must-win for MIBR. Things would absolutely spiral out of control. TL would break their economy. This should be worth 2 for them if they can convert. And again, just look at how good this bonus round buy is.
Only 2 players with half armor on MIBR, so Nats' options for insta-kills will be a little limited. Verno backs off. He does at least see either Nats or Camo here over towards that A side. And that's almost anticipating a bit of a thrust forward by MIBR, but they are very much of a different mind. Falling back to the extremities of A. Maybe trying to get some mid control for Cortezia, but he doesn't ask for much. He's already got the turret watching it.
They've very much given up the B site, and they just have passive info gain with that alarm bot under tube, turret on boiler. Very prepared for this A hit, ready to absorb that. Multiple players back site, hoping to get that kill. Maybe go for the full retake if that's an opportunity they might have.
The high tide, Aspas gets ahead of it straight away. Cloudburst here for Penny to play here, but Aspas is going to go over the top. Camo's down. Oh, it is! What? Vamos Aspasin! Massive 3-piece. Panatek and Keiko now have to pick up the pieces. And Aspas is still looking for more.
30 seconds.
He has come alive.
One enemy remaining.
Verno will supplement his effort earlier on. 4 for Aspas. And MIBR come alive, not a moment too soon.
We've been waiting for a little bit, perhaps a little bit too long, to see the GOAT make a play like that in Toronto. What on earth was that snap to the player up top? You are joking.
More of that. MIBR fans need to see. And again, very nonchalant approach for Aspas. He's been on these stages so many times before.
That is one of the most unbelievable spray transfers I have ever seen in this game. What the hell? I am absolutely stunned.
Nothing like a little pick-me-up for this beleaguered America squad. Trying to assert themselves on their map pick of Icebox. Penny gets up on top of Tube early. Spotted the bow by that turret.
Really close to an engagement.
Cortezia might give them one, but is he aware of Nats shoved up here? Can't find the correction in time. Nats is going to ask for more. Verno eats the vulnerable and hopes to have an opportunity, but it does not present itself. Nats is out of there.
And all the while with that mid-action, okay, Artisan does catch out Penny on the retreat. This is getting awkward. Nats is everywhere, taking duels.
Shenum, though, really expect that second player up Tube. MIBR are also emphasizing their defensive efforts in mid.
Look at Aspas, he's on the long flank right now, but
there's a
Patatek aware.
Really spotted up by the trademark. Some sound made. Patatek, patient, waiting on this. Aspas!
You move!
Can't run back against the nasty spray transfer. Shenum through the wall. Timing hurts him though. Camo deals with him. And now the push up over towards Cruz. There's Ferno. Didn't have a chance. Team Liquid take one big stride forward again.
Disgusting snap from Camo at the end. Nats doing the most in that round and doing what he has always done best. Those lurk timings he's finding. Being able to cross through that poison cloud, tucked into this corner. Cortezia not ready for that engagement. Pivots back to Tube, and all the while, he's also just distracting so heavily that off of the high tide Kiko throws into A, they go in and just get a nice free and easy plan.
We barely mentioned it, but there's a reckoning in play as well. Kiko's just been developing those round after round.
Blocking sight.
Full investment from MIBR right now. If Team Liquid win here, they'd get an opportunity to get to match point with a subsequent being an eco for the Brazilian team.
Position forward, cross here a little low though to capitalize. He has to get out as the spray comes in. He is unhurt though. Camo can clear this mid util and step back a bit. Again, two players trying to work Tube.
Camo is hoping someone goes for a reclear. He is daring them to face. Oh, pinged out.
Spray this one. Cortezia steps up. Inferno at least is able to complete the trade. At the moment, Shenum, you're starting to think about drifting back towards the epicenter of the action, which is Nats here with the Outlaw up Tube.
It is remarkable that, oh my god,
wide swing.
Just facing into the open, gun down.
Kiko handles him comfortably, but there was another gun trained on Aspas anyway.
All right, high tide is going up. Counter high tide from...
What is Nats doing?
Inferno is trying to entrench himself into the site.
30 seconds
Blood is
left.
on the spiral.
How?
Oh no! Nats! He's in the walls! And now he's sat right up behind Artizine. This is absolutely going to put the pressure on. Nats breathing down the neck of our sophomore IGL.
Look at this, there is a long flank from Shenum coming around. He's just trying to ensure that he's not going to make too much noise, but the time is dwindling. Artisan just really wants someone to overextend and push towards him. It's not going to come. He's going to have to be the one to get proactive. One of these MIBR players needs to make noise for the other.
He's going for it. Spotted Kiko, though, can't handle him now. Eyes over towards Raft, and Nats challenges him. Gets destroyed. But elsewhere, Shenum was dealt with by Penny. And Artizine could not do more. This is now heading into a 4-alarm fire for MIBR. They've handed over Team Liquid their 11th round. And Liquid are just going up gear after gear.
Camo picked up, just cannot get away with even going 1-for-1 there. Aspas swinging out into the open, faces into multiple players. Really wants to be a hero in that situation. This attack side has been a Nats lurking masterclass.
And he's defying all of the assumptions that MIBR are making about the positioning of skill in the mid-round. They thought that getting rid of, I think Kiko it was, or Camo rather, up Tube, that would be it. But Nats was actually doubled up with him, unable to help much with that initial fight, but then slipped through the net. Shenum had no eyes on him as he rotated over towards A.
when we get back into this, that was the round that was going to put MIBR on a really bad bye where they're going to need to force. It's not appalling, but they're going to have a ton of light armors, weaker rifles, etc. Must come out of this timeout with a strong game plan. They have good ults to do it. Look, I'm just looking at Verno right now. He has the most kills in the server at 15. He is one of the youngest players at this event. His first year out of Challengers. The one American player on a team full of Brazilians. This roster move on paper, you're like, this makes no sense. He's fit into the team like a glove, and now is the standout for them at their international debut.
But it's not enough here on Icebox, not by half.
He was getting multiple Hunter's Fury kills, though, in that first half. Using them even early in rounds. Can he get another advantage for MIBR to try and convert off the back of that ultimate?
Verno, who was nonchalant like a second skin, is going to have to keep that composure as Aspas again goes down early without support and a wide swing into the attackers.
He's just out in the open, caught after the smoke drops. Pretty disastrous. Look at this force from MIBR. There's just two sheriffs. Artisan taking matters into his own hands. And now has a reckoning to play with. Rather, you know, he did already have it, but he will be able to fire that off when the execute comes in.
As far as stall utility goes, MIBR are well positioned, already having bought some time with that awkward situation for TL. They've recovered the spike and all dropped down. They might look to take multi-faces as they contact now into the A site. First challenge, we are Genom taken down, Artisan. Genom's able to find the spacing off of it at least, but Camo's gotten in there. Team Liquid now starting to scrap for the site, and it's only Genom sitting under rafters. It's not enough for MIBR, this awkward buy light armors. They get blown apart.
They're playing so heavily to anchor with a Hunter's Fury and a Reckoning. They can pounce, or could have pounced on Team Liquid when they tried to go for the plant with those ults. But anchoring with the weaker weapons is their undoing, unless Cortesia can come up with a monster clutch. Team Liquid are on the precipice of match point, and for the first time in VCT will deal a loss to MIBR and Icebox.
Cortesia handled all too easily by Penny. Someone who also stood on the America stage for a time.
Yeah, at the beginning of the year was a sub for Brazil with Furia, gets them a win, and now, unfortunately, a sub about to deal them a loss on Icebox.
Again, one of only two Canadians who will take the stage here at Masters Toronto.
No, we thought we were only getting one. We've got a second hometown hero.
That's a beautiful finish. Team Liquid have looked sublime on this map. It's been a lurking masterclass from Nats with amazing mid-rounding, and Kiko and Penny delivering where it counts. Off to the races now. Aspas wants to play forward once more. Bladestorm at the hand. This time he has someone to play off him at least. Or does he? Oh, Artisan, not what you want to see.
And some serious danger on the run right now with Aspas, who has been eager to take duels on this A-side. Hunter's Fury coming through Penny midair.
Artisan handled comfortably. Just one blade was enough to do it, but he had more where that came from. Another great Hunter's Fury from Verno, but it's not going to be enough. Now to side under full control of TL, and a fight this bit to make it that much harder for MIBR to get back in. It's now or never, boys.
High tide up right now. They're being delayed. Molly on to Camo. He's on the run. Doesn't want to get shot down. Wall vulnerable up. MIBR, they're in backside. This is Team Liquid with more players. Passive just in the pit, allowing MIBR to come to them. Pressure now on the spike.
Gives it a tap. Draws the util out of TL, but there is still more. Panatek has two shockies to play with. Genom ducks in, sees very little, backs out. Recon bolt comes through. Penny has his head ripped off. Cortesia finds those shots. And on the spike is Verno. He's gotten it to half. Are they going to know he's going to be there? They're too busy dealing with the rest, but that's what a way to end it. A Red Bull clutch as he sprays through. And what a gut punch to MIBR, their best map this year. TL, no respect, send them absolutely packing to start the series.
Must feel pretty good for the Liquid fans to have Nats back in the roster. Masterclass lurking on that attack half. Why not close it out with a little 3K clutch out to take the map. Deal MIBR their first Icebox loss in the VCT this year. Team Liquid are back.
What a blow though for MIBR. A team that only managed 6 rounds against Genji in that game. They only managed 6 here on their map choice. And we need to see them go into a sunset where there are so many question marks for that team. Can they stay alive in this series and in the tournament? A lot of questions, but for now, we're going to step away and let our analysts and Yinsu jump on in to break down our first map.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Hey.
Let me show you how the Fox does.
Oh man, I was just getting warmed up.
Spike defused.
Popping bottles, knocking models. I wanna bump a beat that goes hard. I wanna bump a beat that goes hard. Popping bottles, knocking models. Popping bottles, knocking models. Popping bottles, knocking models. I wanna bump a beat that goes hard. Pop it. Pop it.
What's up, everybody? Vansilly on the floor now with a Team Liquid fan. We do have Randall joining me. Everybody give a hand to Randall. Randall, how are you doing, my friend?
Doing really good. Just saw my favorite team won.
Your favorite team on top of that, and is Nats your favorite player?
Oh, definitely.
What do you think about that clutch?
Yeah, super clutch. I'm glad that I was able to make it for this game, unlike last game. And yeah, just hoping we can win again for the next round.
Most importantly, too, what about Penny playing on home soil?
Penny, yeah, fellow Canadian. Shout out to Penny. Yeah, just glad that he's able to play in the hometown as well.
Hell yeah, everybody give it up to Penny as well. You know what we're going to do here, Randall?
Oh, what's that?
Do you know what we're going to do here?
We're going to chug, right?
How'd you know? No, it's because I told you before. But yes, if Team Liquid is playing, we're going to have to chug. So let's get this going. Everybody raise your glass. It's time to hydrate, making sure, because we're yelling for Team Liquid here, and we're going to chug things. Let's get things going. Cheers. That's so much gas in my stomach. But yeah, thank you so much, Randall. Cheers, brother. No! That was awkward. That was awkward. Hold on, we were still doing a handshake, and that was weird. Oh, we're gonna do with this. No, who else?
Tô me sentindo que a gente não fez nem 1% do que a gente joga. Acho que não perderam a gente como eles jogaram. Acho que eles tinham uma campanha bem forte de defesa, tanto que eles começaram todas as vezes na defesa, com double sentinela, então já dá uma disputada. E acho que a gente pecou muita coisa em jogar contato, em trades, em muita coisa básica de FPS mesmo. Então eu diria mais isso. Acho que eles tinham uma campanha muito forte para um lado e ao mesmo tempo a gente não conseguiu fazer um bom half para poder jogar o nosso lado forte, né? E o lado menos forte deles. Realmente foi um apagão nosso. Então a gente tem que realmente consertar isso, ver o que a gente fez de errado.
Now they know exactly where Verno's at. Revealed by the recon, the slide in. He's completely, utterly surrounded. Now netted, locked on the floor, but he gets the tap and brings it into the 1v1. Swings out, runs out of bullets. 2 bullets remaining, and what a shot!
pode ser um pouco mais cuidadoso, né? Querendo ou não, é vida ou morte. O Nats é o IGL do time e tem um playstyle bem diferente, é um jogador muito inteligente e bom. Mas a gente tá bem confiante, acho que vai ser um jogão. Então a gente vai dar nosso sangue, vai vir muito mais confiante e agressiva. Não tem como só ver o jogo passar e acabar desse jeito.
Hello everyone, Jen Lee here with Coach Lohan. Now Coach, you have your best 5 from EMEA and yet you opted to keep Penny in. Can you tell us a little bit about the methodology behind this decision?
I mean, we didn't have a lot of time to practice, as obvious. I think end of the day, we have Penny here. I think he's a great player. And we felt that, okay, let's use the value that we have from the 6 players that we have on the team right now and try to go as further as possible in this tournament. And yeah, that was the decision.
Right. Thank you for the insight. Good luck.
Well, it ended up being an amazing decision because Team Liquid absolutely decimated MIBR on Icebox. I am your hosting, so I'm back here with Ender and Mel once again. I know we were talking about how much we were going to miss Nats, how important he is as a player, but Mel, I think he actually demonstrated that on that stage.
Yeah, I think his awareness, especially around how MIBR was going to be lurking in mid, it kind of, honestly, it's poetic seeing one of the best lurkers in the world on Icebox play it out, and being so aware of other teams' lurks and shutting it down so early was a huge win condition for Team Liquid.
And the fact that he comes in, you know, after missing the opening game for Team Liquid, first map on the Icebox, top fragging, getting that 1v3 at the end. I mean, it's just vintage Nats.
Iconic. Is there anything more iconic than Nats 1v3 on Icebox?
Gambit. Sorry.
I mean, you just had to do me like that. Just like a heart, just a stake through my heart.
You did ask. But I mean, I had to make an excuse to bring up Gambit here. But also, Nats had a great map on Icebox. Aspas a little bit more quiet, except for this moment, of course, the HyperX reflex, where he kind of gave us a little bit of hope that he could maybe turn this around for his team.
Yeah, I mean, this play is just insane here. The dash into that spray transfer finds a headshot on that third player as well. I mean, it is just endlessly impressive in this clip what he's able to do right there on the quick adjustment.
I feel like I kind of jinxed it, or I kind of willed this into existence backstage. I was saying, man, I want to see something out of Aspas this game, and immediately, right as I ended that sentence, he hit that 3K. It was kind of flicky too, something that's not usual for his style. I feel he's quite slow and methodical normally.
And you know, in isolation, that play was fantastic, but I still don't feel like we were able to see the Aspas that is promised, right? What we've seen from him domestically, what we've seen from him at previous globals, so far in the opening series and in this game now, he has not been able to step up, and he absolutely has to be that player. You also look at that second half where he never gets the operator into his hands, losing early rounds, not like intentionally saving to get that, ends up costing, I think, MIBR big time.
You can maybe forgive some of the other players on this server, on the side of MIBR, maybe not knowing how Nats plays, having never had the experience of going up against him, but surely Aspas could have foreseen this.
Yeah, I mean, it was just interesting to watch how the mid play unfolded because there was no killjoy in the comp. MIBR tried to exploit this, going up for some lurks, but Nat just had the perfect read on this play, knowing that the timing was being taken.
I think he was well aware of the gaps in their own comp on Team Liquid, knowing they didn't have that killjoy, and so reacting by having everyone commit, and Nats even so much as so to leave B open so they can look at their mid was such a heads-up play and such awareness from Nats.
Yeah, so often they're playing like Nats in this area by tube, and then 4 players to A with 1 player quickly rotating over after showing that early presence, full gapping B, maybe thinking they can just play retake over there, but it was very effective in the rounds that A, MIBR was trying to exploit mid, and the other half of the time, it seemed like MIBR were just running a lot of A hits, so no matter what, Nats just had the right read round around.
And I love for the fact that Nats is carrying on his outlaw lurks. He does this a lot in the EMEA, on Fracture in particular, which that was new. This is something that we've never really seen him do on Gambit, and he even said himself, like, if you think my lurks were lethal before, he gets more lethal now because I have a weapon that could just one-bap you even if my aim's a little bit shakier. And the other thing is, if you guys have never had the pleasure of hearing a Nats speech, this is about to be a treat. So take a good listen to this.
Listen, incredible half from everyone, okay? Patrick, incredible mid-round, incredible shots. Kamil, a bit more of you, okay? If you want to speak, let's speak.
you're a bit off. I don't feel the energy the way you showed at the start of the game, the way you had in the prac room. Let's just bring it. Cheer, honestly, just keep it up. You don't need anything, adding anything else. Calls are good, shooting are good. Eric, just do your stuff. Honestly, I'm happy with that. And as a team, boys, this half, let's bring the same what we had in defense. What we say, let's fight right, let's fight left, let's fall back, let's retake with this. This half, it will be needed. But they don't allow us to play the spike, let's fight them together. What do we want to fight? Left, right. This what is the most important for us for this half.
I love the way that he's like, oh, you need to do this better, you need to do this better. Kiko, I love you the way you are. Yeah, don't change, don't change.
I love
but
that.
he's always like this, so every map he's been playing as an IGO.
It's so funny to me how he goes line by line, person by person. I mean, imagine being the guy who's like, he's ripping into you. He's like, bro, come on, I need more out of you. I need more comms, more shooting, more trading, more everything. And then you just see him go to Kiko and he's like, by the way, you're doing great, phenomenal. Honestly, role model on this team. Keep it up. I think that's just hilarious.
It's like your boss at work pulling each person in for performance reviews, you know, but in the middle of a tourney game on stage.
Golden child.
Doesn't that make you want to be better? It's like you want to please your boss, right? You want the praise coming out of him. But he's also very self-aware as well. You know, when he has a poor performance or he's not pulling his weight, he is very open to apologizing or asking his teammates for help.
Yeah, like the once every other year that he has a poor performance.
Right.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Once a year, once a year. Well, I do have some news for you guys because more often than not, we hear 6-man roster. It's not real, not a real 6-man roster, but in this scenario, Penny will be subbed out.
Oh, wow.
For the next map, and Serial will be coming in for Sunset. Now, what does this tell us?
Wow, I mean, I'll admit it. I really thought they were saying 6-man roster just to soften the blow of having Penny essentially replace someone on the team for the rest of the tournament. But it seems like they're actually making use of it, replacing him. And honestly, it might be a bit of a clue into what comp they're running, maybe double Sentinel here.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? Because Penny, he's playing the duelist right on that last map for them. That's where he is definitely feeling most at home. But Serial plays that Senti slot, right? So I think on Sunset, there's definitely some looks you can do there, whether it's going to be Deadlock getting involved, some Vi, some Cypher action, and certainly can make some sense.
I can't wait to see what they're going to bring on Sunset, but also how MIB are going to respond to this. So let's hear what Coach Fraud had to say ahead of Map 2.
Hello, Jen here with Coach Fraud. Fraud, this 6-man roster from Team Liquid, is it something you considered when you're prepping for Team Liquid series, or did it throw you off?
A little bit, but at the same time, we've been trying to really focus on ourselves. It's obviously not proving like we're not putting in the results, but ultimately we have to focus on ourselves, not think too much about what they're doing, who they're playing with, and what comps and stuff. We know that they're going to be changing things up a lot, bringing in players and stuff, so it's really more just focus on ourselves and work on the stuff that we're making a lot of mistakes on, trying to correct that.
Thank you for your time and good luck.
The coaches are always going to say that, right? They got to focus on themselves. But surely it gives you a bit of a clue, and you see Serial on the other side. Maybe they run double Senti on Sunset?
Yeah, I mean, you see that, and you're going to come in and have some ideas. But ultimately, until you see it locked in, nothing actually matters. So until you are actually loading up into the game, you are going to be 100% focused on yourself. But it's an unenviable position because, like, when it feels like so many different things have been going wrong in that last map you just played, in the last series you played as well, there's not like a one-size-fits-all solution to this.
And I think it is a good approach here. You don't want to lean too much into what the other team is doing because maybe there's so many mistakes you're doing on your side. And I think a big part of that is being kind of intentional about what does work for you. I can imagine, I've been in this situation before where you've had a rough map, you go into the next series and you're trying to focus on yourself. What that means when coaches say that, they mean, okay, let's review rounds where we did something good. Hey, yo, Artzine, remember, this default works really well. It bleeds out a lot of info. We can work the map when we do this default. Or hey, keep the set play in mind. Remember, boys, like this is something that gives us an 80% win rate in scrims. Stuff like that is very literally what could be happening behind the scenes here, as opposed to, oh, watch out for this trap, or be careful, they're going to lurk up here, considering you have no idea who they're playing or what comp Team Liquid's even going to run.
I think there's also a lot of things that they can look at that aren't even map specific in terms of like playbook and strats ideas. Like you heard Nats in his like speech talking about like how they're communicating, like saying we're going to be swinging left, timing things, swing right, play together. together those types of ideas, because I think there were numerous different rounds from MIBR in that last map where there's 2 players alive, maybe have the chance to trade off of each other, but it's not coming in, the timing isn't there, and whether that's, you know, miscommunication or not understanding what your teammate is trying to go for, like, those things have to be shored up if this team's going to win.
And both of these teams have already played Sunset in this tournament. They both lost, but Liquid have decided to choose it as their first map choice here. They must have seen something that MIBR did against Gen G that they could potentially exploit. We will see the agent select in just a moment and see what kind of comps we're gonna where we're gonna go. But I mean, I think it's fair to say with Nats back on the team, Serial would not be playing that Cypher again.
Right, I'm expecting them to bring out more of that deadlock purely because we saw them struggle, them being MIBR against Gen G, against the deadlock.
Hold on a minute.
But as you say
I don't know ball. I
wait.
don't know ball. I don't know ball.
Could this be real? Nats on the Viper after we just saw MIBR struggle against that same agent just against Gen G.
Mel, I know you're a big believer in the Viper on some maps, and especially on Sunset. Can you walk us through what you like about this pick on the map?
Yeah, I love how it disrupts B main control, especially when you're on the defense. Everyone likes to try and abuse B on Sunset, right? If you get into that post plant, once you get the bomb down, the round is practically over. So Nats probably going to be using that wall towards B or doing a cross wall map to apply pressure, and it feels like Nats is everywhere with that wall. So that's what I'm really looking towards when I see this hover. But I don't want to get too excited. I love Viper and I love Nats on it, so I'm just hoping this goes through.
Yeah, I think I would really like to see it. And you can see Nats there on stage as well.
Giving the speech, yeah.
Still keeping it going, getting his team ready and locked in for that one.
Do you reckon he was like, Kiko, that insta-lock was amazing? You did such a good job locking in the Omen.
I just love how confident you were locking in the agent right away. That is going to be the Nats Viper. This is going to be awesome to see everything Mel just said, but also on the attacking side, I think the lurks, having Viper Orb as well, can be very impactful, whether that's top mid to enable lurks or in a post plant, devastating.
Yeah, we have seen him play Viper here before, and it was amazing. MIBR, they have to bring it if they want to force a map 3. Take it away, Uber and Wyatt.
Just as you said, Yinsu, last chance for MIBR to show their quality here on the international stage. A lot of rookies, a lot of debuts internationally for this team, and so far they've not been able to put it together. A paltry 6 rounds on their map pick coming into this series, and their Sunset was anything but good against Gen G prior. So it's now or never.
And unfortunately for them, it's flashbacks to that map loss as Team Liquid are playing a very inspired comp by Gen G. The difference is being that Serial is on this Cypher, subbing in for Penny to run this comp with a Sentinel plus the double controller, so you can have Nats lurking on the Viper. We saw how impactful he was on Icebox on attack lurking. MIBR did not know how to deal with him whatsoever.
MIBR have won 0 pistol rounds here in Toronto. And for a team that wants to get their duelist rolling early, that is devastating.
They have gone back to the most vintage agents on this map. Gecko was just a staple for early Sunset, fight in elbow.
It's too early for them. The timing's off. They tried to throw a Paranoia and play off of it, but Team Liquid were a second early for them. Shenum and Hardesing just got overwhelmed.
Man, losing another pistol. Oh, so brutal. They just don't enter these games with any level of momentum, but you have Verno alive. He has been the player for MIBR, the unlikely hero. A lot of damage onto Serial. But with just 3, how can they get back in? You have Cortesia on that late flank, but there's so much delay from this dark cover now going up. And MIBR, they have nothing to really get through it. Maybe a recon.
You're kidding me! Oh man, inside the poison orbit drops, and Nats is able to find just a stunning shot. Cortesia had no way to get on that wrap. And MIBR, it's one false step at the start of the round. They can't recover from it.
You said if there was a mistiming with this early elbow fight, the relay ball coming out, Hardesing caught out here in the open position known. And then even being blinded up, Camo just dives onto Shenum with a real opportunity to get the kill. But the movement is just really tough for him to track. That is exactly why you run the Neon against Billy, even though it was in a loss. Camo on that agent was really sick.
Okay, over to round 2. Team Liquid, just an exchange here in B main, and paint shells drawn out of Aspas. But they saw so little that they are already out of that site.
He does have a Sheriff, the Brazilian star. That is the only light upgrade into this round. Verno, unfortunately, caught on the exit. Of course, only had a classic in hand anyhow. So the site is all too free for Team Liquid.
Scanned up the site. TL can still play that old school approach here to Sunset, falling back to B main, smoking it off, spamming the site. They have left Kiko in there. Cortesia has to step up here in market. Now it's a question of timing. The rest of his team are on the way to Boba. And Cortesia is just trying to dot his I's here, see if there's anyone in a backstab position in mid, but MIBR, no business trying to challenge this, and they're very much aware of it.
Matt's just happy to go hunting with this Ghost. And similar to Icebox after the pistol round was won on attack from Team Liquid, they invest very heavily into this round 2. There they didn't have a Ghost at all, actually, which is pretty typical. Here they do, but even still, double Bulldog, double Vandal. They have a real shot at winning this bonus round with the level of weaponry they've got. MIBR desperately need to stop the bleeding at this point.
Now, MIBR were able to win against the TL bonus on Icebox and actually made that first half look pretty competitive. It was a 7-5. But again, they've always had to play from a deficit. They've played from behind in every single map they've played here in Toronto. And that is going to take its toll. The fatigue is going to start to creep in. Frustration, I'm sure. This is an old school look for this map.
Yeah, this
is on the Gecko.
Just the past. The old
Used to be like
throw the dizzy
Breach.
up
Yeah, have
to get some info in main. But yes, this is the Breach nerf going away to the Sova is very relevant. Look at this hit from Camo all the way through Link off the fast lane. Relay bolt to press forward, but Aspas shuts him down.
Odyssey, though, is dealt with. Aspas can't really help trade that kill. Patatech is in position, playing around this one way. Trapwire is also there, so MIBR don't have anywhere to go now. They're going to be pinched in this part of the map. They've got to fall back to Halls, ideally. Kiko wants to take the fight to Aspas, and he had his back turned. 4-0 for Kiko. Again, dominance showing on Icebox. He has stepped up massively. And Asiriel doesn't have to do a damn thing. Shenum is stuck here.
Team Liquid, they know it's definitely possible that a player is here. Shenum with the first.
Now it's a matter of numbers. Overwhelm that position ideally, but Shenum's able to TP away and still might look to take the fight. Cats Nation, do they have the answer? You'd better believe it. Verno and Cortesia grouped up in Link. Now one last crack at this. It's bonus round, too strong for them. Apparently Cortesia gets in though, through the cyber cage in the back of sight, gives it a tap. Verno decayed down, but healing up. Kiko steps out, wide swing from Human now. Nats has to clutch this away. Almost gets there, but it's a nonchalant King Verno that's able to get MIBR into the map.
Much like against Gen G, Verno in the clutch. The hero of Brazil, an American Challengers player that made his debut in VCT this year.
Challengers players in this series, huh?
The most unlikely of unlikely heroes for MIBR, for Brazil, for the best team that they've got in the scene right now.
Funny, he kind of threw people off in some of his press appearances early in Americas. This is more nonchalance, like he didn't seem to care much. I think he was really misunderstood, and you see his like more low-key approach to the game means that he can get onto these high-pressure situations and actually shine, whereas the rest of his team have struggled in that regard.
And since joining, the vibes were so fun and always just felt so great for MIBR throughout their entire America's run. It's just only in Toronto here that we're seeing them, a little bit more sad, I would say, with some of the results that they're having.
Bit more
pretty
sad.
dejected, some would say.
Glum, even.
Maybe putting it lightly there, but happy to convert against that bonus round strat that Team Liquid brought out.
It was costly, though. Look at the weapons at MIBR. Stinger, Bulldog mixed in with the Guardian. Shenum can't get value out of his weapon. Aspas is able to get away, and Camo took a pretty big hit in that exchange. The Dizzy going to create the space in to get Aspas out properly.
Now being spotted out, Team Liquid still more than enough time to make a pivot. That dark cover to obscure anyone top mid who may have intentions of firing through, and now a noise cut as they go into market. Eventually they'll have to break this strip, give up the game. Low HP Camo, maybe he can make some space and can trade it off.
There it is, Cortesia, Seal and Patatech both go down. Nice little setup here. Unseen, Bulldog a little bit wayward. He's Verno in a clutch position again, and he delivers against a true veteran.
Oh, we're clutching against one of the all-time clutch gods in Nats back-to-back. Caught jumping up, wanted to get that molly down so he could run forward, try to recover the spike.
And honestly, that's set up by this early engagement. Camo ends up going quite low. In fact, there are two players that die to a shock dart in this position, but Verno wants to fight instead of use that util. Fighting forward, Artazine also with a decent timing through mid. Good collapse here.
Let's go.
That has got to feel good. That has got to feel vindicating.
This was some great little twiddle swings from Cortezia and Shenham in tandem. They're playing from Market. Team Liquid on the bad buy. Hero rifle for Kiko, who's been arguably the sharpest shooter in this server. Perhaps inarguably, he was outrageous.
I mean, with Aspas minus 23 over 3 maps, it's hard to see that Kiko has much competition there. A warning shot for Artazine, and he'll have to get off the line as the relay bolts come in. This will allow TL to slowly scale up into halls, but Aspas has been brought over to A to bolster it.
Pivoting here, fast lane now, so Team Liquid can get out onto the site.
Camo wants to fight through this with a stinger. Good.
He could have seen the barrel, but it looked like he was so locked in on the dark cover.
Oh, that's awkward. Camo gets away with it. How? 3 players for MIBR here on Link, and they're going to go for it. Artazine the Herald gets on in there, but now Hunter's Fury comes straight through. Panatek trying to light them up as they get on in here. Serial going to be outdone by Cortezia and the Guardian. Artazine finally finds connection with that Outlaw. Nats's goes though too sharp. Kiko now gets that rifle in play. Then he gets value. Found 2, leaving Panatek on his own. But he can hear the yells from the stage here. With every round MIBR put together, their confidence starts to build.
Their economy is being kept very honest by Team Liquid, but they are winning the rounds. That's what matters most. They'll be happy to have gotten one of those ultimates out with Panatek committing the Hunter's Fury, all for naught. They've done it again. Cortezia with that opening engagement. Serial late, biding his time, picked off. They just scale it in together nicely, trading things out with an advantage that they have. Nice! Well done.
And you've got a lot to retake with, right? You've got Boombot. That ends up putting that pressure on Camo, forces him out. You've got the Dizzy from Artazine, a lot of retake potential, so MIBR make the right choice, get off the A side early.
Now look at the state of the ultimates for MIBR, as Team Liquid are in this with their next full buy. Showstopper, Hunter's Fury. Very dangerous.
Both exits from mid are trapped.
Great shock dart. That's going to allow Camo to maybe push up as that dark cover is getting cycled. Team Liquid, they do love to go for these deep wrap site executes using the Neon to get through, one of the other sides.
There's a timing. There's a timing for Verno here through Spawn, spotted by Camo, who'll now get ahead of it into Boba.
Oh, I love this from MIBR trying to get control of B-Main. This has to be a trade from Aspas, and he connects with the rocket.
Now we can double back. There's action over at B. Camo is in that site. Nat's also causing problems towards the top of mid, but Verno again! He's the kryptonite of the champion of old. Drop down to 4 with that spray. Hunter's Fury, though, has been developed.
And it's going to be read by Verno as the spike gets tapped. Team Liquid wanted to bait this out. You still have Aspas in B main. Oh, that connection was close. Aspas is a little bit weak, and he is biding his time. Team Liquid, they would love to be able to push for some space together rather than feeling encircled in sight. Was that just spray? Pure spam through. Verno only had 3-4 HP.
That's kind of devastating. Verno could still have been such a threat from that Boba position. Camo's still watching for it, but the moves are here in main and market respectively. Shannon wants to head up towards Boba, but Camo is stuck on that line. It's going to be a tough fight for him to win. Aspas gives himself away now. Great paranoia for Shannon to get him, but Aspas is dealt with. He would have had to find 3. And Kiko again slaps down.
With the aim still just looking too clean for Kiko. Unfortunate that Verno was just on such low HP after one of those previous engagements. I mean, that unbelievable quick tap on such a tight angle from Serial.
Aspas, he just didn't know what was set up on the site.
I think MIBR made some good positional decisions in that round, taking B main after realizing and seeing that Camo's through top mid. They could be pressuring through market as well. We need space somewhere. Let's fight B main, but Serial going 1-for-1 there is huge.
Inferno is able to light the side up with some of that Sova util. That goes differently, but still. Group up here towards this B-side lobby for TL.
And now just on account of the MIBR round wins coming down to primarily Verno clutches, look at their economy. They were on a multi-round win streak and they have nothing to show for it.
Cortezia, though, is able to Looking to pressure towards that cam position. Obviously, one will be set up behind Liquid. One look and all will be a reveal. Cortezia just snarled up though in an engagement in front of Main. And it's going to be the Outlaw that claims him. Into the site we go here. MIBR happy to give it up. Or rather have no real choice without Cortezia.
This is Verno with just a classic.
Stinger for Shenom. It's looking ugly there in terms of the arsenal.
I like this from TL. Tap the spike. Let's try and get some util out. See if they swing into us.
Spike planted.
Play it
Scanning
safe.
ahead.
All right. And now we can get the spike down. Now we can position.
This is what Aspas wanted last round. A recon to try and set him up. Nothing was shown from it. And here's Nats. Happy just to play out in the open by Main. Doesn't see Verno cross. He's been revealed. Timing was there. Serial dealt with him comfortably. Stinger and Sheriff now to go for it for MIBR. They grouped up and Nats is going to go looking. Punished for that. Outlaw unrecoverable though, and so is the round as far as MIBR are concerned. Shenom found a second, but eventually TL just overload that market.
Nats is just one of those players that you're always going to see take advantage of the Outlaw on that attack side. Just loves to recognize these situations, excuse me, where it's going to get the most value, take advantage of it. MIBR are going to be fully investing into this round. Both teams not totally out of the woods economically, but this one for TL, they'll have another buy even if they lose here. This is a round where Nats still has that Viper's Pit.
Camo wastes no time in pushing towards this A side. That overdrive at the ready. Rifle though in hand. Clear that util, more than happy to be the blunt object to try and crack A open, but he's just the solo player. He can sell ice to an Inuit. Shenom cleans him out, but now MIBR realize the action really is over on B, but it's a Viper's Pit post plant already set up. Short-handed as TLR. They've got strong defensive positions.
That was a great trade from Verno. That flash was used early. I'm not sure if R2 was able to connect. Okay, just spam through. Normally with a pit down, that's a no access to sight moment, but Verno comes up.
He's not done either. Serial here trying to play from lobby. Serial killer they call him, but Cortezia able to fight back here for MIBR. They waited on this ability to buy back into the game. It's a costly one for them, but Verno once again delivers the death blow. 3 kills and a Viper's Pit destruction.
That was the definition of must win for MIBR, and they come up. Verno is just that guy for this team right now. Finds the trade up to Patatek. All right. Going to be satisfied with that little play.
But that is emblematic of the changes made to Sunset. You no longer have that kiosk to hide behind when you're trying to play post-plant there in B main. So Verno can actually spray at those defenders where they're set up. Characteristic look there for Aspas, who again was 2-9 in first kill, first death against Gen G. And as Ender put it out, he said he felt like it was the worst performance of Aspas's career against that Gen G team. He had a moment on Icebox, clutch, but again, hasn't really taken over the game like MIBR need him to.
And that was with him on the Neon against Gen G, so they have switched things up and gone for a very traditional composition, bringing back the Gecko and bringing back the Rays. We've really seen primarily Neon here, you know, since this map was in its latter days before getting removed, and Neon had the buff where it was, you know, she was the most
deadly
overtuned.
accurate on the slide.
It's still real good and primarily being used here. But in that game, there were so many moments where Aspas was getting very disconnected. MIBR were slow to trade, playing very individualistic, but not in a hyper-aggressive way, in a nervous way. And that's just
I'll never
going to
forget
have to be completely changed today.
that 4-player swing into Foxy on Haven, where they just get gunned down with poor spacing on that multi-swing. That one lives in my head rent-free.
Standard stuff with this Gecko on defense. Just throw up the early Dizzy, see if there's going to be quick pressure on this A side. If it's forced to be shot with this Cloud, that's going to give a good opportunity for Team Liquid to cross and then double face as the smoke drops in case someone from MIBR was playing close.
Shenom second guesses himself there and opts not to overextend. Kiko likely was watching that line and still is. But into halls is the rest of TL. 3 players getting a lot of map control, and no one's watching from alley here, Wyatt.
This wall from Nats is so cool. They basically just give up Link. They're going to let Serial play on that side late. Send everyone through elbow. We have most of the angles cut off. Matter of fact, let's just contact in.
Oh, wait a minute. Was Aspas trying to get up on the box there?
Probably for the best he didn't, because he was getting spammed through.
Maybe he just thought better of it not to. Into the side they are. Paradoia really hitting hard. Confusing here for Artazine. Camo now will look to step out. Some good old-fashioned fights here, and it's, of course, blood for halls. So TL don't have to overextend. There's no undue risks that need to be taken here. Nats, though, getting chunked low with this wallbang spam, and Inferno again is the one that puts MIBR on the board in this round. All out into the sun they go! And Patatech will end the round. It was about as elegant as MIBR could possibly be with time not on their side.
They're just thrown into such disarray, trying to work around that wall that Nats has up. Yeah, this was a miss, but again, I think for the best. Kilo immediately started spraying up top when he heard the satchel, so he might have died there.
Maybe a fake, yeah.
But when MIBR actually get into the site, they don't have any smoke for, you know, being thrown down elbow, because Shenum was blinded up, died trying to go through the wall, and then everyone's just stuck in awkward positions. It's resulted in MIBR's economy being broken again. They've got a couple Guardians, sure. And honestly, throw one of those over to Verno. I'm gonna be real, like, Verno is the one keeping them in this game.
You need to dap my boy up, and you need to give him everything he asks for. Give him the Supermax. Cycling that smoke top mid again, TL have started to take control of that part of the map. Again, it's, yeah, like you said, two Guardians. Relay Bolt catching on to Aspas. Camo, though, respects the paint shells, but he's gonna duck back into market. He's feeling it.
That Shockdart breaks the tripwire. MIBR have been pressed back into more passive positions, so they can assume that Team Liquid are just walking into market right now, slowly, silently.
That cam from Cortesi is designed to be able to look into B main as well. Rid of Kiko. Spraying through the dark cover here is MIBR trying to slow the game down, but Camo's gotten in and onto the side. This is now a problem. All of MIBR playing from Boba. They might try and flood in on off timing. It is Aspas leading the way. Shenop was able to get there with the classic serial under pressure, but takes his. Now a beat, a break in the action. Reloads, Aspas a little bit low. Shockdart takes serial down to 10, and Shenop converts. It's just Nats. No plant yet for TL. TP from Shenum hurt as he gets back into Boba, and he shows a little bit of leg.
Spotted out, drone going to come in from Verno. Nats forced to dodge that for now. The Sova has not been able to recover a decent weapon. He's just got the classic Verno versus Nats again.
Verno shoulder piece here, Nats is ice cold! He's ice cold! He's just got enough time to find the plant. Gets it in. Will be spotted out by Verno. It's time to fight. Verno is 35, very low, but he has the drop on Nats, who's watching the other corner. Ring around the rosy, but Nats now is convinced that this is the line he's looking for! Ice cold, Red Bull clutch straight out the freezer. Beautifully done. Another TL round that hurts MIBR's soul.
Vengeance for Nats after being denied a couple rounds by Verno earlier. It has been just a face-off between one of the greats of all time and one of the future greats in Verno.
He has it down to the second. Every aspect of that 1v2 was calibrated and refined over years of play. Not even close, baby!
Oppa, oppa, oppa. Sorry.
Just another day in the office for Nats. I feel like back in the day used to be a bit more of a stone-cold killer, and now a little bit more whimsy about him.
Loosened up, delivering performance reviews at a rate of knots in the halftime, which of course we're getting awfully close to as MIBR have opted for a timeout.
And just seeing Nats in this era now as well, where he's performing like when we saw him in his prime with Gambit, when he's won an international trophy, but also being the IGL, pretty crazy that he's just been able to elevate his play as a whole to this level.
You can see why people are raving about Cats Nation, because Kiko has not been far behind. Just consistent brilliance over Icebox and now Sunset.
I mean, if Nats keeps this up, hell, if he takes down another international trophy, look, he's already in the conversation for one of the greatest of all time, but man, that would put him up there.
Round 11 just around the corner, and MIBR are bought up for it. They're ready to go. Verno's been put in a lot of these clutch situations, and in 1v1s against Nats has looked better at times. It's the rounds they're chasing Wyatt. They've been sorely looking for these conversions.
Out of this timeout, MIBR mixing things up for the first time, going for an aggro push right down mid. Serial might have spotted someone barely on the cross. It's hard to tell, but Artzin, what is that? Just spray through the smoke?
I mean, they challenged the one-way. Team Liquid. I guess, yeah, there's a smoke at Link, so he just played through that.
Yeah, did the
nutty timing.
Did the dark cover not go down in time, Serial? Right. It's TL back in the round, but Shenham fast on the trade.
I mean, you never expect this, right? MIBR flipped the map. Many of them playing over towards that tiles position still. Arzine, though, has fallen all the way back to spawn. He knows the game plan is to give up this part of the map and go for a later crunch. That attack on the walk. Does he realize there are 3 players coming? Paranoia is going to force him off the line anyway. Pain Shell, he wants to challenge ahead of it, but then doesn't see a target, so back to box he goes. Nico hit by the Dizzy, flattened Arzine. Beautiful, man. Finds a perfect timing to come back into the back four for Arzine. MIBR, man, that timeout really went a long way. That was definitely an audible that Front called.
100%. Great decision to mix something in like that late in this half. All of those kills in the defuse. Artzin now with that Thrash for the final round too. Yeah, they just push around the corner. Yeah, a little bit too early. A dark cover came later. Of course, you know, they're doubled up, so they're hoping they can get the kill, but they were perfectly lined up. Making that all too easy.
All things considered, it's felt like a slog for MIBR, but it's just a one-round game here heading into the last of the half. And they've come in drips and drabs. That round 3, 4, 5 string for MIBR, crucial. Getting some even footing now on this defense side.
We've seen this before. Wait out the Dizzy, throw down the Cloud, and then a couple players pop out at the same time for the double face. This time it's Camo with a Bucky, though. They want to get into elbow. Shenham eyes on it.
Safer line, he's not one and done. Tark, but Camo doesn't care. Slides on in, detained though. Will there be a double swing? Yes, Arzine overwhelmed. So the player advantage stands with TL.
Furno wants to get into the side. It looks like he wants to manifest an opportunity to at least find 1 kill, bring this into a 3v3 for the retake.
From the shadows there from Keiko. Back with the rest of the team now. Smoke to the top box of Ali, but Cortezia will play just on the vestiges of it. See Keiko coming! They've overestimated themselves, Team Liquid.
Spike down A.
A bit of a misassumption made about the position of the Cypher, and it's punished eventually. They bring Cortezia down. Verno's comfortable in his element, you'd think. Serial's able to pluck him out.
Oh, he just assumed another player wouldn't be coming from elbow.
This is now Aspas' chance to show us where the heck he's been all week.
30
A 1 versus 1, and he's dealt with by Serial. A 7-round half for Liquid. And an anemic performance by the Rays in the clutch.
MIBR were at such an advantage in that round. Things got sloppy for TL entering into the site. 1v1s going either way. A lot of clutches here.
Another close map. Much hinges on the pistol in that second half, so stay tuned for that one. We'll be back after this.
Esports is a $2 billion industry now, but it all started in dingy basements and cramped living rooms.
From how the pros train to how the money flows, this G2 and MasterCard series breaks it all down. 12 episodes, packed with insight and lessons for anyone looking to understand the world of competitive gaming. Ready to learn the game behind the game?
Stay tuned for what's next.
You won't want to miss it.
Undercover, they don't know.
Another competitive half here in this match between MIBR and Liquid for survival here in Toronto. Looking at Cyril's Coinbase Econ report. Big in the clutch in that last round of the half. Over the course of the game, his Cypher gameplay has been very, very efficient.
Had a good opening too, back during the pistol round, which, by the way, MIBR still yet to win one in this entire tournament, Mitch. Not one. They need this so bad. So bad. They don't know what it feels like to win a pistol round anymore. They need this early momentum desperately after losing that final round, which felt unlosable, to a 1v1 where Cyril closes things out.
Closes things out against a world champion who, as far as this series, this tournament is concerned, has not showed up. Aspas, after the first half of Sunset, is 5-9, switching to the more traditional Raze look. Still waiting. We're still waiting to see him light this stage up, and maybe we don't get it at all.
From MIBR, this is looking like a classic B hit and Legion. Well, okay, well, Cypher's left in the dirt on tiles, actually. That is so tough. Artson now trying to scale into sight. Recon going in the back, Dizzy through the wall. Can anyone actually capitalize off of it?
Going for it, doubles back though, doesn't like what he sees, and that's because there's 4 players from DL looking straight at them. A veritable firing squad set up by the EMEA team, and Cyril goes from strength to strength. Verno gets his and more, that's the question. It's Shenum down at 2. 0 pistols for MIBR as Team Liquid get another one. Widen the lead to 3 and start to tighten the thumb screws on this floundering NA squad.
Cortezia just takes an early peek through tiles, walks right into a double face there. Patatek nets the kill. Opted to go a bit earlier, try to get a kill. You know, could have alternatively chosen to take it very slow.
Show me your hat, show me your hat. Man, you're a Cypher hat, Nafi.
Bro can't just ask for a milady tip your hat in the current year? Come on, Cyril, give it the program. So too busy just feasting on these pistol frags.
MIBR have had enough of losing pistols. Why not try some success on a round 2 force instead?
It's an America's force for an America's roster. Aspas will lead the way quietly, just communicating that there's nobody here in elbow whatsoever.
Team Liquid happy to have 3 players ready on this A site on account of the Cypher setup towards B, some passive info gain towards B main. Cam watching towards tiles, jiggle peek from Nats in mid. Team Liquid don't really have to budge over on this site.
Patatek has started to reassume control into this A site. Expecting here that some anchoring could be required. He is yapping.
There are pings going down on the map right now from MIBR. Dizzy ready to be thrown over top. Should connect onto Patatek unless it gets broken, but when they come out of elbow, Kiko is on the perfect angle to get an opener.
Crossfire broken up though. This is scary for Patatek. He's hit with the paranoia, but oh, Aspas taken down. Kiko's on the box, and that wasn't smoked for. 1 for 1. Shenum Sheriff claims him, but Camo now is dug in and ready to deliver. Cortezia. First casualty in the last round now has to go big to clutch it. Just a stinger. Almost enough for Nats, but not quite. Camo exits with 3. And now it's a 4-round game.
I believe that dark cover from Shenum was just thrown down to cover the entire crossover towards spawn side. It's not in the one-way. So Kiko gets that opener. Fair enough, MIBR multi-swing to find that trade. But then they're at such poor ranges with the weapons that they've got. No real effort to fight towards Link, draw attention from the other TL players away.
That mid-rounding for Patatek was sick. He was jabbering at a mile a minute, and look at, they anchored that site after initially playing off of it.
And they just had no reason to leave. They had full passive info defensively across the entire rest of the map. Got a lot of shares for MIBR. Can they do anything here? Oh my god, what? Sure.
Okay. Just a tickle. Turns into a 41 health Shenum and easily dominated by Patatek. Aspas down again. Verno's low after these early exchanges. And the Viper wall gets toggled yet again. MIBR. See what the Brains Trust have to put together. IGL Artazine still on the scene. But your options are becoming more and more limited.
first. Oh, okay.
TL just happy right now to play in the death ball formation, give up A if they need to, go for the retake, face together mid. They're making this easy. They're going to make it look effortless unless Cortezia lives up to the headshot machine name.
Relay bolts for Camo. Into that space. Don't need to do too much here for TL. Just keep MIBR on their toes. No hurry. Oh, jeez, okay.
30 seconds left.
Somebody alert Peter. That was brutal.
That's just patient on this angle. Artson dealt with, and Cortezia shut down. Not a whole lot of damage for MIBR across these past couple rounds. Team Liquid carrying over so many weapons. Economy bolstered again.
Is that, yeah, this shock dart. Like 100 damage worth there. Perfectly placed. Makes the Bulldog conversion all too easy. Camo. He hears a shot fired off, swings it. Yeah, this is just great fundamentals. I mean, for MIBR, what is this? Season 1 of Attack on Titan? Where's the Castasis for these guys? It's all doldrums all the time on this attack side.
Camo has picked up the Bucky and wants to tuck close over towards elbow.
Please, MIBR.
I mean, there could be a drone to clear this out from Verno or a recon. Dizzy, oh, that ult is great.
Okay. Good fast lane to get off the line. Needs to still find a good application for that Bucky, but comes out of that engagement unscathed.
Artson getting pretty close to the Thrash. Team Liquid, they have 3 players here again.
They're walking this again. Okay. Oh shit, I'm punished to go for the orb. Nat's ready to cover. That is just centimeter perfect.
These trades are just coming too slow from MIBR. The swings are getting watched for. I mean, I'm sorry. How has that timing occurred? Maybe Cortezia can be the hero. MIBR, they want to pivot over towards him, but Verno's facing in mid. Okay. Beautiful tap.
A multi-face coming out of Verno, though. Look at that cool calm collector, but couldn't quite convert. Still evens up the game with Cortezia. A wedge driven in between TL and that B side they hope to defend.
Verno maintaining hero status
30 seconds
for
left.
MIBR. It has been him keeping them in this game.
Kid is unreal.
It has been all about him. His clutches, his taps, open facing multiple players. This has to be converted by the duo of Aspas and Cortezia.
Surely you can expect Aspas to step up and land this plane.
Grenade!
Into market. Swings it and there it is. Nuts is handled. Chico's are good for this. He's more than up for it. 12 and 8 over the course of the game. But Cortezia and Aspas are doubled up for it. Little swing, little peek. There it is. MIBR get one finally. It's costly, but hey, they're in the game. Their head is above water.
You can still hear them screaming from the stage, even being down like this. I'm barely getting this round win. I mean, this is some awkward stuff happening in elbow. Verno, multiple players. Looked like he was even on for the third. With the aim going pretty awry for Nats.
And at that point, Verno's assuming that TL are probably scrabbling to deal with, Cortezia, who's gotten in there to Boba. Good intuition. MIBR having to pay dearly for each one of these rounds.
Kiko was able to avoid that recon, so he's still set up with Camel Paranoia into the relay. Ball up, just Fury as well.
More, they want more.
Beautiful trap play to find an early advantage. Look at Nats even walking down mid into tiles.
And the spike is loose on the wrong side of the one-way. Aspas has to find a way to recover it. Nats on that walk.
And he's just thinking, why is he even here? Patatek timing Shenham with the jiggle peek. Cortezia wondering how he's ended up in this situation. 1 versus 4 against a team who effectively could be anywhere on the map.
It seems like they are at all times. Nat's like a bona fide sleep paralysis demon turning up when you least expect him. Cortezia obviously has a very straightforward objective. Do everything you can to dig your team out of a desperate spot. This cross to the spike location, of course, will be watched by Kiko. Cortezia has a sense for it too. And he doesn't know who's waiting by elbow out in the open. There's no information and surely no hope. But now, Cortezia has allowed TL to get close enough that there's a real risk of him losing this gun.
He does just want to save, but if you look at the cash for TL, they don't really want to hunt right now. They are pretty low.
Cage triggered.
So they'll be content to just win this out and
10 seconds left.
let Cortizia live to see round 18. The rest of the team won't be able to get too much anyhow, with Artzin being pretty low.
Foolish.
All right, good shot.
All right.
Stay alive.
Cortizia lives to see another Fire and Brimstone Dawn here on Sunset, but it's still an ugly situation for this America's #3 seed.
How cool is this on the replay? Initial contact taken from Camel. That goes into a paranoia with the Hunter's Fury. And then when all of that presence is seen from the defense as to MIBR being in A main, Nats just slowly walking down mid, playing behind that Viper wall that cuts off the sight line to tiles. Osbos on the run, wondering, why is this guy here?
Like, does he have
How
ghost mode
is he
toggled
here?
on? Is he in a solo lobby? What is going on? And yeah, it's a timeout for MIBR. Their last lifeline, potentially, of this entire tournament. They are on the precipice of being ejected with a 0-2 scoreline. The unenviable task of having to tangle with Gen G as their first opponent. Hard to look good in that matchup for anybody, but here against TL, this was supposed to be fertile ground for them to mount their comeback and fight into the playoffs. But it has looked anything but convincing. 6 rounds on Icebox, 6 rounds so far on Sunset, and now at risk of losing it all.
I think that game against Gen G from MIBR really just illustrated the experience difference. You have a whimsical texture, just having so much fun, and this MIBR team completely out of sorts. That set them off on the wrong foot. They haven't been able to win a pistol round. They're still hanging around. Verno still has them in the game. This might be their last chance, though. It's going to be a full buy. Aforementioned Verno with no armor, glass cannon Vandal, just a sheriff for Artzin. Liquid on the precipice of getting their first win here in Toronto with the return of Nats. This could get them to match point. From there, within touching distance of the victory.
Gonna be a rare cameo appearance for Thrash here for Artzin. Has not been able to develop many of those Gecko ultimates this game.
Oh yeah! Monster on
They're gonna use it to try and clear into market first and foremost. Paranoia comes out though by TL to slow up MIBR from filtering in behind it, but they're still gonna assume this space. 2 players in Boba, 1 anchoring the site for TL.
TL trying to get actually back into the site right now very quickly, playing around Nat's Viper wall. Man should be able to get the spike down.
Serial heard the pitter-patter little feet, but had to respect the mosh pit at his own.
Thrash isn't done with you!
Another Thrash usage here, a reprise performance. Trapwire caught. Looks like he gets to the back of the site. Nats is taken out. Kamoki with an Outlaw. Can't quite connect enough of that damage. And all the ultimates employed by MIBR. This was their Hail Mary round. And it looks like they're set to convert. Aspas with the fadeaway shot on Panatek, and Camo's Outlaw has a fair bit of application here, but it's a stacked deck against the EMEA squad. Camo dealt with. MIBR once again come up for air in a flawless round.
Credit to Coach Fraud. Both timeouts, they win the subsequent round. Just going for that fast, heavy ult play through market into B. I want to mention again, if we haven't spoken enough about Verno, feels like every single Hunter's Fury he's had is converted into a kill. Again, kills Kiko there.
Yeah, on Icebox, I mean, they were stunningly set up by our drones. That was Thrash, you know, made use of by twice. That space was cleared for MIBR to get a good foothold in market, and Nats was caught crossing. Round 19 now, TL still a couple away from a series take. MIBR have got to double down.
Something we have seen from Shannon before when he has the From the Shadows is he will send it into the defender spawn. Was actually punished for that by Gen G. That, yeah, a little bit unlucky. Don't think that
Someone call the fire department.
Recovered. Does someone have a ladder? Cortizia at bay on account of this one way that, I mean, TL are just so happy to fight off the back of it. They are showing no fear.
And they could refresh that as they're about to. Kiko sets up yet another rotation of dark cover on that one-way spot. MIBR, though, might look to just fight it. Camo's playing up close. It smacks of a one and done, but he's got the speed to get out of the smoke at the very least.
The thing is, the existence of that Bucky is pushing the rest of the team into Liquid, who are stacked up, market and mid.
Nat's got 1 kill in market now, falls back to the B side. TL, how do they get Camo involved with this Bucky? That's mid-rounding now. Kiko, what a timing. Aspas again perched up on the kiosk in the 10th spot is taken down, and Nats has an opportunity here to really ruin the day.
30 seconds left.
Just Verno again. How much can you ask this guy to do? Kiko shuts him down, and TL are 1 round away from an important match win here. And a chance of playoff still.
The fundamentals from Liquid there are just lovely. Look at the way that they're repositioning for each other around that site. Kiko throws down the dark cover near jump up to pivot towards stairs. He gets that kill initially, and then Nats is in main. Nats gets traded, but Kiko was already repositioned to play off of him to fight the MIBR team who wanted to get through market.
And that's the kind of intuition we've just not seen from MIBR when it's counted. It's faster play towards A apparently. Kamen wants to go back to that position. Our drone, though, is going to force him to respect it somewhat more. So maybe a loosened grip on A for TL. Fast lane, Patatector wants to hang around. He knows the death blow is there. The Damocles sword hangs above MIBR as they await their fate. Contezia has to get them out of here. Neural theft to see Kiko and Serial lining up for a double face. And so the hope of Brazil is vanquished. A missing world champion for MIBR. And Nuts' arrival heralds victory for Team Liquid. 1-1 in the tournament.
Getting their best player back, their IGL. Nats had a hell of a performance today across both maps. His Viper is just GOAT status. This TL team are back. Even making a little substitute for map 2, just depending on the comps that they want to run. Both Penny and Serial playing well. Clutches going their way. Incredible stuff from Team Liquid. It felt online like there was some kind of tier gap when you're talking about the top 3 teams from Europe, as Fnatic convincingly beat Heretics. Heretics 3-0 Liquid in that lower bracket final. But here, it feels like they are kicking things into that next gear, on pace to make the playoffs after this dominant victory.
Coming back from such a disastrous start, Liquid have earned themselves the respect of the fans, an important match win, and a 6th player that they can make use of. And they've done so effectively on Icebox. Penny came out on the jet and showed us exactly what Canada can produce in terms of Valorant talent. And Liquid has said, don't mind if we do. Making fantastic use of that Challengers player on the biggest stage of his career. We're going to head down to Jen Lee on the stage, who's standing by with a Verizon post-match interview.
And give it up for Team Liquid! Nats, 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 Nats. Nats, okay. Just a second. Autograph time. Nats, we have to hear it from you. And you have to look into the camera. You know you're busy. Okay, man, you just got off the plane. I don't know how you're doing this. Can you talk to us through what was on your mind since the moment you got off the plane to the moment you got onto this stage?
I mean, I came here not to play one game, right?
Okay.
So I mean, there is not a chance I'm taking 10 hours flight to play one game. But honestly, I'm proud with the boys. It was very hard 2 weeks for them. But yeah, I mean, it's good to be back on the stage. It's good to be back playing the game, not just in ranked. I mean, I'm enjoying that.
You're definitely here to stay. Earlier today, there was a huge question mark around the 6-man roster, but it seems like it definitely paid off. So can you tell me a little bit about what it's like to work with Penny?
So
What's it like playing with Penny?
It felt good. I mean, he was playing very good on Icebox, honestly. He brought a lot for the team. And I mean, he's having a different perspective, especially from, he's from different region. And he has some different ideas. That's cool to see because we have our ideas in EMEA and he is giving us some other ideas. That's cool to see. That's cool to try them. I mean, that's something new that we're learning also as a team.
So when it comes to the 6-man roster, though, was there your input in this, or was it more of your coaching staff's decision?
I mean, I was playing ranked. I don't have any input. For the whole time while I was not here, they were deciding. I only was deciding yesterday and, I mean, helping with the decision.
Okay. All right, now we are about to redraw, right? And you will be fighting for your chance at playoffs tomorrow. Is there a team you would like to face? Preference?
Who do I like to face? I mean, we cannot play Billy, right? Because we already played them. And it's Wolves and the Paper X. I think Wolves, because I would like us and Paper X being the playoffs.
Okay.
That would be cool. But I don't mind, honestly. But I never played against Paper X also, ever in my life.
Okay. So anyone's good. You're ready?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much. I'm gonna let you get back to celebrating with the fans. Now it's time to find out what tomorrow's schedule is going to look like. With the draw show, we are going to have 1-on-1 teams battle it out for their chance at playoffs. We have Victoria on stage with us from Riot Competitive Operations. Now, Victoria, we have a lot of questions to ask you, especially about the rule. First of all, is regional matchup allowed? Second of all, is rematch allowed? Because as you can see, Team Liquid and Bilibili have played each other. So talk us through the rules.
Regional matchups are allowed.
Okay.
Rematches are not allowed. So
All right.
like you mentioned, very smart guy, BLG and TL cannot play each other. So we
All
don't
right.
want any Swiss rematches already.
Okay, so shall we get started?
Yeah.
Regionals are allowed, but rematch is not allowed.
All right,
First
one for the first match is BLG.
Bilibili. Right?
And then the first team for the other match
will be Paper X. Okay. So rematch is not allowed. I think we can kind of predict the matchups, but still. Let's see.
Okay. So TL.
Team Liquid.
But they will be moved to play PRX.
Paper X. As Nats just mentioned, he's never played against Paper X, so this should be interesting. And
Wolves.
Wolves Esports going up against Bilibili, so a regional matchup.
Yeah.
Right, so we have the matchups ready. What about the schedule, the orders of the matchups tomorrow?
Yeah, so Team Liquid played second today, so they won't play first tomorrow. So this is actually the order that you see it. With only 4 teams, there's only so many matchups, right? But still, they're all fantastic teams, and excited for tomorrow. And then we'll hit playoffs pretty soon.
Well, thank you very much, Victoria. And that's it for the draw show. I literally cannot wait to see how these matches play out. So make sure you tune in for tomorrow. And that's it from us on stage.
Well, since Nat said he didn't make any of the decisions, we had to go to the source, which is why Coach Lohan from Team Liquid is joining me and Ender here. First of all, our Team Liquid versus Paper X. Now, that has happened before, and not with this current roster. It was 2022 a champ, so what do you think about the draw?
I'm super excited, honestly. No matter what, it's going to be a very, very fun game, to be honest. I mean, I love watching Paper X, and I'm very excited to play against them.
Yeah, especially with like how their first match looked so incredibly dominant. Then they got humbled by Gen G. Like, who knows which Paper X is going to show up versus you guys?
They're on the EMEA gauntlet, I guess, Paper X, you know,
Honestly.
against Heretics and now against Liquid as well. Now, Nats was talking about, obviously, with everything going on with the visa and him prepping and playing ranked back at home. I guess you and Yao have had to do a lot here on the ground. So I guess the elephant in the room is, what was the thinking behind swapping in Serial for some maps, having Penny, and does this apply to all of the maps, or are we only going to see Serial on Sunset?
I mean, we obviously, let's see tomorrow. But I mean, the thinking process was basically, we didn't have a lot of time to prep for this tournament, right? So on practices with Eric, I mean, it was really good. I think it fit really well to the team, and we're trying to implement a system where we just play to our best possible players, because at the end of the day, strategically, we're going to not be as well prepared as other teams because of the conditions that we are in. And I think, honestly, it's a good approach for the team.
Yeah, I am a little bit curious because obviously Nats brings so much like leadership to the team, like outside of just calling round to round. How different was your role like within the team when he was, you know, back home compared to now when he's here on stage?
Yeah, obviously the system inside of the server was different. So when he was at home, it was mostly Camu and Keiko taking control of the pre-rounds, and Patrick was taking care of the mid-rounds. obviously easier now, and I think, I mean, if there's someone that can adapt into any system is Ayaz, honestly, this guy is a beast. So right now, we're still like giving more voices to our playmakers, but still it's mostly Ayaz that's controlling the system in game.
He is EMEA right now. He is he
Oh,
is
real.
Yeah.
No, it's so real.
We're changing EMEA to AMEA, you know?
It makes sense.
Ayaz. Now, of course, we had to say goodbye to Team Heretics and MIBR, and I guess my question to you, like two questions. First, did you expect MIBR, I guess, on the firepower end to be the way that they did on stage? Because obviously going up against a player like Aspas, and also Heretics being the first team to be eliminated, that's got to be a shock.
Yeah, I mean, it's quite of a shock, honestly. MIBR, honestly, I expect them to play better, but I mean, every team has their own struggles, right? Heretics as well, I was expecting much more from them, right? Obviously, the teams a lot of the times are heavy momentum-based, and I think maybe Heretics is going through a phase like that, but I mean, yeah, I was expecting a bit more for sure.
Yeah, honestly, like both these teams have so much more potential that I feel like we didn't even see like much of it at all, like compared to how good these teams usually are. So at the very least, they have a lot of time to sort of get themselves back together and bounce back before stage 2.
I hope so, and I really hope so.
Heretics were the best team in EMEA up until facing Fnatic, you know?
Yeah, actually, do you think that's real? You know, Fnatic just somehow breaking teams. You know, they sort of did it against Vitality.
They did it against us. I mean, they beat us, but then we played against Heretics, we were destroyed. So I don't know.
How do you bounce back though? Because that seems like such a. You guys have managed to bounce back. So what's the secret in being able to rally your boys back together?
Yeah, I mean, it always depends on the teams, right? On the players that we have in. I mean, I think we have a great coaching staff. I think our performance coach is doing like a great job. And I think at the end of the day, the mental aspect of the game is probably the most important thing coming to this tournament. And yeah, that's it.
Yeah, I've got one more question about the 6-man roster. Like, when you're subbing out players between maps, how are they actually like staying warm and sort of in the zone before getting back out there on stage?
I mean, this is a first for us as well. It is a first for me for sure. For today, for example, Michael or Cyril was watching the first half and then he just wanted to warm up, play some dead matches, but not. It's important, obviously, to hype them up and like make sure they are warm up to come into the game, because they're coming for the first map, being the second map, and sometimes might be a bit weird, but thank God it worked. I'm quite happy, and yeah.
I mean, you guys looked amazing out there. It gave me a reason to smile today. I was lacking those.
The Nats 1v3.
Also, 1v3, the 1v2. I was in the green room saying, "Oh, Nats wins these." Everyone's like, "Oh, does he?" I'm like, "He wins these. Come on, we've seen him win these."
She never doubted.
I actually don't. I actually don't doubt. Now, tomorrow, of course, we have more games coming up. And while we take a look at these matchups, Lohan, I wanted to ask you, because PaperX traditionally not afraid to get weird. I think if it's anyone that can make getting weird work, it will be them. Now, you guys, EMEA players and teams have kind of dubbed you guys as a bit cheesy with things, and then you came here and brought out a Penny Phoenix, and then we've seen some Vipers here and there as well. Starting with the Phoenix, was that Penny's idea? Did he come to you with that, or was that you and Yao thinking he could do something like this?
Yeah, it was our idea, honestly. It was actually without even practicing with Penny. Like when we were back in Berlin, we were still like cooking some comps that we could make it work with him, and obviously I had a big talk with Penny, and he said I'm comfortable, and we thought it made sense there, and it worked. And playing against PaperX as well is going to be like super. I think it's going to be weird against weird.
Yeah, it gets weirder. Like there's even more weird things.
Yeah.
That's my favorite kind of game.
Yeah, it's going to be one of those series where you're not really going to know what you're in for until after agent select, and then you've got like a minute and a half to try and figure out, okay, what is actually going on here? What are the win cons of these comps? How do we actually play it? It's going to be nuts.
What's the counter to W Gaming?
Maybe double gaming back.
Okay. Like WW Gaming.
Maybe.
All right, I can't wait to see that. Oh no, I mean Nats is gonna be behind them. They've always had to go forward. They haven't had to worry about what's happening
about
behind
an outlaw behind them.
Yeah,
like, what's going on?
I see the vision. I see the vision. But thank you very much, Coach Lohan, for joining us. Congratulations once again. Thank you, Enda, as well, for being here with me, and for you guys for watching. We're gonna be back tomorrow with 2 more games to round off the Swiss stage. So have a lovely evening, and we'll see you tomorrow. Don't forget to join us here. The stakes are very, very simple. Today, you win, you survive, you lose. You will be the first team to be eliminated at Masters Toronto.
MIBR goes up over the top of screens, finds that kill, but Juicy trades it back. Who is going to be the first target, the first point of contact, and Juicy is able to win it out. Puts himself alone, swings, somehow catches Benji Fishy, and now it's just the Jet with no HP to speak of as he looks for the ace, and he will find it! Position on the off. C's gonna be going in, and Benji Fishy mows down 2. The repeat here from Woot is able to find it. Rienz takes down Lysor, and that leaves just YU left standing. They'll just hold on to the operator. Try to. Somehow YU does not read that at all. They're off to the races, it would seem. They're looking for a fight here over at A main, and YU comes alive. The push out coming through, and they're both shot dead. 13-10. Wolves take the opening map in this elimination series. MIBR goes chasing forward, gets himself here on the site, and they don't know what's hitting them. Heretics deny the plant, and they rescue the half. He's going to be avoided as YU and Spring able to find one apiece. Paranoia not going to connect, though, and Spring will mow down the remainders. Gets himself a 4K. Nanoswarm's coming through. MIBR going to be getting cooked as you is able to find 2. But MIBR dead. Benji Fishy, 10 HP. Juicy scaling forward, makes some noise. Benji Fishy hears it, and he cannot make it happen. 13-9, 2-0 fashion here in the Great White North. Wolves are the apex predator.
Things have been absolutely brutal so far on this stage for Team Liquid and MIBR, but they will get a chance for redemption today. A win will see them survive another round.
48 seconds in the round, Penny's going to drop down and get the better of Verno. Kiko, swing! It's good! Shut him down with Cortesia, can't hold!
Kiko is on one right now. The aim is just stunning in this first half.
Cloudburst here for Penny to play in, but Aspas is going to go over the top. Camo's down. Oh, it is!
What?
Vamos Aspasin! Massive 3-piece. And Aspas is still looking for more. 4 for Aspas. On the spike is Verno. He's gotten it to half. Are they going to know he's going to be there? They're too busy dealing with the Raz, but that's what a way to end it! TL, no respect. Send them absolutely packing to start the series.
Sova has not been able to recover a decent weapon. He's just got the classic Verno versus Nats again.
Verno shoulder peeks here. Nats ice cold. He's ice cold. He's just got enough time to find the plant. Verno is 35, very low, but he has to drop on Nats, who's watching the other corner. Ring around the rosy, but Nats now is convinced that this is the line he's looking for. Ice cold, Red Bull clutch, straight out the freezer.
I have spotted someone barely on the cross. It's hard to tell, but it's in. What is that?
Kiko hit by the dizzy, flattened Artazine. Beautiful, man. Finds a perfect time, and he comes back into the back 4 for Artazine. That's mid-rounding now. Kiko, what a timing. Nats has an opportunity here to really ruin the day. Verno, again. How much can you ask this guy to do until the hope of Brazil is vanquished? A missing world champion for MIBR. And Nats' arrival heralds victory for Team Liquid.